Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight into the action here today with our first World Championship match. This is going to be in the round of 8, so this is top 8 essentially. These players are going to be playing for a spot in the semifinals, and it's going to be Voin facing off against Samurai Style. Kislev actually being picked here on one of our first maps, of course, and going to be facing off against High Elves, which I would imagine is pretty High Elf favored. Granted, Kislev does have access to Little Grom, which is not bad against High Elves. Although Lothern Seaguard, Spam, and Spearman could be a little bit tricky to deal with. We will have to see how this goes. Welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Now for the builds. Let's break it down. We're not wasting any time today. We're jumping right into the action. For the Elves and Samurai Style, he's going to be using a Silverin battle line. So Silverin here in the front line, of course, high armor values, making them pretty resilient against basic Kossars and some of the, various archer units that Kislev does have outside of Streltsy. But even Streltsy aren't going to be very good against Silverins because of the silver shields, right? So very, very nice for sure. Secondary line, Lothern Seaguard. Lothern Seaguard don't have a crazy amount of DPS against the armor of Kislev. However, they have good durability, and if Kislev wants to try and shut them down with cavalry, it's going to be a little bit problematic. Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, excellent piece. Really, really good counter against your boy Little Grom here, and that is going to be it for the Elven army. Now up on the high ground, Archmage of Life coming in with Dweller's Blow spam, I would wager. Very, very good against Kislev. And now look at the formation of Voin. So Voin coming off a victory. He just actually faced off against Subutai and had a victory, it would appear. So he's coming in with Armored Kossars. Ice Guard with swords. Okay, this is very interesting. I don't know how good Ice Guard are going to be here. I feel like they're just going to get outdone by Lothern Seaguard like super effectively. I'm really curious about this Kislev build. He does also have an Ice Witch with Ice Maiden's Kiss and then the Spirit Leech effect. So Spirit Leech, of course, Death Frost is basically the Ice Spirit Leech. It's not quite as effective as Spirit Leech, but, it is what it is. You got to work with what you have. So that is going to be it for both armies. Now, as far as reinforcements go, it looks like Voin is saving up for something big and expensive, perhaps a second Little Grom. Now, this is a really curious choice. We see a Dweller's Blow going down on Little Grom. Now, yes, it does do decent SE damage, but Voin looks like he's going to be moving into the Dwellers with his other unit, giving the Elves a fair amount of free value. So a little bit of a blunder here in the beginning. Dwellers did good damage. It didn't need to do that kind of damage against the Armored Kossars, but again, it can happen to the best of us, so don't you stress, my friend. Now, Kislev going to be taking the fight to the Elves. Bolt Thrower is going to be shooting into Little Grom. Little Grom trying to get in range to take down the Bolt Thrower, and Little Grom's typically, 2 Little Groms can defeat 2 Bolt Throwers for sure, but 1 Little Grom here without any support from the Patriarchs, I feel like is going to be very, very tough, and the execution here, man, this is going to be dicey for sure. Griffin Legion have good armor, so at least they can mitigate some of the spear and bow damage coming in from Lothern Seaguard, but overall I feel like Kislev is going to struggle a little bit here. Pistol fire from the Kossars, just kind of unleashing on the army here of the Elves, but immediately the very expensive Ice Guard with swords in the back, going to get wrecked pretty badly by Lothern Seaguard fire. Really, really nice Ice Maiden's Kiss right there. Takes those Lothern Seaguard down to about half health, but overall the trading is going pretty poorly for Kislev, as these various archers in the back are just absolutely tearing apart the Ice Guard swords. I'm really curious about the Ice Guard sword tech here against the Elves. I feel like it doesn't have too many applications. Nonetheless, Lothern Seaguard taking a little bit of damage. Griffin Legion trying to get through. You can see a little bit of maneuvering here from Voin. He's going to get in and around the sides. Going to be charging into the Lothern Seaguard here, but 1 Ice Guard is already down, and the value trading is only about a 700 gold differential, so it's not horrific for the Kislevites. And a nice charge here. I mean, Lothern Seaguard are spear units, but it looks like he tried to run at the last second, which is going to kind of get rid of the brace. And then suddenly, yeah, the Ice Maiden's Kiss actually doing some really, really good work here. Kislev seems to be equalizing the value a little bit here. Little Grom in the back, though, is karate chopped. It looks like a Patriarch has come out. Patriarch probably going to be trying to get some heals on top of the Little Grom to maybe salvage that. And the Kislevite infantry still unleashing salvos of fire. I do like that combo. The Griffin Legion with the Ice Maiden's Kiss to kind of soften up their HP and then get a good shock charge. You can see 1 Lothern Seaguard basically is down for the count, right? Snow Leopard on the other side, going to be attacking into the Lothern Seaguard here, and Kislev is actually enduring much better than I thought they would. Up on the high ground, Ice Guard Sword also shooting. They do have, I think, 160 range. Lothern also have more range. Wow, that's pretty brutal. But again, in terms of DPS, we have 24, and Lothern only have 17, so the Ice Guard will pack a little bit more punch. Dweller's Blow going down, going to be very, very nasty, hitting the Armored Kossars here. Only a 600 gold unit, not going to be the end of the world. Not like a huge, devastating Dwellers. Honestly, that's pretty reasonable. But the Griffin Legion are causing a ton of havoc in the backfield. And it seems like Voin is getting some good value. Now going to be charging into the back of these white lines of Krace, as the Ice Guard with swords up on the high ground continue to shoot in, getting a little bit of DACA into the white lines, but nothing that's going to be terribly devastating. Now, Kislev will have access to some of its healing. It's going to have the Patriarch out here. Did it drop the heal on Little Grom? Little Grom has 475 range or 450 range, so definitely shouldn't be in range of bolt throwers. That was a pretty big blunder. I think just sitting Little Grom back and having it shoot out of range of the bolt throwers into like archer units could be very, very strong. Nonetheless, the Ice Guard swords seem to not be doing their work. I mean, about 400 or 500 value on each one here. Griffin Legion does get a really good charge. The one thing that our Kislev player is doing is very, very good cap play. Like, wherever his Griffin Legion go, he seems to be doing pretty well for himself. Going to be bouncing into the back of the Silverins. They'll be very resilient against cavalry play, but we do see some white lines here get hammered down while the Ice Guard with swords continue to shoot for the objectives. Kislev did not capture the high ground objective. Oh, no. They got really close to capturing it, but they left it before they were able to capture it. It looks like it's capped right now, but it's not. They did not grab that objective. That is a pretty colossal blunder that could end up costing him the game. We will see. On the other side, Kosovo Dervishes into Lothern Sea Guard. Lothern Sea Guard going to be very happy to take that engagement. Seems like the Elves are starting to get the momentum. There was a couple, close moments earlier in the game. Kislev, of course, still has some of it shooting in the back via some Kossars, and the Ice Guard, of course, have very good leadership, so they're going to hold on to the bitter end. But looking at the overall value, it seems like the Elves are ahead by about 1,300, which isn't, it's substantial enough. Silverhelms, of course, will dominate Kosovo Dervishes in combat, so the Kislev player is trying to run away with those. And, that's always a viable tactic in competitive. If you can get somebody to chase your cheaper unit with a more expensive unit and you don't fight them and you just run in circles or mitigate that, they're wasting resources on the field, right? So that's something to think about. Armored Kossars here fully surrounded, but Salak's Lullaby going to be keeping them fighting a little bit longer. Kislev, obviously, known for his great leadership. In the backfield, more Dervishes going to be diving on the bolt thrower, but it's only one bolt thrower, and Reavers are very, very quick to intercept them as Ice Guard swords continue to put fire into whatever they can hit. Now, reinforcements in the back, we don't see anything coming in for Kislev. Little Grom is back online. He really needs to get Little Grom shooting. Like, even just having this shoot could potentially narrow that value gap. And I am actually a big fan of the Tsarguard here. I think the Tsarguard are going to be a pretty good inclusion. The Elves didn't really bring a lot of armor piercing. You can see that the one thing in the Kislev army that's holding it very well is its infantry. And it looks like that's going to be another Dweller's Blow over here. The Ice Guard could be moved out of it. He could totally grab them and just move up the hill a little bit and avoid that, but it looks like he's just going to be eating that one like a champ. And Ice Guard swords should be able to defeat those two units in melee. I mean, they're pretty decent for sure. 7.5 to 5.6. Tsarguard on their way up. Little Grom's going to be turning about face and beginning to shoot once again. Unfortunately, a little bit of a lapse in micro. Silverhelms were able to get on top of those Dervishes there and take them apart. So very unfortunate stuff. And it looks like the Walmart Spirit Leech will be going down now. So that's going to be Death Frost on top of the Archmage of Life. Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. Yeah, it should be good. Thank you, darling. And in the backfield, we do see some diving. So we see the Winged Lancers continuing to just use their, speed advantage because they are going to be pretty quick as far as shot cavalry go compared to Silverhelms. And the Winged Lancers are just charging down Reavers, charging down Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, and I'm surprised they haven't been able to get on this one yet. Now, does Kislev have any way to kind of get back in this game? A good first step would be taking that objective. Granted, the Elves seem to have that one in their sights here. You can see the Spearmen are on their way over, going to be moving on over to Objective 3. But yeah, that's really unfortunate. I don't think it's going to cost them the game because although the value is kind of closing a little bit, so it could end up being a big variable. We'll have to see. And the Tsarguard are going to be a problem. Like, looking at this Elvish army, there's almost no armor piercing here left outside of some really tattered white lines of Krace. If you were to stack these Tsarguard with Grey Opens with, let's say, a Patriarch, I feel like they could get some really good grinding value. You also have to remember that the Elven Lord is almost dead. Archmage of Life, one or two more Death Frosts or a little Grom shot could potentially spell doom for that Lord. Now in the backfield, looks like we do have some Kosovo Dervishes holding off the Silverhelms, but the Silverhelms have been doing great work. So far, 94 kills, probably close to 1,000 value. And the Winged Lancers have finally looped around the Elvish formation, outmaneuvering the defensive spears. And if they're able to get that bolt thrower down, that's going to be a big win. Elves look like they're going to be taking that top objective. Kislev never quite grabbed that. So he would probably have about 200 to 250 points right now if he had grabbed that, which is pretty substantial, right? Especially in a close game. Kislev, though, is staying in this one. They're not going out quietly, that's for sure. Tsarguard with Great Opens and these big, giant linebackers should be able to grind through most of these units. You can see they're going to be cutting through the Reavers and very, very quickly dispatching Silver and Guard, basically what they're designed to counter. And the Bolt Thrower crew, ooh, very good micro. So he pulled the Bolt Thrower crew through and past these Spearmen, and you can see some of the cavalry trying to get past them, but they are a little bit caught up on the spears, which is extremely unfortunate. But it looks like the Bolt Thrower crew will be taken offline. But did Little Grom end up surviving? Dweller's Blow going down on top of the Tsarguard. You got to be pretty quick on dodging that. You can dodge it. I mean, or at least mitigate a lot of its damage, but it looks like he's just going to sit in that and eat it like a champ. So that's the one thing that is probably going to give the High Elves the game, is the Dwellers obviously have been very good, and we haven't seen too many efforts to really try and dodge them. The initial Dweller's Blow hit will usually hit you. You're not going to get away from it if you're an infantry unit, but you can move out of it if you react right away, and you can mitigate probably easily 60-70% of its damage for sure. So value 8.3 to 9.8. Patriarch here fighting with the Armored Kossars on the point. Kislev obviously has yielded the high ground objective. We do see some Kosovo Dervishes coming across as well as Ice Guard swords. Not going to be exceptional against Spearmen, but not the worst either, as the Dervishes do charge into the Tattered White Lines here. Definitely should have waited for the Ice Guard to get in position to do a rear charge, so some micro mistakes for sure, just little things here and there, but I'm actually very impressed because I do think this is an Elven-favored matchup, and I personally think that with like a little bit cleaner play on some of the engagements, little Grom play in the beginning, having it further back, I think that the Kislev player could easily be ahead by about 1,500 to 2,000 value right now, if those mistakes hadn't been made. So Dervishes into Reavers. I think it's a pretty even fight, but I think that Reavers end up winning it because their stat line is just so much better. The Unbreakable trait is obviously the advantage that the Dervishes have. Ice Guard Swords going to move up, put some firepower into these Spearmen. Silver shields though, but if you shoot them in the back, the shields don't really matter. Kislev's starting to look really, really thin on the battlefield. We see the Patriarch, we see some armored Kossars. In the backfield, there's going to be reinforcements of armored Kossars coming in, and I think that's probably going to be GG well played here, as the Ice Guard Swords didn't seem to be a super great pick. I mean, typically trying to reuse a really expensive lightly armored bow unit against elves is going to be kind of foolish since they have really good, cheap, long-range archers, and they're just going to, outtrade you super heavily. Kislev and elves, kind of an interesting one. I like the idea of Little Grom. I think that Voin was onto something there, like 1 or 2 Little Groms I think could have killed the bolt throwers and generated a ton of value for you over the course of the game. So I think that will be GG. But this is just game 1 and best of 3, so both players will have the opportunity to kind of scrap back here. Archmage of Life going to be flying overhead. Meanwhile, up on the high ground, Ice Guard Swords doing good damage. I mean, I guess they got the Spearmen down pretty low. Looking at these ladies, only 400 value over the course of the game, though, and this is their second summon as well. So I think the Ice Guard going to be charged down. They probably could fight through both these units. I mean, Ice Guard are pretty good at melee, especially the sword variant, but these Lothern Sea Guard moving up to the top point, easily going to be able to dispatch that unit, and I think they will pay the troll toll. Zargard Great Weapons, though, despite being hit with the Dwellers, they're still still fighting out there, showing the tenacity of the Kislevites. 9.3 to 11.4, so the Elves are creating a little bit of a value spread here. Some of the Spearmen hold on to the side, and it is a triple cap and very, very one-sided as it pertains to score. The combat was a little bit closer, and there was some really cool executions we had, like some of the Kislev Ice Magic was very nice, synergizing with cavalry charges to kind of bust up the Lothern Sea Guard lines, but at the end of the day, just too many mistakes, getting caught in too many Dwellers, and the Troll Toll will indeed be paid. But again, a good attempt here by Voin, and looking forward to seeing what they bring in the second game here, as the Kislevite army is basically on death's bed. We see some armored Kossars moving in on the side point, and that is going to be it. Now, my experience against High Elves, one of the strategies I've kind of experimented with Kislev is using a double Little Grom with the range buff, or using double Little Grom with a Blizzard caster, which is really good because you cast Blizzard on the Lothern Sea Guard to kill them, and then you use the Little Groms to kill the cavalry as well as Lothern Sea Guard. Then you can bring in the Zargard or Kossar Great Weapons and Streltsy as well, and you can actually trade pretty well. So I think there's some cool strategies that Kislev can do, and I have seen Kislev players in high-level tournaments defeat High Elf players on this new patch. I have seen that. It is possible, but this was not the way. This was not the way. So GG, well played. That's going to be game 1. Gonna have a sip of my morning coffee here, and if you guys have any questions, do let me know. Do let me know. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining. So this is a qualifier for the World Championship. The individuals who place in the top 4 of today's tournament will be earning a spot and advancing on to the group stage of the World Championship, which if you guys have been on Total Tavern, you should be able to follow it. It's not hosted by just myself. There are a lot of other tournament hosts who are hosting qualifiers. We've had several. I think the next one is going to be hosted by Anticity. And I'll of course be hosting and casting the grand finals and semifinals and all that stuff as well. So should be fun. Should be fun. I don't think there's any staying power left here for Kislev. Truly embodying the Kislevite spirit, fighting to the bitter end here. This guy has the Kislev lore passive in real life. Despite being on death's bed with 2 models left, he continues to fight. And hey, look at that. He does manage to get the side objective. Not bad. I think that the Elven player has probably let his guard down at this point, though. He's like, whatever. I'm going to save my micro and my energy for a little bit later. So is Turin going to play today and play Ogres? I might play an Anticity's qualifier just for fun, but even if I earn a spot, I probably would just give it to somebody else. Yeah. Just because, I just like to play in tournaments, but like, for example, right now, I'm qualified for Season 3 finals, but I'm probably just going to give it the spot, yeah. So, GG, well played. Both players, had some mistakes on both sides, but the Elvish play was a little bit cleaner, and also the Elvish army comp was just more effective. The Ice Guard swords, one of them got 1,700, but they're just so vulnerable against Elven archers. I think Streltsy might even be better because of the fact they have 80 armor, so at least they can mitigate some of the enemy firepower and have some armor piercing, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like against Elves, Ice Guard aren't the way. I think against like Undead, they can be good. Not Tomb Kings, but against the other Undead factions, they're very good. In some of the demon factions, they can do okay, but not here, not in this matchup. All right, so that's game 1, ladies and gentlemen. A clean sweep there from Samurai Style in terms of score. And now we'll be moving on to the next map. Of course, we are using the Total Tavern Tournament map pack because you should use it. And the maps are just so much better. We had this rant last night about the maps, so I don't need to go on that rant again. You should totally play to win it all. I'm not that good, Hadrius. Yeah, no, I couldn't win it all. Usually I could qualify for these like big events, but I wouldn't be able to win it because there's levels to this stuff, you know, and I don't practice enough. Like when I run into a player like yourself or like Voidlaws or Moffat or any of these guys, like you could tell there's just like a gap. There's a wall you hit where if you don't train really actively in meta, you're not going to be able to beat them. Yeah. Give us the championship for the Empire. Yeah, maybe someday. I don't know. I like hosting and whatnot. Yeah, that's my jam. Is there time limits on the picks? Kind of loosely. Honestly, we're not like behind schedule right now, so I'm not like stressing it too much. Like if we take a look here, let's see. Gonna refresh. Sounds like the coffee hasn't. Oh, it's hit me, dude. I'm doing good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch to the World Championship Qualifier and take a look at what we have for today. So currently, we're doing Voin versus Samurai Style, and then we have ODM Tretch versus Keen here. Vicious Satsuma versus Tomos on the top side, and this bracket's running a little bit slow. Hey, Juries, if you could check with these players and make sure they're playing, that'd be great. We'll do a little refresh. Maybe I just need to refresh the window. And heading on down to the side, yeah, looks like we're still waiting on that one, so we'll be casting the semifinals, obviously here. That'll be our next one, and then we'll cast whatever series is here. Hopefully these guys are almost done, because they've been going for a long time up there, so maybe we're a little bit behind on the top side of the bracket, but aside from that, we're okay. Yes. Yeah, man, life's good. 3 minutes for picks and bans and 7 minutes for army compositions. Yeah, that's like the suggested. I think that's in the rules, but it's trickier. Hager says, you did beat Moffat that one time. That's true. That's my high school football moment. When I'm like 80 years old, you know, I'm gonna tell all around me the stories of the one time I defeated Moffat in a tournament game. The one time out of like 5 games we played. Oh, that's so good. It's a really nice concoction. If any of you guys ever work in like broadcasting or stuff where you have to talk a lot, I highly recommend just getting yourself a before you like broadcast, get some like lukewarm salt water and do a little bit of a throat gargle, and then after that, get yourself some lemon juice, like honey and hot water, and mix it together, and it's just like the nectar of the gods, man. The wife did. She did. Anna shouting it out in the distance. Stonehenge and Altar of the Champions? Probably, yeah. Probably, Bob. I think, didn't you have an update to Stonehenge that we were going to update soon? When that's the case, yeah, we'll put it in there. I love Stonehenge. Altar of the Champion is a good one as well. I just need to start including those, yeah. Ooh, the HOM 3 board game just went up on Kickstarter. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. That is a good gift idea for sure. Hey, Stag. No worries, man. No worries. We're going to be having a lot of streams. Life is good. So we're on the next match here. They're doing their picks and bans. And, well, let's see. Where are we at? All right. We'll get the goodies soon. Conrad with Stonehenge. Got it. Okay, I wasn't sure. I know you had an update coming to one of your maps. Yeah. We don't stream early too often. I'm not a morning person. I usually stay up till 2 or 3 a.m. I just love the night. You know, whether it's like, I haven't been painting minis lately, but that's usually when I do sit down and paint minis or do some of the hobbying stuff or, you know, all that kind of neat stuff. Any Dust Bowl today? Probably no Dust Bowl. Dust Bowl's, I love the map to play with friends, like for just a shooting gallery battle. It's really good for replays because Dust Bowl, you just like get 2 armies and they're immediately brawling and it's like fast action. But for tournament play, it does favor a certain style pretty heavily, which is fine. But can you tell us whether Vicious Satsuma was playing greenskins? I'm sure he is. Vicious Satsuma is a really, really good greenskin player. And, you know, even if you're a land battle greenskin player from Warhammer 2 coming into Domination in 3, it translates well because you're familiar with what the units do. And hey, look at that. Somebody in chat wanted greenskins and Gork and Mork have obliged. So this matchup's going to be Skaven versus greenskins. Now, a lot of you guys might be wondering, how the heck are the greenskins going to deal with Globadiers? Because Globadiers basically kill everything they touch. Now, the stats would say that the greenskins actually don't care about Skaven. If you look at the stats, the Greenskins can beat them. It's well, they care about them, but they have a favored record versus them. So it's not like Skaven are dominating them, right? What are the bad matchups for Skaven? You know what's funny? Like, ironically, the matchups for Globadiers aren't like super... Like, Ogre Kingdoms apparently crush Skaven because Globes aren't that as devastating against the Ogre Bulls and stuff. That's really interesting. Yeah, but Greenskins have a favored win rate versus the Skaven, in my experience. Yeah, it looks like last season it was even worse, and nothing was really different then. But maybe Skaven players have kind of figured it out. We'll have to see. The maps are all updated. Altar is the only one that might need changes, but needs more feedback. Got it. Yeah, I'm happy to add maps to the tournament pool for sure. I love all these new maps we have, man. It's so good. It's so good. Squig Hoppers, you know, they have a lot of diving units, a lot of cheap units that don't really care about getting globadiered, so it's pretty good. You just like pump wagons and squigs. It's a great combo. Honestly, the Greenskins are a really fun faction, man. Yeah, globadiers are brutal, man. They just kill everything. Yeah, they're nasty. This map might actually be okay for Greenskins. It's pretty big. A lot of flanking opportunities. A lot of like mobile play. In my experience in domination mode, Greenskins are usually, they don't usually take a big central engagement. They usually are all over the place and just kind of try and spread you out and take the objectives. That's been what I've seen. And I'm trying to think of a tabletop faction that kind of plays like that. Ironically, the Greenskins kind of play like how Eldar play in 40k a little bit. Like they have a lot of like fire and fades. Like they'll move in, they'll fight you a little bit. When you focus all your forces there, they like overload with Vanguard on another point, which is like kind of like Eldar coming from the webway. Really interesting stuff. Greenskins or the Orcs in Warhammer 40k actually play more like a horde. Like it's just a million like haggard things flying at you, like, which is great. They have like terrible weapon skill, but they just like shoot a ton of stuff. Yeah. No, Globadiers will be fine here. They'll be really good. Skaven are just going to want to set up a what's it called? Like kind of a spread defensive position on their back two objectives. Can we see the global stats? What stats do you want to see, brother? Let me know. We can go in Total Tavern. We can look at all these. So obviously here's the stats overall. Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, hands down S tier. These are the S tier factions. A tier, kind of in this territory, I would say. Vampire Counts is probably the cutoff for A tier. Then we get to B tier, which would be Ogre Kingdoms, kind of like these type of factions. Even Lizardmen, High Elves, Empire, I would say is B tier. Cathay as well. What else probably included? Dwarfs included. Khorne would probably be B tier as well. And then we get into the pits. Beastmen are probably C tier with Tzeentch. And then D would probably be like, you know, Chaos Demons. And then F tier would probably be Kislev and Nurgle. Like this is a pretty apt representation of like a tier list. So if anyone makes a tier list, and you know, we actually have the data to back it up here. Like this is like just hard stats, right? From all of our tournaments. Yeah, which is quite a bit of fun. Do you have a favorite new Lord for Immortal Empires campaign? Yeah, Be'lakor is pretty OP, man. I played around with him a little bit after the head-to-head. I was like, oh my god. Yes, Skaven with Flensing Rune. Flensing Rune is just a busted spell. It's pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure the Eldar appreciate being compared to the Orcs. Yeah, exactly. I love swarming playstyles. My Death Guard army in tabletop. Hey, the wife is here. All day, baby. Empire S tier for Sigmar. If like my Death Guard army runs like 140 models, like 120 models. It's just mass Poxwalkers, like zombie Walking Dead. You know, so like I don't know if I could play another Horde army. Like Empire is kind of a Horde army in fantasy. Like they have a lot of state troopers, but it's not the same as playing like Skaven, which is like a million models. Yeah, Cathay is good, but Cathay has its counter picks. For sure. They definitely do. All right, guys. Here we are in game 2 between Voin, who is on the back foot against Samurai Style. Samurai Style winning the first game in a very, very decisive faction. And taking a look here, we do see Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet. He's going to be coming in with Brainbuster and Edbutt. Front battle line's going to be Orc Boys, and Squig Hoppers. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty heavy rush. So check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Squig Herds, Anti-Infantry, Armor Piercing. Not a ton of armor on the Skaven roster, but nonetheless, they have decent mass for the little goblins that they are, and they can certainly get through and munch through infantry. What's really good about the Squig Herds as well is that they're very, very tough to break, surprisingly. They do get the ITP, which makes them immune to terror, and they do get Squigs Go Wild, which pumps up their leadership to, you know, almost 50, which isn't bad. So boys, Orc Boys, Squigs, and somebody in the back wanted Pump Wagons. Do you get them? I don't think so. I think it's going to be Orc Boar Chariots, but Pump Wagons aren't terrible against Skaven either. And we do have some Night Goblins on the Vanguard, which I love this. And one of my favorite ways to play Greenskins is like really janky Vanguard play on the side and just maneuvering for people's back objectives. It is so fun. It is so fun. And when you actually get the objective from them, it's hilarious. So now for the Great Skaven Army, it's going to be Hellpit Abomination with a Chieftain Power Grab combo. So if you guys are newer to the game, the way this works is if your Lord has died or fled the battlefield, essentially your whole army gets 8 leadership if your Chieftain's here. So what Skaven players do is they're essentially abusing an unintended thing where they unsummon their Skaven Slave, which they select as their Lord in the pregame, and then their whole army gets an 8 leadership buff, and then they just summon an Ikit Claw. It's definitely something Creative Assembly needs to fix, but again, I don't think it's like game-breaking per se, but it's definitely not working as intended. So it is the thing. Check this out. It is the thing Hellpit Abomination, the ROR. And this thing does have the fluid injection. So it's going to be giving you a huge melee attack buff, rampaging, and I don't know if it's worth it, but it looks cool. I mean, it's certainly going to be an issue for the Greenskins to take down if they don't get their DACA in place. Now, taking a look here, we do have Poison Wing Globadiers, and more Globadiers on the other side, and that appears to be it for the Skaven army. David, I'm not playing in this tournament because I'm kind of hosting and casting and helping to organize it, so I'm focusing more on just that aspect of things. So, yes, it is good. All is well. So moving up here, we do have the Ogres. Reinforcements are going to be some Night Runners on the Vanguard looking to pressure the Greenskin back objective, so both players kind of have that idea. And here on the backside, we do have Night Goblins. Check it out, the Night Goblins waiting in the bushes. Oh yes, look at the little gremlins. Night Goblins are just so cool. Oh, look at these guys. So if the Skaven send something like crappy over here to get this, if they send like a Skaven Slave or even like this Night Runner unit, is not going to be able to get through the shields and numbers of these Night Goblins most likely. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see, man. The Greenskin Wah stands at the ready. Wurzag, if you guys want to know why he's good, it's because of this item. Bonewood Staff. Every single time Wurzag casts a spell, your entire army is going to be getting plus 12 melee attack and a charge bonus. So this is why Slaanesh is so strong too, because Slaanesh's lore passive basically does that, but like all their different characters have it. That's one of the things about Demons of Chaos. You can bring a Slaanesh Demon Prince, and then you can like use that to buff all your Fleshhounds and different units like that, which I think is very cool for sure. So the battle's on. This is Borderlow Landing, one of my favorite maps from the Total Tavern Tournament map pack. Has a cool little naval landing there, and this epic battle here in the middle. It kind of feels like land battle-esque, if you ask me. So Jezzail's in the backfield. Natty Bubo Sharpshooter's going to be unleashing onto the Orc Boys. Not a big deal. Totally fine. The Greenskins are probably down for that. They're like, oh yeah, waste your ammo. Like, the ammo isn't even worth it. Like, the amount of ammunition it would take to kill that Orc Boy unit wouldn't even pay for the Natty Bubos, that's for sure. So a little bit tricky. Now, have the Goblins emerged? We see the Night Goblins waiting in the bushes. It looks like he's going to be taking a very patient approach. The Night Goblin's going to be hanging out there and not looking to contest the objective until the fighting starts, which I don't hate that idea. Back objective has been taken, Samurai style, and the Great Wah is here. Objective initially is going to be secured by the Orcs. And here on the side, we do see the Orc War Chariot maybe looking to dive through. I kind of see a little bit of an opportune angle where it can go and get on those globes because the Ogres aren't quite in position yet, so maybe there's an opportunity for that. Oh, guys, the Gobbos are here. Yes, dude, yes. Check it out. Night Goblin sitting on the side point. Oh, baby. That's the good stuff. Oh, that's the good stuff. But the Night Runner's going to be turning around to contest the point as the haggard little goblins are going to be kind of trolling him a little bit. Obviously, Night Goblins are expendable, so their capture weight's going to be a little bit subpar, but it's still like a constant thing you have to worry about, right? Now, the Hellpit Abomination has gotten in here. Let's get some cinematic shots, baby. This is what we're all here for, as he does lay a righteous beating here on these guys. Oh, yeah, let's go, Hellpit. Thing. It's doing some okay damage. Squig Herd's being moved in. Honestly, the Greenskin build doesn't have any DACA. I'm surprised there's no shooting, because that Hellpit's going to be an unholy nightmare to kill. Now, big Greenskin overload here. One of the Globadiers does get caught in melee by the Squigs, and now the other Clan Rat's going to be attacked by a ton of anti-infantry, probably going to be folding like a piece of paper, and honestly, a really good start for Samurai style, as the Wah has gotten entrenched here, and it looks like Poison Wing Globadiers do get a decent amount of fire, but this is where we see the tech of Greenskins having some good tools against the Rats. Essentially, the Squig Herds and the Chariots have good mass. They can push through the front lines pretty easily, and they can get on top of the Globadiers, and the Rat Ogres can't be everywhere at once. Although, I guess if you bring enough, I suppose they could. But more Orc Boys going to be getting into the back line. Unsummon coming in from Void. Oh, he withdrew them so they didn't get charioted. I think that was a mistake. I think the Ogres could have simply taken them out. A little bit of a panic response there. But the Clan Rats do hold on to the side point. And the middle is being contested pretty heavily. The Swamp Things are here as well. So the ROR Trolls. They do cause terror. They do regenerate. So going to be pretty decent against Globadier fire and all that sort of good stuff. You still don't want to be taking it, but we'll see if the terror routes do come into play here. On the side objective, Orc Boys fighting against Skaven Slaves, obviously going to be winning that fight. Orc Boys will trade very well into most Skaven units, assuming there is no Globadier fire, kind of just wrecking them. And here on the far side, we do see the Skaven, like I said, getting folded up. So the old Wa able to come in and really, really get crazy. And now the Wa has resounded in the valley once more here as the Orc boys just getting in there and just absolutely slamming down these Skaven slaves. Just pure brutal damage. And the thing Helped Abomination actually holding it down pretty well, but still taking a surprising amount of damage in melee here from these Orc boys. Oh, these are no mere Orc boys. These are Orc Biggins. Check it out. Oh yeah, dude. Orc Biggins able to get some big anti-large attacks. I was wondering how the Helped Abomination there was getting crumped. And we see Samurai Style and the dreaded Wa pulling ahead here, guys, as the Broken Tusk Mob has engaged on the battlefield. On the far side, Skaven going for a back cap here, but the Orc boys will be able to deal with these Night Runners most likely, and the Squig Herds will also chase them down. So I don't think there's any threat there. Here we do get a Cleansing Rune going down. No, it's going to be the dreaded 13th spell, so these Stormvermin Halberds are summoned from the deep as well, which will do some decent AoE damage, but not going to be quite as good as Cleansing Rune. Like a big Cleansing Rune right here would just be absolutely devastating to that Greenskin army. As far as the value goes, Samurai Style has pulled ahead a little bit, but it's still a close enough game that the Skaven could come back. The back objective, not really in any serious danger. The thing, Helped Abomination, a bit of a blunder here by Voin. He needs to get the Helped away from those Biggins. They're just taking so much damage. Brain Buster coming down. Nice one right there. Does wreck those Skaven slaves. Going to be getting some of the spear support off that objective as we get more Squig Hoppers penetrating into the backfield. Now, what you want to do if you're the Greenskin players, play the backfield pretty heavily. Like back here in these areas, you want to just keep some cavalry, so whenever the Skaven try and reinforce with Globadiers, you could just run them down. Like at this point in the battle, I think that's a very strong play. But the Wa is pulling ahead, even still. We see the Broken Tusk Mob just going ham. They're going full hog wild here, and as they get their big charge into the Rat Ogres, supported by Biggins, and these Ogres are going to be taken apart by the dreaded Wa. So very cool to see some awesome Greenskin play coming in and potentially defeating a very meta style of Skaven play, right? Granted, there were blunders on the Skaven. I think their Globadiers were a little bit far forward. Got to be more defensive with those. Orc boys able to hunt down these rats on the back, so the dream of the back cap, the dream that was the back cap for the Skaven here, is going to be coming to a close as the dreaded Orc Wa is able to cut through these little rats here. And they do have shields as well. Back objective is pretty secure. Looking at the back objective here for the Skaven, they're still holding on to it with the remnants of a couple Globadiers. And that's the thing that makes Globadier so crazy good, is like even if you only have a couple of them, the damage over time effect is very good. So Chariots being taken out here by Clan Rats as well as Globes. Globes very good against everything. Squig Hoppers in the backfield being attacked by Wolf Rats. Not a huge deal. They should honestly just turn around and fight. Wolf Rats are infantry size, so Squig Hoppers will tear them apart very quickly. But see what I'm talking about? Like Samurai Style just picked up on it so quickly. The fact that you can just have like Cav rotating in your opponent's backfield, and as soon as Skaven try and reinforce with their one-trick pony like OP unit, you just intercept it and run it down, which is very good. Helped Abomination, is it still going? I think it's still fighting. It maybe actually died. Oh, looks like the Helped Abomination did get karate chops, unless it roamed somewhere on the battlefield. I'm not seeing it. I think that the Biggins and Wurzag with the effigy of the Git, I have a feeling he must have snared it down, although no, he didn't even bring effigy. Really interesting. In the backfield, Pigs and Squigs. Pigs and Squigs would be the great name of like a restaurant, I feel. Come and get your meal at the Pigs and Squigs Diner. Broken Tusk Mob, just running through the backfield. Obviously, these Wolf Rats will do okay here. But Globadiers are being shut down, and if the Globadiers aren't reaching the front line, typically you're going to have a little bit of a tricky time. As you can see, they're holding the backfield pretty well. In the value, we do see the dreaded 13th spell go down once again from the Skaven Lord, from the Grey Seer. The Grey Seer, of course, was the actual Lord choice. And that will do some okay damage, but I don't think it's going to be giving this Skaven the middle objective back. I don't. The Swamp Things are here. They got 14 of 16 models. Plenty of room to regenerate. Wurzag obviously can't heal, but he's in decent shape. And a lot of the Skaven reinforcements are very heavily pinned in the backfield. We see those Globadiers get killed, and the Broken Tusk Mob might as well stay and fight. Like, running in this situation isn't really a good idea because the Wolf Rats will just kind of like nibble at you as you try and flee. They'll nibble at your heels, and you're not going to have a good time. That is for sure. Now, is the wall looking to backcap? It looks like they are. We see some sort of a sneaky goblin force coming through the trees here. It is going to be the Night Goblin ROR, so they're going to be moving up on the side. And with the Chariot finishing off the Globadiers here, I think they should be able to take it. We see some Plague Monks coming out, which is good. So Plague Monks are on their way up, and I do not think that the Plague Monks will do much. Squigs will hard counter them. The Trolls beating them down. Wurzag's going to be able to get a Headbutt or a Brain Burster on those guys. And overall, the Plague Monks are going to get karate chopped pretty darn hard. So we do have 1 and 2. And on the other side, objective number 3 here is going to be the Greenskins very soon, as the Haggard Orc-Boar Chariots really able to finish off those globes. No problem. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Voin tap out at this point. I don't think he really has the tools to get back in the game as far as like resources and units on the battlefield. Samurai Style playing a very clean game today, both of them. Headbutt there, not bad. Does a little bit of damage, but it's a little bit of a miss. It's hard to hit units on the move with those type of spells for sure. And on the back objective, we see the Chariot capturing it. The Waa's on its way. Night Goblins and Night Goblin RORs. One last surge from the Skaven. Plague Monks, though, are not going to be able to solo all these units, and they are going to get absolutely steamrolled. As the Wild Hogs and the Swamp Things are coming in. Look at Wurzog, the Great Green Prophet. Yes, dude. And the Swamp Things are just going to go deep here, guys. This is going to be some big damage. River Trolls do lower stats. Swamp Things are usually the only variant of River Trolls you see in competitive play, simply because they cause terror as well, which is really, really nice to have like a mobile regenerating terror-causing unit. But they're going to be going straight for the Globadiers. Clearly, Samurai Style knows what the issues are that can be presented from Skaven, and he's just going straight for him. He literally ignores like everything else. He's like, all right, I see a Globadier on the battlefield. I'm going to basically use everything I can to go after those guys. And here they come. Wurzag going to hunt him down. Wolfrat's trying to chase down to Swamp Things, but Swamp Things could easily turn around and give him the business. And Greenskins, really good faction at reinforcing as well. Squig Herds, Orc Boys, they have a bunch of fast, cheap units that can really get there and make a pretty big difference. Brainbuster, ooh, nice cast there. That was quite good. Hit the Wolfrats, and Terror Rout's going to come down. Again, Swamp Things do cause terror. They took about 800 damage from those Wolfrats, so not insignificant, but yeah, back objectives capped. It's a triple cap once again, ladies and gentlemen. And Samurai Style looking to win the tournament today. He's playing very clean, not making too many mistakes, honestly. Looking at his build and his play, he's done a really good job of just hunting down the threats in both matchups. And is not messing around. On the backside, Clan Rats with shields, just hanging out in the forest. These are the smartest rats on the entire battlefield. These guys right here, the Clan Rats in the forest, are just like, yeah, this is the job. Just running around in the trees, picking off routing units, not actually providing anything to the battle. Classic Clan Rats. Swamp Things versus Spears, not amazing. Potentially going to break there. But I don't think the Skaven have any way of getting their objectives back. And yeah, we get Globadiers coming in, but Globes aren't really going to do anything. So GG and well played, I would say. So I'm going to sit back, enjoy my coffee with all of you guys, and yeah, Pigs and Squigs is definitely a pork and egg plate at your local dinery. Yeah, I think so. I think that's great. That's the good stuff right there. I love watching Greenskin play, though. I think they're such a cool faction, and they're actually kind of hard to play too. Like the Orcs are not easy to play. They're kind of low leadership, but they have a really high skill ceiling. I think if you get like top tier players on the old WoW, I feel like they can do quite a bit of work. Although I think the WoW maybe struggles against some of the more meta factions for sure. Like I don't really see how Greenskins can effectively beat factions like Tomb Kings and Vampire Counts. So maybe that's why they're not like a super meta pick, but overall, they got their tricks. They got their schemes, and Skaven are a top tier meta faction right now, and Greenskins seem to be one of the few factions that can effectively trade with them and beat them, right? So yeah, I think they have their place in the meta. That's one of the cool things about Total War as well. Like, even the worst faction in the game has a couple decent matchups in which it's playable. Like, although Kislev probably doesn't have too many favored matchups. We'll have to take a look at that for sure. Every Greenskins eatery is a Weatherspoons. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. It's so good. Weatherspoons was my first experience in the UK. When I was in England, that was my first experience was Weatherspoons. It was a magical experience. It came with the microwaved food, the 9 a.m. alcoholics, some of the gnarliest creatures you are ever going to see. Because we don't really have that. I mean, yeah, we don't really have an equivalent here. I mean, we do have like dive bars and things like that in the States, but they're very different. It's a whole different beast. And usually they don't start that early in the morning. Like dive bars are open late, you know, and they have like that night culture, but we don't really have you know, that type of a thing. It's a very unique thing to England, yeah, when we were there. That's depressing. You could still taste it to this day. To be fair, it wasn't the worst food I've ever had. You know, like I've gone to like a Denny's here in America, and it was worse than Weatherspoons for sure. Some of the stuff I've ordered there. Yeah, so shout out to that, I guess. Oh man, it's so good. Yeah, Denny's is different though, because Denny's doesn't have the alcohol element. Yeah, the spoons in Stockport at 2 a.m. is how I imagine an orc war camp. Oh man. Waffle houses? Are you talking about like Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in like Los Angeles? I love Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in LA. That place is so good. That's like cry tears of joy good. It's like syrup waffles and like chicken. It's like, oh, I don't know why it's good together, but it is. All right, guys. That's going to be a 2-0 for Samurai Style, ladies and gentlemen. Very convincing victories today. The Wa has emerged victorious. The Great Green Prophet laughing at the Skaven Slave Lord. Yes, yes. And cool armies, man. Swamp Thing's got 1900 value. Not bad. Squigs obviously performed well. Taking a look here at the Skaven. It was cool to see someone other than Ikit Claw, but I think Ikit's just so effective with Flensing Rune being just absolutely busted. GG. All right, so let's go check the brackets, see if we have our next game. Somebody asked if Kiss Nurgle has any good matchups. Nurgle apparently does okay against Greenskins, but they barely have any games played. So yeah, Nurgle versus Khorne isn't terrible either. So yeah, Nurgle really doesn't have too many good matchups though. They're really in the pits. Yeah. Okay. So let's refresh this. And Samurai Styles game, whichever one finishes next, we will jump in and cast. So Samurai will report his score. GG, well played there. And life is good. How you guys all doing? Thank you for joining today. We're going to be getting on to the semifinals matches here in the next round, which should be great. And I think the top side of the bracket will be a little bit behind, so I would imagine it will be Tretch and Keen facing off against the winner here. So let me message Samurai Style. Go ahead and set up lobby for semis and code, please. All right, so Samurai Style is going to set up a lobby. We'll follow him. Today will be his saga. We will follow the Samurai Style through his various trials and tribulations. Yeah, Nurgle struggles. They're pretty weak. Yeah, but Weatherspoons was a pretty magical experience, yeah. We had like the weirdest people come up to us in Weatherspoons too. There was like such a strange guy in there. Oh God, what was he saying? He said, "I have a hole in me heart." It was like this guy who had just gotten back from the hospital, and he said he had a hole in his heart or something, and they had to like operate on him, and he was in there drinking a pint at like 9 or 10 a.m. that was one of the first creatures of Weatherspoons. And his accent, the accent he has, wasn't like usual for that area. It was very, very exaggerated. Yeah, it was pretty wild. You guys are still talking about the waffles. Oh my God. All right, where are we at? Great. So we're going to get into the next lobby. GG, well played to those two mighty champions. And all right, let's go and spectate this. And now we just got to wait. So there might be a little bit of downtime here, guys. It does happen. So let's reset this, reset the score, and let's switch that up. Look at that, technology, baby. Oh man, okay, never mind. It didn't work quite as intended. All right, outstanding. Yep, that's Weatherspoons, you said. Yeah. No, I haven't, Fidel. If you could send me some of those on Discord, I'd be interested to see that. I love that kind of stuff. It's fun. What is the power grab mechanic with Skaven? So Skaven have an ability on their chieftain character, which when your lord dies or flees the battlefield, it gives your whole army 8 leadership. It's pretty cool. But what people do is in domination mode, you can put your lord as any unit. So you put a Skaven slave as your lord, and then you unsummon the Skaven slave, and it counts as your lord having like left the battlefield for the sake of power grab. So then power grab triggers, and your whole army just gets 8 leadership instantly, and then you just summon your actual lord. And that's basically how you go. That's the jam. Would Poison Hounds make Nurgle good? Nurgle already has Poison Hounds, and it helps a little bit, but I don't know what it is about Nurgle, man. Yeah, I guess they're just really vulnerable. They can't really play the skirmish game very well, so they're very one-dimensional. The only way they can really play the range is with Soul Grinders, I guess, and Soul Grinders are okay. They got a cost reduction, but I don't know, you'd think Nurgle would be good. They have a lot of similar stuff to the Vampire Counts. They have like Mortis Engines, really tanky, unbreakable infantry. But the reason why Vampire Counts are just so much better is because of the cavalry they have. And on top of that, Vampire Counts are undead and not demons. Demons are way worse than undead because the crumbling damage demons have, disintegrating, is like exponentially more damage. It's way worse. So like if undead crumbling was brought to be even with demon crumbling, that would for sure change things a lot. I think undead might suffer though. They would need to be reworked a bit. Yeah. No, it doesn't qualify as it. It's been something that's been discussed, but I brought it up with Creative Assembly, and I'm hoping they'll fix it. I don't know if they will, but yeah, it's a tricky one. We thought about banning it, but a lot of factions do it. It's not just Skaven. I mean, Skaven abuse it the most because they have the power grab ability, but a lot of factions will bring like a cheap lord and just unsummon it to avoid the penalty. It's definitely pretty weird. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it, but you know, you can't have everything in life. There's always going to be that kind of stuff. All right, so let's refresh the brackets. I would imagine they're wrapping up their games here, so thank you guys for joining. A little bit of downtime now. It's like our intermission after our first series. So Samurai Style, the first to advance to the semifinals. And Tretch and Keen, I would imagine, must be on game 2 or 3 at this point. They must be, because they started, I think, shortly after us. I don't recall. Yeah, Nurgle's just a weird one, man. They're a very weird one. Yeah, Rotflies and Toads are trash, too. Like, Nurgle has a lot of bad units. Like, if you look at the Khorne roster, like, even the Khorne, like, weird units, like the Blood Shrines and stuff, have a usage. But, like, in Nurgle, like, in my experience, Plague Toads are just, like, almost never good. Like, the Riders are never that good. Rotflies are just an absolute piece of shit unit. I don't know what it is about Rotflies, but they just do, like, no damage, and they're not even that tanky. They just have a lot of units that don't seem to perform well. I don't know if it's, like, their animations or what. But, like, you'd think Plague Toads would be, like, excellent at killing infantry, but, like, I've charged Plague Toads into, like, Clan Rats, and it takes them, like, a couple minutes to kill them, dude. It's weird. Like, there's just things that don't do the jam. Plague Bears should have Doom players. Yeah, I agree. That would be pretty sweet. Just give them the tools they need to launch into space. We should be good. All right, so checking in the tournament, making sure everything's moving smoothly. It looks like we're all good for today, which is awesome. Big thanks to Hadries for helping to admin, so thank you, man. I greatly appreciate it. And we're going, man. Yeah, Plague Toads suck. They're really bad. I don't know what it is. Legit, you can buff the fly units by like 40% weapon strength and they still be behind similar units. Yeah, they seem bad. I actually dragged down Be'lakor with Barons of the Bog, did you? That's pretty funny. Yeah, Nurgle has no anti-large either. With Nurgle, you have to use throwing axes and like Beasts of Nurgle to kill big things, which is not ideal. It's really a shame because they're such a fun, cool faction thematically, you know. Hellscourge Chosen. I don't know if they're still bad. I think they got fixed to be a little bit better. But like usually Slaanesh cheap infantry are so good, like the Marauders, that you don't really see the expensive ones. And basic Slaanesh warriors are really good. They have physical resist and ITP. Like, dude, that's just like so much better than the other ones. Yeah, they're so much better. 100%. Okay, let's check this out. Let's keep refreshing, see if we get any of these. Perhaps I should have waited to start a little bit longer. Could play a quick battle myself, but I think we should stay in character today and just kind of keep on for this. We can go ahead and review the brackets real quick. So let's head on over to this. So we just casted the series between Voin and Samurai Style, Keen and Tretch, topside Vicious Satsuma and Tomos, and Empty Empires and Bohemond. We could actually see if they're in a game right now. So we could message Tretch. I'll message some of the guys and see if they're on a game 3, we can jump in and cast those. So let me see here. So this is Satsuma. Hey, you guys on in game. Okay, so I'm going to message some of the other players here and see if they're in game. And we'll see if we can jump into one of the later matches that is going on here with these other gentlemen. Should be good. Great Unclean Ones at getting anti-large. Oh, that could be okay. I'm trying to think what would be really helpful. Maybe, I mean, if Nurgle just got some halberd units, that would be really, really nice. Great weapons kind of can functionally work as halberds against cavalry, but like against monsters, they're not going to be very good. They're not going to be very good. Plague Bearers are actually one of the decent units. Like Nurgle's Plague Bearers are very good. For 700 gold, I'd say they're a steal. They do well for themselves. Yeah, they do very, very well. Yeah, Plague Bearers are good. Exalted Plague Bearers, I think, are pretty feasible. They're also one of the only other methods with which Nurgle can take down large threats is using the Exalted Plague Bearers with the Holy Hand Grenades. So there's lots of stuff like that. Yeah. Uncle for Uncle is terrible. Oh, God. Every time I bring him, I lose. I mean, it's not that he's terrible. He's better than the basic one, but like the basic, like Great Unclean one just does not do a whole lot. Blight Kings, whenever they come, should definitely have anti-large. That would be really, really cool. Is there some tech in using Nurgle Cav with lances? So, in my experience, no. Like, Chaos Knights in general are a very niche, mediocre unit. They're decent against Wood Elves, but aside from that, I feel like they're not that great. I just feel like they're not that great. It looks like both those guys are in game right now, so we'll check in with them as soon as we can. Yes. So now it's Q&A time. If you guys have any questions, we have a little bit of downtime before we start our next match, so just let me know if you guys have any questions about the game, the community, whatever. We'll go from there. Yeah, if they gave Nurgle Rotflies, I mean, but they're more of an anti-infantry unit in their lore. But if you gave them anti-large, that would really help Nurgle out. If Nurgle could get like a flying anti-large unit that could like intercept enemy cavalry units and just keep you from getting hammered nonstop, maybe. Yeah, Nurgle Knights are pretty slow too. I tried to use Uncle for Uncle last night, and he just got punished so badly in the tournament we played in. Oh my god, he's just like every time I bring Uncle for Uncle, I typically lose the game, or I win and he contributes nothing. That's like basically been him. Like, I think most games he gets between 500 to 1,000 value in my experience. Like, you get all your value from his bound spells, and then he just does nothing. That's like the classic. What faction would you say has improved the most or impressed you the most from launch to the current game version? Looking at stats here, let's see. I'm pretty impressed with the evolution of Bretonnia, because Bretonnia was perceived to be one of the worst factions at launch of IE, and then people started seeing them be played well by True Bretonnia and a couple other people, and now they're a solid 50 win percent faction, right? Like, Bretonnia really, really not doing badly. So that's pretty exciting. I'm really, really happy to see that. Yeah, I would say Bretonnia has been one that's kind of surprised me. How do you feel about AOS Steampunk Dwarves? I don't really care for them that much. I prefer the Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves pretty heavily. Yeah, I still think they look like the models look cool, but from a lore perspective, I guess they're kind of neat. It's hard for me to get into them when I know what like the Fantasy Dwarves are like in that same kind of setting. What do you want to see as far as domination changes go? I would like to see just more maps, obviously, like Creative Assembly putting our maps in the actual game would be nice. I don't think domination needs too many more changes, to be honest. Like, other than like weird. Like, I think unsummoning needs to be changed a little bit, where you can't unsummon if like something's close proximity to you. Also, I don't think you should be able to get a refund. Ammunition needs to be factored into unsummons. That's a big one. And I think your lord should count as your lord, whether or not he's in your starting army or reinforcements. I don't think you should be able to put random shit as your lord. We've seen it being abused, right? So I think that's something. 40k plotline you want to see progress the most? Honestly, I don't know 40k lore like that much. Anything with the Death Guard, though, is my jam, because I play Death Guard, so that's what I would like to see. All right, code, please. All right, they're about to start game 2 on the top side, so we'll go join in that one. Maps are... Okay, so let's go ahead and find this. And spec slot, or spec slot. Okay. So let me message Tomos. Great, so we got a game to cast. All right, outstanding. So they're gonna get a spec slot up for us, and we should be good to go in just a second with another game. Thank you guys for your patience. iPhone Kyle, haven't caught a stream recently. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was really sad, man. That was really sad. That guy was an awesome fighter to watch. His last fight with, I think it was Daniel Cormier was his last fight here. Okay. Cool, so I asked them for a spectator slot. We should be able to jump in just a second. I don't know who the host is, but we'll be there. And let me see, somebody else had a good question as well. Did you watch House of Dragons? Not yet, no. Not yet. Will eventually. Turin, Lord of the Rings trilogy, the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. Lord of the Rings trilogy, 100%. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is like my favorite piece of cinema, TV, anything on a screen. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is hands down my favorite. All right. Okay. So, going to set up the score right now. So we have Tomos versus Satsuma. And currently, in this series, Tomos is up 1-0. Hey, you guys wanted more greenskins. We got greenskins once again versus the High Elves here. So today is the day of the Wa. Like Lord of the Rings trilogy with Peter Jackson is like a formative experience for me, at least, and I'm sure for many of you. Like that was like the foundation of my love for fantasy. I already had it as a kid. When I was 7, 8 years old, I used to buy the Dungeons and Dragons books and just read them. And R.A. Salvatore, like the Monsters Manual. I just, even when I didn't know how to play, I just read through it. But Lord of the Rings was this solidified it. Yeah, 100%. Granted, I love the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. It was amazing, but hard to hold a candle. Hard to hold a candle. You hated Legolas because he was overtuned? Elves are always OP in movies and stuff. They are. Yeah, it's true. Legolas was more reined in the Lord of the Rings trilogy compared to the Hobbit. Like in the Hobbit movies, which are really haggard, but I still enjoyed them after Rings of Power came out. I was like, all right, well, it could be worse. I feel like the Hobbit movies, all right, they weren't great, but at least we got Gandalf back. We got to see Bilbo. He was fun. And, you know, it's kind of a similar thing, right? Okay, look at it this way. We have Star Wars, right? Oh, dude, the Drizzt Do'Urden books were my favorite. Homeland, Sojourn, Exile, The Halfling's Gem, Rivers of Silver. Oh, what was it called? I love those books. But anyways, here's the analogy I'm trying to make, and we'll be quick with this so we can focus on the gameplay. Essentially, we had the original Star Wars movies, right? Amazing. And then when I was a kid, the prequels came out with Palpatine, you know, the do it and all this stuff. And at the time, they were really hated. Like, I think a lot of people really gave him a lot of flack. I was a kid, so I didn't care. I loved it. But, like, looking back and talking to people who were a little bit older at that time. But then Disney comes out with these god-awful Star Wars trilogy, right? And everybody's like, you know what? The prequels weren't that bad. And suddenly there's this big, like, resurgence for them, right? Granted, the prequels had so many good memes in it. Like, so many good memes. But anyways, I think that's kind of a similar thing with, like, Rings of Power. Like, Rings of Power, I think, has done that to The Lord of the Rings, whereas people look back at The Hobbit and they're like, okay, maybe I treated you unkindly. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I did update the score. It's 1-0 right now. Yeah, the Hobbit trilogy got better with time. Yeah, for sure. It's not, like, the best. It's pretty haggard, but overall, it's fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is going to be game 2 between Vicious Satsuma and Tomos. Tomos is currently up 1-0 in the series, so Vicious Satsuma on the back foot, playing against his own dreaded Wa. And it looks like he's going to be coming in with a very standard elf build. It's going to be Silver and Guard, Lothar and Seaguard, backed up by an Archmage of Dwellers, and that is going to be it for the entire army. Now, on the backside here, we do have Nasty Skulkers chilling in the shadows. It's going to be a front battle line of Orc Boys, Savage Orcs. I feel like a lot of the units here for Tomos are going to bounce off the Elven army. Like, Orc Boys do pretty much nothing against Silver and Guard in my experience. And I guess this is, in my experience of playing Greenskins in this matchup, which is only maybe 3 or 4 games this season, I think that the artillery is key. Like, Goblin Rocklobbers have good armor piercing, and they really wreck Lothar and Seaguard and also Silver and Guard. So I think like 4 of these for sure. 4 of them, I think, is going to be the way. So, the battle is soon to be underway. The Wa is going to be moving up here. I love the Nasty Skulkers chilling on the side. We saw this last game with our Greenskin player, and these guys are here, and they're ready to party. So look at them. They're just kind of hanging out here. One sec. I just got to message him. All right. Looks good to me. And it is on. The Wa waiting in the bushes, looking to strike. I feel like one Nasty Skulker could do okay against a Silver and Guard, but maybe would still lose just because of the stats. In theory, they have armor, for sure. Yeah, in theory, they do. But the Wa is probably going to be grabbing the objective initially. They do currently have 2 Orc Boys, 3 Orc Boys on the objectives. That's going to be 15 capture weight against the Elves, which have a little bit less. But they're going to catch it pretty quickly. And look at this, we have a Moon Dragon coming out. Yes! Check it out. So the Moon Dragon's here, going to be looking to get some breath attacks most likely down the line of the Orcs. And also just, you know, a cheap unit that causes terror isn't necessarily a bad idea. Lothar and Seaguard in tandem with some of the Shadow Warriors here, which I did not notice, putting some good firepower into the Orc Boys, but yeah, I feel like Vicious Satsuma definitely has a pretty comfortable position here. But check this out. Oh, Brain Buster going down. Or an Edbutt. A nice one. Good Edbutt by Wurzag. Also, look at the damage the Rocklobbers have done. Now, I think bringing like 3 or 4 of these in this matchup can be warranted as well. Because they're one of the only things the Wa has that's actually doing damage back. For some reason, the gold damage value isn't really tracking here for the Greenskin. So take it with a grain of salt. You can see it says like 10 value, which is really weird considering he's done a lot of damage here. Maybe it's based on the models that have been killed. I'm not really sure. So I would just say ignore the gold damage value for now. Something's a little bit up with it in certain games. It's very, very weird. So, Orc Boys fighting in the old front, or by fighting I mean taking arrows to the face. It looks like they've moved off the objective and have yielded it to the Elves. So very defensive posture here from Tomos. I feel like he's in a little bit of danger. Like, I feel like he's kind of chilling a little bit too much. I mean, I guess his artillery is generating good value, but the Orc Boys, I guess, could get in there and start fighting some Silver and Guard. And here we do have Orc Boys battling Silver and Guard, but the Elves definitely going to be able to hold them at bay. 70 armor, 50 plus melee defense against these haggard Orc Boys who are basically wearing leather caps and just using, you know, looted clubs. and whatnot, probably not going to be great for them. Well, they're getting a little bit of damage in there, and now the Orc Boy's going to be descending on the front line as Wurzag continues buffing from the backfield. Here we do see the Rusty Airs getting taken apart by the superior Elvish Archers, and now we see more Squig Herds coming in. You know what I really like against Elves are actually Pump Wagons. Oh yeah, dude, I love it. I love it. This is what I'm talking about. The dreaded Orc back cap. Orc Boar Boy Biggins, as well as ye old nasty skulkers, stealing the back objective. I love this so much. And this is honestly something that could win Tomos the game, right? Like, if the Elves don't respond quick enough and they let the Greenskins get a point lead and they keep kind of trading in the middle, and he just holds that back point, that could be very, very fun for sure. Now, here we do get Reavers in the backfield. What is the Greenskin response going to be? Oh, Black Orcs are on their way in. Hell yeah, dude. Sign me up for Dwellers Below in their face. Where's that going to get a little bit surrounded, so he does get pinned down by some of the Illyrian Reavers. Certainly going to need some help here. Got some Savage Orcs nearby who are going to get a charge. Savage Orcs do have a charge bonus of almost 30, so they're pretty resilient on the charge. Moonhowler's also coming in and an Edbutt going down, which does a considerable amount of damage. But yeah, the Elves are really folding the Greenskins like a piece of paper here in the front. You can see the Orc Boys are on the run. The Archers are putting a massive amount of firepower into them. But the back objective is firmly controlled by the little Wah here. We get some Rangers coming across to maybe try and clean this objective off. And Rangers will decisively defeat nasty Skulkers in combat, but if the Greenskins can get some Squigs over there, a little bit of support, that could be quite good. And look at this, Orc Boar Boy Biggins also in the backfield, able to get on top of the Lothern Seaguard. Lothern Seaguard will be very resilient against them with their spears and anti-large bonus, but still, a charge in the back is a charge in the back. And nasty Skulkers also flanking in. Okay, Dwellers Below goes down, but I think Tomos is paying attention, and Tomos is going to be able to move out of it. So Tomos does get the Black Orcs out, and you see Dwellers Below is a really kind of overtuned spell, but if you just move out of it, or you have the ability to move out of it, you're not pinned in place, like you can really mitigate that Winds of Magic. Like that 14, 15 Winds of Magic really isn't going to be doing too much. So, looking around the battlefield here in the middle, Objective 2 controlled by the Elves, the back objective controlled by the Cackling Wah, so certainly doing well. You do see the actual Wah going down here, which is going to be giving a huge stat buff and letting these Orc Boar Boys and nasty Skulkers continue to cleave through the backfield. And Orc Boar Boy Biggins pretty solid against Elvish Cavalry. In general, they have high armor, they have anti-large bonus, so Reavers won't do much against them, Silverhelms won't, and Dragon Princes honestly trade downward into them as well. With the backfield pressure, he might need to start unsummoning. We see a little bit of a lapse in housekeeping. So all these units need to be unsummoned here, because if you don't unsummon them as the Greenskins, you can sometimes run out of units in your pool. So it definitely takes a little bit of housekeeping to get that done. And again, the value can't really be taken into account because it was a little bit bugged in the beginning of the game for some reason, but we do see ye old Black Orcs here, and they're chopping, man. They got their choppers out, and Black Orcs have always been really good against High Elves. Another Dwellers Below coming in, but they don't really care. They're just going to move out of it. Granted, they're going to get caught much worse that time because they're not like actively moving out of it. They're standing in it, and it looks like they may not have gotten the order to the very end. And also the Moondragon Breath attacks are very good against those type of units. So here we are. Greenskins holding the back point. We see some Goblin Wolf Riders maybe coming around here, but there's going to be some Spearmen and Rangers on their way in. So I think Vicious Satsuma is going to make sure that this point doesn't get taken at this time. So here they are. So Spearmen, Rangers, as well as Spearmen on their way over. Going to be incredibly difficult for the Wah to do that again. One of the things that I think is performing very well is the backfield fire, so the Goblin Rock Lobbers, but honestly, a little bit of a lapse in micro here from Tomos. He is letting a lot of units sit idle. All these units need to be unsummoned. Like just, yeah, he's doing it. So he's doing the housekeeping now. Whenever I think of housekeeping, it makes me think of, what movie was that? That was that Tommy Boy? With Chris Farley and David Spade? The housekeeping? Like that whole scene? I think so. I think so. Nonetheless, guys, the Elves are really pushing back the Orcs. I think Vicious Satsuma's in a pretty commanding position. Remember, the value wasn't really taking that into account. In the beginning, it wasn't tracking for the first, like, 1,500, it looked like. So the value may be somewhat even, but I really do feel like it's a Greenskin-favored battlefield. Are the Elves making any sort of an effort for the back objective? They could send a single Ranger down there. That probably wouldn't be a terrible idea for the long game, just to get in there. We'll have to see. But Moondragon, as well as ye old Sorceress, fighting here, getting big terror routes, and Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, he's got some of his pigs and squigs here, but he's probably not going to hold on too long. If that dragon makes a concentrated effort to take down Wurzag, probably could get the kill, or at least rout him off and do some big damage. Wah's being pushed back on pretty much every front, objective being held by Spearmen, Rangers just crushing Nasty Skulkers. Nasty Skulkers are not that great against like a mono-e-mono duel situation versus like a relatively high DPS unit like a Ranger. Rangers do have good DPS. Their weapon strength isn't crazy, but they have a big bonus versus infantry and pretty good stats. So they're going to be pretty excellent for sure. Dwellers Below going down. Looks like there's going to be an Edbutt Dwellers, of course, does good damage here. Edbutt also able to get a little bit of work done on these guys. And the Dragon's also being poked a little bit. As far as the Rock Lobbers go, probably one of the few things that's doing very well. Yeah, 600 value, which is how much they cost. Goblin Rock Lobbers are very, very cheap. They only cost 600. I think Hammer of Gork, which is the ROR, costs 900. Nice cap play here. The Reaver's going to be screaming in from the backfield, getting a big, big charge into these guys. Here they come. A 1, a 2, and a 3. There they are. Beautiful stuff. And did not get the chance to get the unsummon, so Tomos did miss out on potentially a 300 gold refund there. And Brainbuster going down. Really, really good cast there from Tomos. But I think the Elves have got this one. The Waz getting pushed back this time. We see some tattered Black Orcs coming out. You know, Orc Boar Boys being summoned, but there's so many pointy sticks on the Elven army. I mean, we have Silverins, we have Lotherns. Cav, like, you know, are good here. You need them to control Reavers and whatnot, but yeah, it's really, really tough to you know, deal with Dwellers. Because typically your answer against the Elven like composition here would be Black Orcs, but Black Orcs get wrecked by Dragon Breaths, and they also get wrecked by Dwellers pretty bad. So yeah, it's a tricky one for sure. I would suspect that this matchup is probably Elf favored, based on the current way of things. Hard to say. A lot of greenskins hiding in the trees here. We got Goblin Wolf Riders versus Rangers, and melee Rangers will probably still win that despite being very tattered. And it's only a matter of time before the Elves get the back objective. We see some Goblin Wolf Riders back here, just kind of AFK. But a little bit of housekeeping could certainly be done. So Daka going in, Wurzag getting a little bit beat up, being hunted down by the Dragon as well as the Archmage of Life. Archmage is not a good fighter, but the Dragon certainly is. 50 melee attack, 500 plus weapons range causes terror. Wurzag is terrified, probably going to be hunted off the battlefield. And it looks like Vicious Satsuma is going to be tying up the series, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will probably be going to match 3 based on the current nature of the battle. Greenskins, of course, scrapping to the bitter end. And I can tell you from experience, even though this is a point where, you know, most people would expect you to leave because the game's over, like, it's when you're in the heat of a moment, especially with the score value being bugged, he might think the game's closer than it is. So yeah, I do this all the time myself, where I'll stay in a game longer than I should. And I'm like focused on microing and the objectives. I'm not looking at the score and like all this other stuff super actively. So I completely get it. It happens to the best of us for sure. But this is kind of like an Age of Empires when, you know, they have the entire map control, they have all the gold veins, and you're just trapped in your base with like barely any food, and you know things are going a little bit south for sure. So, all right. Orc Boys moving up, going after Lothar and Seaguard. Gonna be cute. Nice little Edbutt right there. A valiant effort by the Wa. Nasty Selkers getting some good shanks in. And, you know, they do work against this type of a unit. I wonder how they would actually trade versus a Silverin. Silverin do have 120 models, which is pretty big, and their stats are just so damn high. Really, really good stats. Elves coming up with a bunch of Spearmen, so the Spearmen on their way. The Wa is down by about 200 points here, but yeah, again, it just feels like it's mainly going to be just units kind of trickling out to their doom. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull back any sort of value. I mean, maybe if the Elves made some sort of a colossal blunder, but I think the Elves could really put the nail in the coffin here if they just brought something over here and started stealing this objective. When you're triple capped, it really, like, it clicks faster that the game is over. For sure. Dragon in the backfield, going to be caught by some Orc Boar Boy Biggins. Could be a way for the Greenskins to kind of scrap back a little bit. If they can kill the Orc, you know, the Dragon here and maybe get a kill on the Archmage of Life, like maybe, just maybe there would be a way. Anyone else remember when Turin said High Elves would be one of the worst factions before the game came out? So, interestingly enough, they were one of the worst factions in terms of the win rates in the early season of Immortal Empires. But then Creative Assembly gave them a huge bouncing patch, and also people discovered Dwellers Below is incredibly overpowered. And those two things in tandem with one another, Creative Assembly giving them blanket cost reductions, plus Dwellers Below being incredibly overpowered and broken, basically made the High Elves a good faction. So, yes. I still stand by my original opinion, because I think it was correct. I mean, we had the data to back it up. They were like a 20% win rate faction, like 20, 30%, something like that. But again, High Elves also, yeah, it's like they have access to all the magic, so High Elf players do have the ability to abuse whatever's the strongest at the time. Objective 3 going to be captured here by the Reavers. We do see the Reaver Cavalry holding back the Goblin Wolf Riders. And the Wa basically has like very little left. We see some Orc Boys moving up in the middle, but Spearmen should be able to kind of hold here with some Reavers supporting. Reavers can kind of loop around the back. Get a nice charge here. We'll have to see how it all unfolds. And I think there's some AFK units in the forest here. Yeah, so it looks like Vicious Satsuma has idled a couple of units, so you can see these guys kind of chilling out. Definitely should get them moving back to the middle if you can. Yeah, it's only about 500 gold, and it looks like Satsuma does notice this, and he is going to be hustling those guys back to the battlefield, so good battlefield awareness from him. And side objective with good control should be going to Vicious Satsuma as well. Granted, some of the Reaver archers here are being dragged down. The Spearmen are on their way over. I don't see any other reinforcements, so maybe the Wa will be able to defend their back objective, but it is a pretty solid 2-cap at this point. Are the Greenskins going to be able to get the middle point? Could there be a comeback? We'll have to see. Moondragon 1363. He is on the run. He is flying about. And we do see the Archmage of Life kind of circling back and forth. Looks like there's going to be a summon going down. Very interesting. Probably out of Winds of Magic at this point, so not a terrible idea just to protect your Lord. It's done its part. Wait a second. Wait a second, guys. Are the Greenskins going to find a way back in this game somehow? What is this? Have the Elves run out of magic? Oh my god. Look at that. Okay. So the Greenskins get the middle objective, guys. And they're holding the back objective. And the High Elves have unsummoned their Lord. Their Dragon's a little bit beat up. The flags for these two factions are very similar based on the color schemes they brought, so it's very easy to kind of confuse them. Oh my god. If the Greenskins can hold on to the back objective, they'll still win on 2 caps. If they can hold the 2 cap for the rest of the game, they will win. Oh my god, guys, is it going to be a comeback from the wall? I was like talking like this game was over for like the past 2 minutes. See, that's the exciting stuff, man. Very, very scrappy. So check that out. The middle objective belongs to the Wa, and suddenly the Elves without their OP dwellers below are having to figure out how to do it. Now, if the Elves manage to get the back objective, I think that might seal the deal, but the Wa really needs to get on the point. Currently, they have no capture weight there. I think they have a couple Morgub's Magi Marauders. Skulkers need to get on the point as well. This is going to be very, very essential for them to get on this point. The Greenskins cannot afford to lose this. So Satsuma needs, or Tomos needs to get these Savage Orcs and these nasty Skulkers and force path onto that point. And if you're Satsuma, I think you need to swarm with all your cavalry on the point and stop running and just try and get that cap. Because if you get it, you know, that's probably going to seal the deal. I think it would take the Greenskins a little bit too long because they're probably going to falter in the middle as well. We see Silver and Guard coming up, more Silver and Guard, Lothern Sea Guard. Greenskins making a bit of a play for the backfield with some nasty Skulkers. Squigs going to be charging into the Reavers here. Not going to be a great battle for the Squigs. They're not, you know, super tanky. But will the Wa hold on to the backfield, guys? Here they come. Oh man, that's really close. That's like 1 or 2 moments away. And do the Orc boys flip it? They do not. But they probably really slowed it down quite a bit. And they do flip it at the last second. Oh my god, they killed just enough units. Wolf Riders and Squigs, come on. Okay, guys. Now the Wa needs to get the middle objective and make sure they don't lose that. That is the biggest thing here, 100%. So the Orc boys able to get the side point. This one is completely under control. We see the Dragon and the Reavers all routing. Wurzag, though, the Great Green Prophet, trying to hold on to this point, being focused down pretty heavily. And now the Greenskin's going to make some sort of an attempt for the back objective as well. So we do see the Spearmen being flanked by the nasty Skulkers with their Prison Shanks. Going to be decent damage. Ooh, nice save there. The Wa from Tomos coming down, which is going to be giving a nice stat line buff. So suddenly these Spearmen are going to get wrecked pretty badly, right? 63 melee attack on these nasty Skulkers is no joke. I mean, they are really taking apart those Spearmen, my goodness. So if they can ninja that back objective like really soon, maybe. This one's held by the Greenskins. The middle is held by the High Elves now, so the Elves have gotten that one back. I think the Elves get it, but man, they really suddenly made that game really, really close. It got really, really tight. And I mean, the Wa is going to rotate over with a lot of units, so man, do they have an opportunity of getting this point back? I mean, if the Elves slip up and let the back point get captured, maybe. We see Goblin Wolf Riders coming out from Tomos, just a fast unit with 3 capture weight, going to be able to kind of get there. And with the Wolf Riders shooting into the Spearmen that are advancing. Savage Orcs on their way up with the Moon Howlers, the Arwar Wolf Riders. Pretty good unit. They do cause fear, which isn't insignificant. Can help break off units. Like those Reavers might not have broken if it were not the Moon Howlers. They were at like 3 leadership and it's -5. So, you know, it makes a difference here and there, right? So the Wa has a little bit of time to work with. Spearmen moving to the back objective. Silver and Guard are on their way over. But it's going to have to be a big cap here. And I don't see that happening. I mean, the Nasty Skulkers in a hard 2v1 fight here. Wurzag is fleeing the scene, and we do see some Illyrian Reavers coming over here from Vicious Satsuma. The Wa does have the capture weight advantage in the middle. Squig Hoppers getting wrecked by Silver and Guard. Obviously, not a lot of armor piercing here. Savage Orcs, you know, pretty decent stat line for what they are, but they're glass cannons. They have 0 armor. And against Silverans, they're going to bounce off their armor and 55 melee defense. So super, super hard. Silver and Guard are a really, really good unit. But that's going to be GG. There was a glimmer of hope. You know, there was a glimmer of hope, but in the end, it was not going to be it. Turin, you can't use the mod in tournament play. I could, but then the players would all have to download it, and I prefer to make it so the players only have to have one mod, which is the map pack. So that's why we don't use it. GG, well played. GG, well played. So, Satsuma gets the W. All right. Go for it. And let's go ahead and get this. So it's now 1-1. And we are good to go. That was a great game. So the third map, I don't remember what the third map is here in the series. We'll have to find out what it is. And let's get this. So stand by. I will cast your series next. Maps are... So let me just get the maps for these guys. We will do... That one's good. And we'll do Itza as well. Great. So I gave the maps to Samurai Style so we can start kind of scheming his builds there and everything. We're getting a lot of high elves today and a lot of greenskins as well. It's really cool. Like when you see these different people qualify and you get to see their playstyles really shine through, it's a lot of fun. Satsuma played Orcs before, I think in the first game. Let me check. He gave me a little update on his series. He beat my Norska with Cathay. Okay, so Satsuma lost the first game. He played Norska and he lost to Grand Cathay. Yeah, so that was the first match. That was the first match in their series today. Have you seen Futurama? Oh, it's a classic. Of course I have. Yeah. Is there a faction you want to see played more? Not really. I just like to see Nurgle buffed somehow. I don't know. Maybe some cost reductions, modifications to existing units. It's so tricky. Like buffing DLC factions like that don't have all their DLC is weird because if you buff them too much and then they get a fat DLC, they can steamroll people. So you got to be kind of careful with it, with the way CA does things. You can only play on CA maps? No, not at all. I only use new maps. I use CA maps as well. Like I think this next one is Death Pass, which is a CA map. CA has a couple good maps, like 3 or 4 out of the 10 or 12 we have. Let me just double check on the tournament, make sure we have the right map. So hunting here. No, high elves don't need a nerf. They're fine. If people, nobody should we shouldn't worry about nerfing much until Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh and like Tomb Kings get nerfed, which is probably never going to happen. But those are the big problem children for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Nurgle's going to get a DLC for a while. Yeah, 100%. Arnheim, Borderlo. Yeah, so we're on Death Pass. And then we have the maps for the semifinals as well. So we give them to those people. We should be good. Aces. Wait for me to cast after this one. All right, cool. Would you be willing to run polls to see what type of maps people want next? Yeah, I mean, if you give me some criteria that we could use in the polling, sure, I'll put it up. Yeah, no problem, boss. Oh my god, Silver Spire is like an absolute monstrosity of a map. Make war wagons cost 1,500? No. If you want me to pay 1,500 for war wagons, you should mount each of them with a cannon. Each war wagon should have an Empire Great Cannon on top of it and just be like thumping like triple cannons. I'll pay 1,500 then. Yeah, dwarves are a very decent faction. Like I was in the, I played in a tournament the other day and I was in the grand finals with dwarves and was able to get a solid W against Vampire Coast with them. Granted, they've always been good against Coast, so. Yeah, they're very map dependent. I agree with Medley on that, yeah. Well, Turin, you talked about high elves and they got buffed hard, so be careful with your sweet honey words. Yeah, high elves needed a buff though. Like, are high elves even above 50% win rate right now? I know they're being played a lot, but. Okay, guys. For anybody who's saying high elves are overpowered, let's break it down, okay? Sure, they have some things that are maybe a little bit overtuned, but when you combine all the variables, high elves only have a 48% win rate, which is good. It means they're pretty balanced, honestly. They have their good matchups, so they beat Cathay, they beat Khorne, they beat the Empire, like all these guys, they do good. But like they have their bad matchups too. High elves consistently lose actually to greenskins. To Tomb Kings, Dark Elves consistently beat them, Vampire Coast beats them, Norska gives them the business, Skaven annihilate them, like. They have plenty of matchups that aren't good, right? Ogre Kingdoms, apparently Ogre Kingdoms hard counter high elves as well. Yeah. So they have their counters, for sure. So you want the Warthog from Halo? Yes, dude. Gunhound, do you remember playing Halo Combat Evolved? Did you ever play with like a friend and do the final mission on co-op where you're like escaping through the exploding spaceship and the Warthog and like the music's all loud and epic? Dude, I remember the first time I did that. That was like a formative gaming experience. War wagons with lead belchers. Yeah, win rate should be between 40 and 60%. I agree with you. I think that's maybe 45, maybe like 45 and 60% would be good. Yeah, like or 45 and 55 is like the sweet spot. 60s, it gets a little problematic, you know? Yeah. Bretonnia has always been decent against elves as well. Yeah, I can see High Elves losing a couple games to Nurgle. And you want to know how? Is because if the elves came in with a Mass Lothern Seaguard spam build and Nurgle brings 2 Soul Grinders, they could probably beat you. Because they can mortar you down. With how prevalent Mass Chaff is, are there any factions you feel are better played more elite? Yeah, Demons of Chaos. If you want to be a Demons of Chaos enjoyer, you just spam SEMs and then come in with like elite Plague Bearers or Plague Bearer units. Yeah, there's a couple. There's some factions that can play elite. There's some, yeah. Dan, the players are currently doing their picks and bans. So this is a pretty high stakes tournament. So the players are doing, they're negotiating with one another essentially about what they're going to be playing with the picks and ban system. So it takes a moment because you have to think about what you want to play. It's not like Age of Empires or like any other RTS game where there's like 3 factions, or Age has more obviously. But it's faction selection in this game is a big variable because you have 23 playable factions, which is nuts. And there's so many variables to consider. Soul Grinder's back hurt from carrying Nurgle. I know, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, those are some wild times. What did you prefer, Halo 3 or Call of Duty? I've always preferred Halo over Call of Duty, yeah. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 I did play though in college, yeah. But the Halo series I loved Halo 3. I used to play that on Xbox Live back when I was in college in like 2008. I think I was when that was out around 2008, 2009, yeah, somewhere around then. Yeah, Reavers are very cost effective. They're very, very good. I think it's 2 global bans. Oh my God, no! No, God, no. No, God, no. Oh, God, I hate this. It's a Vampire Count mirror match. Look at that. Well, Hadri says, well, then elf players should be happy High Elves got buffs. Notice how Vampire Count mains never go, man, the VC buffs are so dumb and must be reversed. Yeah. Yeah, like even the High Elf mains are like complaining about getting buffed. They just love to suffer. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Rainbow Six. Yeah, Vegas. Yeah, I played that. That's really funny. Oh, my God. No, I'm going to go through. Dude, this is not fun, guys. This is not fun, this matchup. There's literally nothing fun about it. But, all right, let's put it to a poll. We could go to the next series, but, I mean, I feel like we should follow this series to its outcome, but we could go cast a different series. I think there's one available. You guys don't deserve this. Dude, do you know how violently these guys are going to be stroking their rods? There's just going to be 4 dudes wearing like hoods and baggy pants just standing there stroking their rods violently. That's what's going to be going down in this match. Oh, man. Okay, actually, I don't think there is another series to cast yet, so this is what we got. Can you imagine trying to find something to talk about casting? Oh, I can do it. I can do it. I've been doing this for years. They should play faster. So yeah, sorry guys. There's literally no other matches at the moment. So this is what we got. I'm looking. They're not there yet. If they get there, maybe before. If Samurai Style and Tretch get there before, is your opponent ready? No rush. Or are they still playing? I'm checking with Samurai Style. I'll do everything I can, but if they're not ready and this game starts, we're doing it. We're doing it live. Oh man. You must cast this as your destiny. Dude, I hate vampire counts so much. I just like undead are just so toxic in this game. Like there's like just since the history of Warhammer 1, the undead have always been a problem. You know that meme of like those 2 women like pointing at the cat sitting in the chair? Like and the cat's just like hissing and they're like all upset. That's like I feel like those 2 women are like the multiplayer community and like vampire count players are the cat. They've always just been so toxic. In land battles especially, vampire counts are just horrific to play against if you're playing without rules. And not to mention that, but people who tend to main vampire counts with a few exceptions are usually villainous players who tend to have rule breaks in land battles, have been caught cheating in the past, I'm not even joking, dude. Vampire count mains are typically the most toxic people in our community. And I mean, it's not so much an issue now in Warhammer 3 with domination, but back in Warhammer 2, like if there was somebody perpetually breaking rules, like pulling shady shit in tournaments in Warhammer 2, you could probably bet they were a vampire count main, like straight up. I don't know what it is. There's obviously exceptions, like Subutai's a vampire count main, and he's an amazing sport and a great player and everything, but there's a lot of them. We're not going to name names here, but going back, they're always the villains, dude. Yeah, they're always the villains. Yeah, I don't know what lore accurate vampires. Yeah, I know. They're the lore accurate. Stereotyping. Yeah, it's true though, man. Ask any of these like Warhammer 2 tournament veterans, and they'll tell you the same thing. I'll tell you the same thing. Iron Turn brought out the dreaded Sith Lord rant today. Yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it, man. This sounds probably 100% accurate. Someone. Obviously, there's some hyperbole in there, guys. A little bit of exaggeration, but there's a lot of truth to that as well. They're always the problem, dude. They're always the problem children. The vampire count mains. It's always you guys. Let me see here. Okay, hold on. To escape. It's funny, I'm talking to Samurai Style. He's in the semifinals, and I messaged him like, hey man, are your opponents ready? He's like, they haven't reported scores yet. Let me ask. I'm like, please help me. I'm trying to escape the vampire count mirror match. Oh man. Will I get Italian Spartacus back on the channel at some point? He doesn't like, I don't think he likes covering Total War. Yeah, would be my guess. Or maybe he doesn't like me anymore. I don't know. But yeah, I try to. I ask him to do stuff all the time, but he's usually not interested. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I would say that greenskin players are some of the coolest people in the community. Yeah, for sure. Oh my god, that'd be such a fun video to do. Like a video like of all the stereotypes of like each like people who main certain factions, like what they're, that would be a really funny video. Yeah. That would be you'd have to do that tactfully though. But yeah, greenskin players are usually the most fun-loving people, I would say. Like they're just like, greenskin players are competitive, but they're also like fun. Yeah. 100%. Like greenskin players, they know how to party, you know. They're like the friend you like to party with, but they get a little wild, but it's always in good spirits and it's always fun, right? For sure. Skaven? I don't know what this stereotype for Skaven players would be. I don't know. That, you see, I'd have to consult people for this. I would have to talk to people who actually like main these factions and ask them, because I don't know. I know a couple, but like there's some I couldn't really like put my finger on, right? Yeah. I heard all Dark Elf mains wear eyeshadow and they shop only at Hot Topic back from 2005. Oh my god. High elf players would definitely just be like someone who enjoys suffering. Yeah, you would have to have something about that. Like, it would be like that meme of like where it has a bunch of like text lines after, like with a picture. It'd be like, loves to complain when they get buffed, like, just like all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a fun idea. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Anyways, guys, hopefully you enjoyed these nonsense rants. It's always a fun time. All right. Wood Elf mains never use chat. That's interesting. I never would have guessed that. All right, guys. Can we just here? You guys see this? See where my mouse wheel is right now? Let's click this. Oh, why is it not working? Why can I not click this? I can't click this button, guys. Oh, that would be a good way to structure that video as well. Essentially, like, we could like have it be categorized in like, okay, what kind of music do High Elf mains listen to? What kind of what's their favorite movie? What's their favorite, like what kind of food do they like? You know, like it could be structured that way. You know, so it's like an easier list video. I don't know. I'm trying to fast forward. All right, guys, I'm sorry. Professional commentator, I swear. Here we are. It's going to be Tomos on the forces of the Von Karsteins facing off against the Necrarch Brotherhood. On this side, for the Von Karsteins, it's going to be a Blood Dragon Lord, Duelist Lord versus a Blood Dragon Lord. We have a Mortis Engine on the ground for Tomos. Necromancers, these guys apparently have stroked their rods a little bit too hard and have taken some damage, but nothing that a Mortis Engine can't heal, so literally no downside for that item, which is crazy, considering how darn good it is. And now, on the other side, we do have Crypt Horrors, a Terrorgeist, a Vampire Lord, and looks like it's going to be a Blood Dragon Lord, followed up by a Mortis Engine as well. So basically, the difference being is the army of Tomos is going to be a little bit more rooted in the Winds of Magic and a ground-based fighting force, whereas the army of Vicious Satsuma is still going to be very good at all of those things, but he's not going to have the infinite Winds of Magic with his current army comp, but he's going to be a little bit better at gooning and sniping, so that is going to be quite interesting for sure. So Spirit Leech going down, Spirit Leech on the Blood Dragon Lord, obviously good. So here's how the paradigm of this game is going to work. If Vicious Satsuma is able to get a goon on some of the characters or SEMs, you know, based on his death magic and having a little bit more fighting power in the air, he probably wins the game. But if he fails to execute the kills, I think the infinite Winds of Magic from the Double Necromancer, Winds of Death spam, will probably win the objectives pretty heavily. And that will be game blouses in the words of the Chappelle Show there. So Crypt Ghouls on the other side, going to be coming around the back. And I really like this play. A little bit vulnerable to like Black Knights. Like if Satsuma were to summon in some Black Knights or Heavy Cavalry, they could come get like 500 gold for free. But in this case, the Crypt Ghouls might actually steal the back point. I really like that these two players are making efforts to, you know, press the back objectives. Or Tomos can steal the back objective here, excuse me. Okay, now suddenly the Air Force duel is very, very equalized. Vargeists are pretty good fighters. They're not like anti-large per se, but they have good enough melee attack and great weapon strength. Winds of Death here is going to be pretty crappy. Oh my god. Guys, have you ever seen Winds of Death be used to kill the dreaded Tithe, the RORs? Okay, Breath Attack coming in on top of the Mortis Engine here. So Tomos' Mortis Engine takes a little bit of a hit, but Satsuma does get the charge. Sword of Anti-Heroes is active. Big fighting up in the sky. And now the vampires are just going to be getting ready to get down and dirty and party. So here they come. Wow, this is exciting. I can totally tell what's happening here. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is being hunted in Goon. So it looks like Vicious Satsuma, with the inclusion of the Vampire Deathcaster, was able to get the edge in that Air Force duel. In the meanwhile, on the side, we do see the Crypt Ghouls of Tomos, and they're able to stop the capture of Vicious Satsuma. So this is a potentially game-winning play here. This is actually really significant, because that's going to be stripping the objective here, and that's going to give it to Tomos, which will take a little bit of effort from Satsuma to get back. Like, he'll need to send some heavy cavalry over there, so that is now a triple cap for the Von Karsteins. Obviously, they invested more in the ground-based army, so their capture rate's going to be better. And now we have a little bit of a grind here on the ground as the two Mortis Engines are rubbing their tips together, you can see. They're literally crossing streams, as they say right here. Nonetheless, Knights of the Red Keep have come in, so Tomo's bringing in some heavy cavalry. I do not like charging them into the blob like this. I feel like maybe getting around the back would be nice, but the problem with charging them into the blob is they're just going to be getting Mortis Engine for free, so that's going to be very detrimental. I think using the Blood Knights maybe to control like open field or just make sure you control the back objective would be a little bit stronger. Granted, the Blood Knights are doing okay damage against these Cryptors right here, and up in the sky we do see the Vargeists of Vicious Satsuma being taken down by the Terrorgeist. So Tomos is only down by about 1,000 value, but the amount of time it's going to take for one vampire player to get the other one off the middle in conjunction with the triple cap here is going to be problematic, right? So we see Tomos on one objective, we see him on the other one. I feel like the curse of the vampire count mirror match is very much like a theme on this channel. You know, it's just every time we're having fun in a tournament, you know, we're like hanging out, everybody's laughing, like, wow, that Greenskin versus High Elf game, Winds of Death coming down, really, really nice Winds of Death, beautiful. Beautiful one. Might even tickle these other units. Okay, he dodged it, so it wasn't that good. If it had gotten both units, that would have been a really devastating one. But every time we're having a good time, we're like, yeah, you know, that Greenskin matchup was really cool. Wow, new High Elves are having fun. Like, the gods of Total War have to come in and just punish us with this, you know? Like, look at this shit. Look at this. Look at that. That's just awful. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord's coming on over, and we do have a little bit of an Air Force duel. Tomos backed up with the Terror Goose, able to take down those Vargeists. So now we have an Air Force fight. Blood Dragon Lord with Sword of Anti-Heroes. What is that going to be? Is that Storm of the Night? He didn't bring that spell. There's some sort of witchcraft going down here. What is that little vortex under him? I can't quite tell. A little bit weird. I thought that was going to be a Storm of the Night. But yeah, like, this is looking very rough for Satsuma, who, even though he's slightly out value trading, the Vampire count mirror match is, like, all about the objectives, right? Like, because they're just... Vampire count's one of the most obnoxious things about them is how long it takes them to get them off points. Like, even if you're value ahead of them by, like, 4,000 or 5,000, removing them from points is an unholy nightmare. And Tomos invested in a bigger quality ground army, like more Cryptors. He's got, like, Blood Knights here. And most of Satsuma's army is, like, pretty cheap stuff. And you can see Satsuma's investment in the Goon Squad is doing fine. He's almost killed Tomos's Blood Dragon Lord and this Goose, but it's still taking some time. A breath attack attempt from Satsuma there, doing a little bit of work, but this is actually a huge play. Tomos comes in, and if Tomos kills Vicious Satsuma's Mortis Engine with his dive right here, escaping the Air Force duel, I think that Tomos just wins the game. The Mortis Engine is like one of the few things here that's doing really, really good work for Vicious Satsuma. It's gotten 3,000 value on that Mortis Engine already. Yeah, man, that's crazy. This one's up to 2,000, but now Satsuma has lost the Mortis Engine, which was the one thing that was like carrying him here in that battle. And now I think Satsuma is just going to be doing the dreaded Reaganomics here, as he just kind of trickles units in and just sits here, and yeah, it's not going to be working out super well. Now on the far side, Cryptghoul's moving. Satsuma finally has realized the importance of this, going to be sending some units over, and what I would recommend for Tomos, if he has the funds for it, or any sort of cavalry unit, is pull these like heavy cavalry over here. One Black Knight, one Blood Knight will annihilate all of these units, and that will pretty much seal the deal in the game, because currently the points are looking very, very decisive for sure. Very, very decisive. So Tomo's back up at this guy with his Lord. Now the breath attack coming in does hit those Cryptors. Very, very nice from the noxious breath of the zombie dragon. Tomos' Mortis Engine a little bit isolated though, so this is a good opportunity for Satsuma to get a little bit of play back in the game. But if you look here, I know it's very, very hard to tell, but Tomos has a lot more quality here, whereas Satsuma has like a couple spearmen and zombies. Like most of his Air Force Goon Squad, he had partial success. Like, he took down the Mortis, not the Mortis Engine, he took down, I think, the Vargeist and got these guys low, but both of the SEMs for Tomos are still very functional. And so Satsuma, though he does have his Goon Squad still very much alive, they're not going to be able to really dictate that. And here on the far side, we can see the two Cryptghouls taking their sweet time to get that point. Currently 800 points, though, so it's 810, and it's going to be 1 and 2 here. So Blood Dragon Vampire Lord getting Spirit Leeched. He is going to be paying the price. And I wonder what that little animation is down there. It's kind of weird. It looks like the Storm of the Night effect is going to be coming in. Maybe it just means he's being like Spirit Leeched or something like this. I'm trying to think of the most miserable matchup in the game. Like just the most god-awful one to watch. I think this might be the worst. Like this might be the worst. All right, up in the sky, we have a little bit of a duel. The dreaded humping animation going down. As the Sword of Antiheroes is active, and we do see the Terror Goose attacking in. Good micro from Tomos here, able to pull back. Satsuma obviously knows he needs to get kills on these characters. If Satsuma can maybe kill the Blood Dragon Lord here and get the big leadership penalty on the entire enemy army, it could help him remove those forces. Probably for Tomos, what you want to do is unsummon your Blood Dragon Lord at this point. Just get it off the battlefield, because if it dies, your entire army is going to be taking a -10 leadership for the duration of the battle. -16 in the kind of the shorter term here. So the Blood Dragon Lord is fleeing to the edge of the battlefield. He's crumbling, and I do not think you can unsummon when something is crumbling here. So he is going to be paying the price, and that's a really, really nice play for Satsuma for sure. He's finally able to get his reward and take down the enemy Lord. Now, as far as the middle objective goes, it looks like Tomos is just dominating this grind, though. All the Cryptors just going at it. Good old classic fight here. Blood Dragon Lord going to be chasing down the Goose. I would have actually liked to have seen Storm of the Night, for sure. Yeah, a Nurgle versus Nurgle mirror match would be probably more entertaining than this, I think. It's hard to say. Side objective is controlled. More Cryptghouls. Ooh, Tomos sending Feasters in the Dusk over. I like that. Because they're stock, right? So they're going to be able to creep up on this point and potentially get it back. They can easily kill these Cryptghouls if they get the jump on them. On the side point, we do see zombies and skeleton warriors being sent over. And Vicious Satsuma knows he needs a triple cap now. So this is really, really good veteran play right here for sure. So coming around here. Going to be getting up on that point. And the capture weight's going to be 3 and 2. So 5 capture weight against 4. For these 2 units, so it should actually favor Satsuma, but that's going to change completely when the Cryptghouls arrive, and it's not like it's going to be enough for that to go. So on the other side, we do have the Cryptors doing battle here. Let's see, I forgot, but for Dom, I feel like it's kind of the... Yeah, land battle vampire count mirror matches are probably worse than this, actually. Like, I would say vampire count mirror match on domination is better than land battle vampire count mirror match, because in land battle vampire count mirror match, it's basically just this. There's nothing else going on. It's just this. At least here, we're getting like engaging fights on the flanks and things like that over the objectives. you know, it just becomes more of a blob thing, right? So looking here, we do see the 1 capture weight advantage, which is going to take a while. And when the Crypticals get there, Crypticals have 5 capture weight. So if you want to do the quick math, it's going to be 5 plus 2 plus 2. That's going to be 9 in total there. And over here, we do have more Skeleton Warriors coming in, but it's going to take far too long. The middle objective is not being swung either. Tomos looks to be holding on to that one. And on the backside, we do get some Doggos coming in. Really, really good play. Going to be rear charging into the enemy Crypticals. So this objective might even flip here. We'll have to see if Feasters in the Dusk can carry it. I don't think he's sending more units, but the fact that he's like forcing Satsuma to react to this means that it's going to be taking pressure off the middle objective and all those different things like that. So I think that's probably game blouses, guys. I think that's going to be it. We see a nice attempt by Satsuma, clearly a very strong player. But, you know, a lot of people will take Vampire Count mirror matches and then, like, realize they could have played better if they just played a faction they actually play. This could be a case of that. I'm not sure. Vampire Counts actually have a fair amount of factions that can beat them for sure. But maybe most of them had already been played in the series. I don't know. I'd have to look back and talk to these guys. So, zombies hustling in. Middle objective being held. Our misery is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. We will not have to suffer for much longer. Just another minute or two, and this god-awful game will be over. All right, on the other side, Feasters in the Dusk, doing great, actually. Man, 500 value so far, and killing Crypt Ghouls might actually be able to defeat the Dart Pack here. Probably not with zombies supporting, but nonetheless, Crypt Ghouls doing a ton of work, really, really carrying that. I've never seen a Zinch Mirror somebody in chat. Zinch Mirrors are fun. They can be more interesting. Yeah, GG. GG, well played. That's going to be a victory. 2-1 for the dreaded Tomos. And we have escaped the Vampire Count hell. That was beautiful. Tears in your eyes. I know, I'm sure. Hey, and by the way, I really appreciate you guys sticking around. I know that's probably not super fun to watch, so the fact that you guys are still staying around is means a lot. Thank you so much. And I guess you like to listen to the suffering too. So yeah, Blood Dragon characters, 2,000 on the Mortis. Satsuma's got 5,000. Pretty crazy. 3,000 value on that Vampirus. Man. But that's the problem if you go too heavily into gooning. Sometimes if you don't do it quick, you can lose on objectives. So no more Vampire Count mirrors. They're banned. They're banned in my tournament. They're banned for today. All right. So let me check with the players, check the brackets and everything. See if we have our semifinals. Thank you for making that interesting. Yeah, you're welcome, man. All right. So we got the match. Our semifinals match is ready. And let's go ahead and here at spectate. Okay. Here we go. Come on, baby. Load in there. Come on, Total War client. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, looks like it's stuck. Failed to join. Okay, maybe I need to refresh my list. And are they in a new lobby? Here they are. Okay. I believe in the Total War client. I think it will get me in this lobby eventually. Every Vampire Count mirror turn has to donate to you guys. That'd be really funny. All right. So for some reason it's stuck. I might need to like reset my game or something. I'm not sure. Unspecified error. What is this crap, dude? Oh my god. Come on, CA, please. It's amazing how many like simple features just are riddled with issues, like joining a lobby or like not having chat. You know, can we get some of that, please? Is competitive hard to get into? I wouldn't say so. Just join our Discord and start playing in some of the beginner or, you know, basic tournaments. All right, so let me just restart my game real quick and see if that works. One sec here. It could be a bugged lobby as well. So we'll if it doesn't work after a restart, it means it's a bugged lobby. Hey, NN, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, man. You donated last night as well. Thank you again. It means a lot, dude. You also sound like you're suffering, so it's fair. Yeah, that's true. You gotta be honest about it. Yeah. Total War client. I'm too weak. I'm trying to keep it going, guys. I'm trying. Can they just give us the next faction? Can we just get Chaos Dwarves teleported into the game, please? Could this be arranged? Uh-huh. Come on, baby. It is a bugged lobby. Yep. Okay. So let me tell this, guys. Lobby is bugged. I'll host one. All right, so I got a host lobby. We'll get those guys in there, and then we should be okay. All right, so host, Turin, semis. Host a spectator, no password. Able to get that. And then he is playing against, is it Tretch? Is it ODM Tretch? Yes, it is Tretch. You guys ready? The Chad Tretch is here. My lobby. And for the maps, it is going to be, let me give the players the maps. Celestial Lake, Itza, and Gates of Akrend are going to be the maps for the series. So we gave the players those. And Celestial Lake is our first map. All right, all right. You like hearing Turin? Yeah, the rants are fun. The rants are always a good time. All right, so we're all set. And let's get them in there. Can we get another random Lizardmen DLC with like unplayable units that are just terrible in campaign and multiplayer? Yes, please. Does Turin do YouTube full time? Yeah, I do. I do full time. Before YouTube, I was an athletic director. All right, so that was many moons ago, though. That was long. That feels like another life, man. I was in my 20s, and we have samurai style. Samurai style. I dig it. All right, let me switch back, guys. There we go. And should be good in a second. As soon as you said bugged lobby, your game just randomly crashed. I love it. That's very, very meme worthy. When is the 2v2 Cathay campaign? It's gonna be this week, Andrea. Yeah. I don't know when, but it'll be sometime this week. Whichever day Professor Pone has off work is typically when we do that. It's usually, yeah, I don't know, maybe like Thursday, Friday. I think he has Friday off this week, but Friday we have an Age of Empires tournament, so we'll have to see. My sub said lettuce director. Automatic Translate said you were a lettuce director. I was. I made sure that all the lettuce was going into the appropriate places in the sandwich. You know, if they put it, you know, too much sauce on the lettuce, there would be, you know, some drama. Okay, Samurai Style said his game crashed. Classic. Okay, he's back. Oh, Demons of Chaos. I'm just kidding. Don't get too excited. Hey, Mr. Ger. I know picking favorites for Total War Grand Finals wouldn't be cool, but which matchups are you excited to see? I would like to see... I'd actually enjoy some Lizardmen play. I think that'd be really fun. I'd also like to see some Khorne. I really like watching Khorne being played. I think it's a lot of fun. That's someone's actual job? Probably, yeah. I mean, there's people who do pretty much everything for a living. It's pretty crazy. New Lizardman unit, the tadpole. The dreaded tadpole, yeah, it's fun. A 2v2 with 2 Lizardmen each bringing Lord Croak. Yeah, Lord Croak is, he's okay. He's not, like, insane, but yeah, I can see Croak being brought against, like, the new High Elves who like to spam Lothar and Seaguard. You could just be, like, spamming his spells on them all day. They're super easy to dodge, though, is the problem. Like, most people can just dodge them, so... I don't know, but Deliverance of Pizza might not be bad. It might not be. I don't know if they've done their picks and bans yet. Let's see. It looks like they have. Hold on, let me see if these are their actual armies. One sec. Oh, wow, yeah. No, we're doing Greenskins versus Lizardmen, so for anybody who wanted to see some dinosaurs in action, this is your chance. Do we need to do anything else after we join Discord? So if you join Discord, by the way, if you guys want to get involved in multiplayer, playing tournaments, or just chat to people who share your passion for Total War, let me show you real quick. Hold on. Oh, no, let's close this. You can go to my website, which is totaltavern.com. This is where we host most of the tournaments here in the community. So you can go here. We'll give you guys a little bit of a tour. You can go look at the Hall of Fames, all sorts of fun stuff for the various games. You can see the top players in the world for each season, so you can go look at previous seasons as well. Discord link is up on the top here. You can see this, and YouTube, Twitter, all that fun stuff. We don't really have like blogs or build guides. Like I haven't dove too heavily into that. I've been focusing on doing new formats like Swiss League on the website and all that. But yeah, what you do when you get to the Discord is you just give yourself a role. There's a section where you give yourself a role on what game you want to play or talk about. Either Age of Empires or Total War Warhammer right now, so you can take both as well. Gunhound has a link there too. And yeah, just come hang out. Dread Saurian is not an uncommon pick, ironically. Like, he is not unpopular. The Dread Saurian is decent. The Coatl, I don't think that's going to happen. Coatls are so terrible. They're really, really haggard. Maybe someone net and set up Deliverance of Pizza. Yeah, I've done that before. My favorite combo with Lizardmen, which is like the most Walmart combo ever, is using Mazda Mundi and an Engine of the Gods. So you cast a net on a target, and then you use the Ion Cannon Engine of the Gods to just like one-shot it. It's so funny. It's a pretty intensive combo, but and then you can also do that with Banishment and Ruination of Cities with Mazda Mundi. It's hilarious. Yeah. It's hilarious. Yeah, Lizardmen versus Greenskins. Dude, Greenskins super popular today, which is weird. They rarely get played. All right, it's going to be Nakai the Wanderer with a, looks to be a Heavens Caster, so probably Wind Blast spam on like Orc Boys and stuff. Backed up by double Rev Crystal to just Super Saiyan Nakai and just heal him, and then Saurus. And, you know, Saurus can defeat Orc Boys pretty well. They're very vulnerable to Squigs, though. Squigs definitely trade very well into them, so. Yeah, we don't know what's in the reinforcing army yet, but we do see the starting army here. It's going to be Nakai the Wanderer, looking extra cool with his nose ring he's got there. And it is time. It is time, man. Believe. It has come. The dread Saurian arrives to this planet and has brought doom and despair to all. Look at the dread beast. Look how majestic Nakai is. He's such a cool character. He gives perfect vigor too. So his golden tributes is really good with big dinosaurs. Like if you're going for a dinosaur blob build where you want like dread saurians and like rev crystals or any sort of a dinosaur really, they typically lose vigor very quickly. You know, moving around with all that weight. It's like a heavyweight fighter, right? They get tired very quick. But Nakai is going to be giving him the perfect vigor via his golden tributes, so they fight really well over the course of a whole game. Yeah, it's pretty hype, man. This is exciting. And it's a cool lizard army. A lot of healing, a lot of durability. Rev crystals are amazing. I think every Rev crystal charge, which you have 8 of per dino, gives you 10% of your HP on that unit with, you know, Saurus and other big dinosaurs is incredibly cost effective. Let us know who you guys think is going to win, though. Who is your champion for today? It's on, my friend. It is on. So for the Dino Army, Saurus frontline, pretty self-explanatory, really good DPS against light armor, which is a lot of the greenskins, and, you know, it's a relatively durable HP pool, and yeah, they're just an okay anchor piece, right? Cohort of Sotek, kind of an interesting tech, maybe expecting a little bit of armor from the greenskins, or maybe he just wants something that's unbreakable to contest a side point. On top of that, we do have the Chameleon Skinks, always a staple, very, very good at poking. And it's going to be Chad Nakai with his double Rev Crystal looking to play the side objective. So this is one of our, this is actually the contest winner. So we had a map contest to get all these new maps. This map was made by Medley, who's in chat. If you have questions about map making, you can direct it her way, I am sure. But it is a lovely map. So this is the Celestial Lake of Grand Cathay. Has a really, really cool aesthetic. And you have your little temple here with the Dragon Temple and this shrine as well with the staircase. It's a really rad map. One of my favorites, 100%. So that is the Lizard Army. And now for the glorious Wa of Samurai Style, representing RTK. He's coming in with Orc Boys, backed up by Squig Herds, and it is going to be Stone Trolls in the back. So it's very much like a Warhammer 2 greenskin build, although Wurzag would have been replaced with Grom the Paunch probably. But a lot of boys, a lot of Squigs to kill the Lizard Infantry, and a couple Stone Trolls to just try and take down big dinosaurs and things like that. So that's basically it. Orc Boar Boys, pretty good choice. Armor piercing, shielded, what's not to love? And the battle's on, ladies and gentlemen. The battle is on. We will sit by the Dragon Temple. Wouldn't it be cool to just like sit here and just watch this battle? Oh my god, imagine how insane that would be. Just be sitting at the top of the staircase, just like some Cathay monk, just hanging out and just watching all this go down. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really nice map. Like I'm trying to get CA to add these maps to the actual play so that even people, because there's a lot of people who play multiplayer who probably have no idea who any of us are here in this chat, right? Like they don't like, and imagine how much of a better experience they would have with Total War if they could play on good maps in multiplayer. Like how much more fun that would be for them. You know, I just really hope we can get CA to do it, man. And there's literally no downside to it. They're getting stuff for free, right? It's a win for everyone. I don't get it. I don't know. Ugh, man. Anyways, that's a rant for another time. All right, guys. Saurus Warriors of Shields on their way up. We do have the Cohort of Sotek as well as Rev Crystals. Skink Priest of Heavens is here. And we do have Squig Herds as well as Stone Trolls preparing to descend on the objective. So it is time. The big battle for the side point is on. I would imagine some of the Saurus need to work over here too, like in some of the skinks. So it looks like we're going to be getting some Clever Girls. Oh, no, not Clever Girls, actually. The Clever Girls being rode by Clever Velociraptors. Coldland Spear Riders, anti-large, pretty good against Squigs, also decent against the pigs and the trolls. So it is time. Let us do it. Imagine if we're never going to get like crazy stuff like that, but like we have like a leaderboard that's very good on Total Tavern, and we have like 4 or 5 tournaments a week for all skill levels. So I would say that's like the best determination of like who the best players are in Total War. I like honestly Creative Assembly, like their leaderboard, yeah, it's always going to be crappy, probably. Anyways, the battle is on. Stone Trolls are coming in. They got their big clubs. And, yeah, they're going to be rumbling. Now, the cohort of Sotak could be interesting. Oh, my God, Nakai has the coolest animations. Look at him running in with his big club. He's going to be taking some of these trolls to Pound Town, that is for sure. He literally just punched that troll in the face, which is pretty great. He got his Mike Tyson right hook there. Wait, Mike Tyson was left hook, wasn't he? Yeah, I can't remember. Was he a left hook or right hook? Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen one of his fights. Nonetheless, the fight is on. Big, ugly blob. Blizzards prefer that. Rev Crystal's healing up. One of the Bastillodons getting a little bit hammered. Its armor is sundered by the Rusty Arrows, which really need to be taken down. Beautiful play here by Samurai Style. Check that out. That was really good. They got Harmonic Convergence cast on them. He then counter-snared them and counter-charges them with Wurzag as well as the pigs. What a masterclass Greenskin play there on the side. That was really, really good. Now, as far as the blob fight goes, the Rev Crystal is tanking it like a champ. Obviously, does have the capabilities of getting healed from across. Comet of Cassandora with the steel chair. Man, those orc boys got wrecked, and the Stone Trolls are now unsupported, getting terror-routed by the Bastillodons, and the Dinos of ODM Tretch continue to push through as Wurzag is still off on the side helping against the Spear Cavalry. But look how good the Spear Cavalry are. Yeah, they're just like holding, despite getting a really bad engagement, they're still trading reasonably well. Saurus Warriors are moving over. It looks like there's going to be some Orc Boar Boys maybe looking to contest the back objective, but I don't think so. I think most of the fighting here, it looks to have kind of evolved in this position. Nakai giving that nice buff, so you notice that everything around Nakai is still fresh, whereas like the Trolls and the Greenskin units are all like winded, right, from running around and for fighting so long, which is pretty awesome. One of the big strengths of Nakai, of course. But very, very good play by Tretch as well. He's getting his archer line shooting nonstop. The fact that the Rusty Arrows have been able to dump all of their ammunition almost and have not been contested is huge. Orc War Boys running over some of the cohorts back here. Not going to be terribly cost effective because Tretch is simply just going to pull these Spear Riders and come in and kill them. And look, the Umbral Tide is on its way in. Yes, the ROR Salamanders with the fire damage. Now, Salamanders will be excellent against Stone Trolls probably. Stone Trolls do have missile resist and some armor, but even still, if they can be protected, it will do some really, really good damage. So the Dinos not really caring too much about this. They're just kind of like tanking all of this, and looks like the objective has been taken by the Lizardmen. Many of the Stone Trolls have been routed off. And the Wah has sounded in the valley, guys, or in the lake, I should say. Big rear charge coming in. Salamander shooting up and over the tree line. Look at the arcs of fire on some of those guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they've been spotted. So the Orc Boar Boy is going to be detaching from the fight, going after the Salamanders. If Tretch loses those Salamanders, that's going to be a colossal loss for sure. So he's going to pull them back. He does have a couple clever girls coming in, which would be able to probably 2v1 these Orc Boys. And the middle objective is now swinging back. Ooh, Comet of Cassandora. Another great one. On top of the Orc Arrow Boys. Probably would have been really good to use that on the Rusty Arrows earlier. Rusty Arrows probably have accrued an insane amount of value. So let's go ahead and take a look at these guys. Only 500, but I guess they're sundering the armor, which is useful. I would have expected that to be quite a bit more. Look, clever girls are on their way in. Cold One Riders cleaning out the Orc Boar Boys on the flank, and it's just a big, scary fight in the middle. But honestly, it looks like the Lizards are running out of steam in terms of just numbers here, but that's not to say they're losing the battle. The value trading is very even, which is actually good for the Lizards, considering the amount of healing they have. They're probably quite a bit ahead overall in the value game. We get Pterodon Riders coming in, but the Wah is swarming, playing very, very lore-friendly. One Rev Crystal, I think, ended up dying. This one is still alive, probably going to want to pull back at this point. And also the Umbral Tide is not active, so there's like 1,000 gold unit here not really doing anything. It looks like it's like kind of trying to fire through the tree line. Yeah, okay, that's actually pretty good. They shoot up and over, and they're able to rain some hot fire as clever girls do get the charge right here, so here they come. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, look at those Velociraptors. They're able to move in there and really, really crump. Oh, yeah. Velociraptors for the win, man. Some Fanatics going down here in the middle. It is controlled by the Greenskins, and the Salamander is able to really effectively shoot through the trees, actually. Looks like some of them do hit the tree line, but for the most part, it's been pretty good. Back objective, only being protected by some Orc Boys. Lizards could maybe take some Chameleon Skinks and some Cavalry over there and maybe thinking about taking the home objective, but it looks like they're both very, very tunnel visioned on this middle point here. And again, value is very, very close at this point. Nakai the Wanderer still going pretty bananas down here. Only 700 value, but look at the Salamander fire. Beautiful. It's going to be breaking the leadership of these Orc Biggins, and the Stone Trolls also getting hit. They're going to be tanking as well. So that Salamander fire from behind the tree line, not a ton of value yet, but they've only used about half their ammo. And those guys are doing well as the war rages on. So up in the sky, Pterodon Riders. I really like the Fire Leech Bolas. I think that's really good. They're excellent at killing lightly armored infantry, which is most of the Greenskin army. We're not seeing any Black Orcs. Black Orcs could be good here as long as they don't get hit by like a Comet of Cassandora or something like that. And I don't think anybody's going to try and move the SARS here, but we do see SARS moving across, which I agree with this decision. I think this is easy enough to defend back here. get the Saurus moving up. They'll eventually beat the Orc Boys, and that's going to force the Greenskins to bring more over there to stop them, right? Which might allow them to re-secure the side objective. We'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure. So the Palhawks of Sentinels coming in, probably going to be looking to get a fat rock drop. Ooh, rock drop coming down, does hit those Orc Biggins. And Nakai the Wanderer just holding on like an absolute champion there. It's got a little bit of support via the Coldland Spear Riders, but the Wa is persistent, man. I gotta say, Samurai Styles Greenskins are no joke. He's able to move in there with a lot of units, and they're crumping away and just dragging the lizards down just to the bodies and bodies. So Broken Tusk Mob is a big problem. Broken Tusk Mob can defeat Nakai. They're very good against any of the lizard large targets, and are pretty durable themselves. So where are the lizards going? We do see the Saurus Warriors slowly starting to beat down the Orc Boys. And the Umbral Tide, they really need to get busy because, man, Nakai he's gonna be wandering into the lake here eventually. Isn't it gonna be good for him? Getting surrounded by all these anti-large pigs, although it looks like most of the cavalry has kind of fled the scene a little bit. Nakai just raid bossing it up to about 800 value. We do see the Umbral Tide maybe gonna get some shots into the squigs. I'm not quite sure what they're shooting here. And we do see the Umbral Tide pull back as the Chameleon Skinks are now being hunted on the other side here. So very, very scrappy stuff indeed. Now, Saurus threatening the back objective. Orc Boar Boys coming in. Probably what you want to do here. Get your Orc Boar Boys. Come around. Charge them in the back. That will free up that objective. And then maybe you could even do a counter push after that. A little bit hard to say. Salamander is being attacked. And another Rev Crystal coming in. I do like the resummoning of the Rev Crystal. Because the one thing that the Greenskins will really suffer from is terror routes, right? And getting a Rev Crystal in there, now that the Greenskin shooting is mostly offline and or out of ammunition here with the Rusty Arrows, is going to be very strong. So that Rev Crystal will probably come and get a fat heal on Nakai. Has it come down here? Effigy of the Git going down. Nakai actually at sub 2000 HP, so he's getting a little bit danger low as the Pterodon's up in the sky, continuing to provide some supporting fire. And on the back objective, just as anticipated, we did see the Orc Boar Boys get into the back of these Saurus Warriors here. And those Saurus Warriors are going to be going down, but not before they put up a good fight. Now, they're certainly doing okay. They got 70 kills, almost 400 value, and I mean, if Saurus won that 2v1, I'd be very impressed, but Salamanders look to be moving up to provide a little bit of support. We see the cohort of Sotek and Feral Clever Girls on their way out, and Nakai is down for the count, man. Wurzak came in with the hammer and gave the Wanderer the business. So he effigied him, and that's the thing. People often forget this about Wurzak. He has 88 charge bonus, high melee attack, and really good armor piercing. So even though he's a caster, he's still a Savage Orc, and he can get in there and thump on people if they're not paying attention. Now, you don't want to do that often because he's pretty squishy himself and can die very quickly, but that could be the turning of the tide. I think we may see the Wa. Has the Wa won every game today so far? No, they lost one of the High Elf games, but overall, man, yeah, this is a really close game. I mean, this one was very, very tight. And the Rev Crystal's on its way back in, and we see the Palhawks of Sentinel sent in. Here in the back, we do see the Orc Boar Boy Biggins hunting down these Salamanders, and Spear Riders are going to be summoned out to counter them. Spear Riders probably defeat Orc Boar Boy Biggins. I think they just have much better weapon strength than just lower model count, but the anti-large bonus I think is obviously substantial for both of them. But Cohort of Sotek going to be moving to the back objective. Look how awesome these Saurus Warriors are, though. Literally 3v1'd. They have accrued almost enough to pay for themselves in a 3v1 situation. Going to route these Orc Boys. If the Squigs hadn't come here, the Squig herd, they probably would have won that 2v1. So just a testament to the tenacity there of those Saurus. And yeah, the Salamanders haven't been like super useful this game. Let's see how much value they've gotten, about 400. Maybe that was a bit of a momentum shift, like summoning out the Salamanders. Greenskins are really good at hunting things. Like, they have so many cheap chasing units that I feel like that's been one of the deciding factors as it pertains to, you know, the momentum shift in this game. Like, had those Salamanders been like another dinosaur, like a Stegodon or maybe something else, I think they could have won this fight over here and maybe taken the objectives. But again, I understand the appeal of the Salamanders. You see a lot of trolls and targets and cavalry, and they have anti-large and pretty good at that. But I think the battle has been won by Samurai Style. This has been a great game, dude. This has been a really, really good match. Talk about going from like an absolute god-awful match with the vampire counts to like a really fun match here. So a little bit of magic going down. Nice Brainbuster. Refused to die active on the cohort of Sotek, so it's going to make those guys basically invincible for a moment as it pertains to their models. They still can lose HP, so as soon as that wears off, they just start dying in droves, is usually how that works. But Coldland Spear Riders on the back, battling some Orc Boar Boys. Lizard sending some more Saurus up the battlefield. Ark of Sotek, yeah, I see somebody in chat, Fidel, talking about that. That could have been a good inclusion as well. Ark of Sotek, like, one Rev Crystal, Ark of Sotek here, like, dropping the snakes. Could have been doing some work, for sure. But now it's going to be a triple cap soon. The Greenskins, if you look around the battlefield, have really taken over the momentum. They're getting favorable engagements in most places, and the dinos are going to be pushed back to the Shadow Realm here. So GG, well played. Both Greenskins and Lizardmen, I think, have like the same win rate. It seems like a pretty evenly matched matchup, to be completely honest. So that really just came down to good execution from Samurai Style. GG. Well played. Nakai was badass. Only not too much value, but he tried. Rev Crystals, they kind of got killed kind of quickly. I think the Rusty Errors needed to be dispatched much, much earlier. Yeah, really, really fun match. Wurzag himself got 1,800 value. He didn't mess around. Swamp Fang's being brought in there. Swamp Fang's OP. They're so OP we didn't even see them. So that is going to be game 1 going to Samurai Style. And now we'll move on to game 2. The players will do the maps, make sure there's no issues with the tournament. Looks like we're all good. And let's see how we're looking on the qualifier. Yes. Good, good. So the top side is being played. So they are waiting for us. Tomos and Empty. So let me tell them. Alrighty. Okay, so just talking to the other side of the bracket, making sure they don't start without me here. Nakai is good. Yeah, Nakai is good. I mean, look, he got swarmed pretty hard. He lost all of his support and he was forced to listen to some Godsmack. He was standing alone for sure. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, Nakai. The salamanders were like Ash's Charizard from Pokemon. Yeah. It's pretty funny, like, you play Pokemon when you're a kid, right? So I remember playing Pokemon Red and Blue, like the original ones on like the old school Game Boy back in the 90s, and man, that was a magical experience, right? Magical experience. But what's crazy about it is, if you look at Pokemon through like an adult lens, hey Garland, thank you for the donation, by the way. I missed that one. Thank you for the $20, dude. Thank you. When you look at Pokemon through like an adult lens, it's literally like enslaving these animals and forcing them to like have like fights that they're like clearly suffering and being like maimed and injured in, right? It's like a really dark thing if you think about Pokemon, right? I would imagine though, like as Pokemon got more modern, maybe like the creators of it were like, oh, the animals, like, you know, that maybe they're like, yeah, they there's something they like about it, but like it's kind of dark, isn't it? Like, I remember thinking back, I'm like, man, that like Pokemon was literally just hanging out in the forest, like munching on some grass or something, and then he got captured and enslaved and forced to fight in like a pit. Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly, Gunhound. It's kind of dark. There's like a darkness in that. Yeah. It really is. It's enslaving these like innocent creatures, and it's not even like it's a survival thing. Like they're hunting them for food. It's like they're just being enslaved to fight in pits and arenas and shit. And the one who forces them to fight are 10-year-olds. I know. Your headcanon is that Pokemon can't feel pain. Oh, they're definitely feeling some pain. If you've seen the show from back in the day, they make them fight until they're unconscious. It's horrible. It's horrible if you think about it. As a kid, you don't really think about it, but when I looked back at Pokemon as an adult, I'm like, oh, that's dark, dude. They actually had a villain that wanted to free all Pokemon. Are you serious? Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. So somebody in chat saying Pokemon enjoy fighting and basically have tamed humans to work as their wrestling managers. Pokemon will naturally fight according to the lore. Yeah, so I figured that they would have to come up with some lore to like justify it. Otherwise, it would just be like a pretty bad look, right? Yeah. Yeah, and some of them die too, says somebody in chat. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. The lore is that Pokemon love to fight. Okay, I got it. It definitely... Okay, but if they love to fight... Have you seen like those old episodes where the Pikachu has to like fight against like a big monster and it's like scared as hell? It's like literally trembling with fear. You know, like that doesn't seem like it wants to fight. It's like, seems like it's being made to fight. There's plenty of instances in Pokemon of them being made to fight against their will, if I remember. Yeah. Like straight up. Like I think there's plenty of instances of that. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Would you ever consider partnering with another YouTuber with RTS background, but no? Oh yeah, I mean, if somebody wanted to, for sure, Joe. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of like mainstream RTS people wouldn't like pick up to. They would like the bugs and the balance issues would probably turn them off a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild stuff, dude. It's wild stuff. Just another random tangent for today. Just a wild random tangent, yeah. It's pretty, man, and like, dude, the 90s had a bunch of crazy shit. You know what else was really crazy in the 90s was our cartoons. Do you remember how like disturbing 90s American cartoons were? Like Ren and Stimpy, like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like, dude, Ren and Stimpy had some disturbing shit in it. And you're like, this was being shown to kids in the 90s. You know? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, the 90s was a wild time. A fun time to grow up, for sure. It had an element of the Wild West, you know, that we don't really have as much today. I feel like it was kind of one of the last generations where, like, we could really, like, your parents would just, like, cut you loose in the summer and you just, like, roam around the city you live in. I guess it depends on where you live, but... Yeah, 90s cartoons were freaky, dude. Courage messed you up. Dude, Courage was scary, but I watched it. I loved it as a kid. Ren and Stimpy was, like, another level of, like, disturbing. Samurai Jack. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember Samurai Jack. That was a fun one. Yeah. Pokemon is still lighter than Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is sending your soul to an eternal torment for losing a children's card game. Yeah, but like that, the thing of it is like with Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? Like, I would imagine the players like consent to playing in the card game. I mean, maybe they're forced into it by ulterior circumstances, but ultimately, like, they could choose not to do that, right? Whereas the Pokemon are just like enslaved, basically. Like, they have no choice. Crazy stuff. Yeah. Oh my God, Johnny Bravo. Oh my God, I remember Johnny Bravo. Oh man, that show. Johnny Bravo would not fly today. That show would not fly today. That is for sure. So Brad in chat says, I went to college with someone who wrote their thesis on Ren and Stimpy and how they believed it was intended to be. Yeah, interesting. So that's a deep analysis of that. Yeah. The Shadow Realm was localization softening. Got it. Okay. Yeah, the Shadow Realm, that's where that comes from, yeah. All right, guys. Oh, Sigmar, bless this ravaged body. It is going to be the Empire. The Sons of Sigmar come versus the High Elves. I sent maps. Okay, perfect. And I will send you the maps. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Okay. Outstanding. And we're all good. Empire vs. High Elves, guys. It's time. Oh, Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I loved that. I loved that one. Yeah, I remember Space Ghost. Oh, my God. And he had to... Oh, God, that was so funny. I remember Space Ghost. Wow, dude. We're taking it back. We're taking it way back. I remember, like, sitting in my friend's, like, living room in, like, the late 90s watching that as a kid. Oh, it was so fun. I think it was late 90s. Or maybe early 2000s. It's kind of all blur. Al Bundy, Married with Children. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, dude, that's a classic. We're all really like dating ourselves in this chat, aren't we? All of us boomers here. I mean, we're not actually boomers, but yeah. We will eventually be the boomers. Yeah, so High Elves are very favored against Empire, but it's not unwinnable. I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing. It is on ITSA. Yeah, the X-Men animated series was fun too. I remember that. That was fun. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Yeah, I remember that, man. Taking us back, dude. Taking us back. Yeah, 90s had a lot of disturbing stuff. Like, even like some of the oh my God, do you guys remember on Nickelodeon, like the slime thing they had where like you would just get like, they would like have that like contest show or they like an obstacle course and then they would just like annihilate people with like slime baths. That was so haggard. Oh my God. Elder millennials. Yeah, I guess that's what we would be, right? Time marches forward. The early 2000s are now to us what the 80s were to adults when we were kids. I know! It's crazy. It's crazy, man. The 80s still feels like it was like 20 years ago, but that was like 40 years ago, dude. It's nuts. Um, Emil says, I just dated myself when I was talking to a guy about my new dog and described her as Mini Lassie, and he didn't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's an even older reference. Lassie was way, way back. Way, way back. Yeah, was it? Yeah, that's what it was. The Slime Awards. I like that. An elder millennial. That's a pretty fun one. I don't hate that at all. My bro slimed me as Nurgle, and I immediately thought of Nickelodeon. That's cool. That's an old reference. You're born in 1979. So I'm actually a big fan of the Smashing Pumpkins. They're in my top 10 favorite bands, and they're my favorite song by them. If you guys want to feel nostalgic for any era, I don't care what era it is, go listen to the song called 1979 by Smashing Pumpkins. The thing about Smashing Pumpkins that I like to kind of say is that they're very much like an acquired taste. They're like a wine that not everybody likes, but when you do get the taste for it, they're awesome. Like Billy Corgan's voice is very unique, but I love it. I like it personally. But highly recommend listening to the song 1979. Medley says, I was last generation to remember using VHS tapes. Yeah, dude, Blockbuster night was like the jam. When you and your friends on a Friday night would go to Blockbuster and just like shop around, and there was no like online, like you didn't have like preconceived conceptions of these. There was no like way to look up like movie reviews in a concise way online. So you just kind of like picked out based on the cover and whatnot. It was really fun. Yeah. Yeah, Semi-Charmed Life. Yeah, oh no, I love Third Eye Blind. They were one of my favorites when I was in college. Yeah, they're great, man. What song do I really like by them? Probably The Background is one of my favorites by Third Eye Blind. I used to know all their songs, like every word, way back in the day. Oh, Watership Down. Yeah, that was some dark shit, man. That kind of traumatized me as a kid, because you think it's a cartoon, and then with the rabbits getting like trapped in the wires and stuff, you're like, oh my god. It's like, that's like straight up disturbing stuff. Have you heard of there's an Airbnb that's themed like a Blockbuster, you're saying? Despite all my rage, I'm still just Nicolas Cage. Oh, that's so good. I'm really upset I didn't think of that. Did you just come up with that, Itinerant Spark? I knew we could be friends. That was really good. That was really good. So, we don't really have too many Jean-Claude Van Damme references on the channel. Yeah, does Jean-Claude Van Damme have a lot of like quotable moments? It's more so his actions than his quotes, right? So it's tricky. But yeah, Bloodsport's a great one. Kickboxer, I don't like know too many of his movies like off the top of my head. Obviously, Jean-Claude Van Damme was really fun in the Street Fighters movie. It was just so haggard. He's playing, I think he's like Guile, right? So he's like literally the most American stereotype character ever, and he just has like this heavy accent. It's just like, yeah, it was crazy, man. It was crazy stuff. Yeah, quotable kicks for sure. Oh, geez, I'm sorry I didn't set the map. Oh, I was having so much fun talking to you guys. I thought you were host. My bad. Oh man, I was just like ranting there for like a minute. I'm so sorry, guys. It was only like 1 minute. It wasn't that much. His dancing moves. He's got some moves. Yeah, no, I got to get the maps. We were just having too much fun here, guys. Just gonna become one of those like... Isn't there an entire category on Twitch which is just people talking? It's like super popular. That's always been perplexing to me. It's pretty crazy. Like just chatting or whatever. I would imagine they probably just sit there and react to other people's content, right? Is that what they do in that category? Like you just see people sitting there and like watching other people's hard work and just like just taking away from it. Or helping them, I suppose, if they're big enough. Yeah. Rambo is fun. I love the Rambo movie. Yeah, a lot of chevrons in this build. Let's take a look. Let's break it down. Let's have some fun, guys. Sons of Sigmar. We are here. We are here indeed. So Battle for Itza, one of the decent maps we got from old CA. It's a very, very good one. It's a classic domination map. And we'll take a look at the armies as soon as these players load in. A lot, literally just talk with chat. All right, interesting. No, like just chatting on Twitch. It's like a category where people stream and they like just talk, I guess. They're not like playing any games. weird, obscure YouTube videos. That does sound like fun, for sure. Oh, Walker, Texas Ranger was one of my favorites. I love that show. That's where I discovered Chuck Norris, really, as a kid. I used to watch Walker, Texas Ranger. Remember the theme song? When the eyes of the Ranger are upon you. It's just, oh, it's so good. I love Walker, Texas Ranger. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be ODM Tretch, the Darkskaven Lord, bringing the Prince and Emperor, which immediately wins my my bias. It's going to be swordsmen in the front line with chevrons galore. So these swordsmen are going to be rocking some serious stats, backed up by silver bullets, as well as some Empire Knights, more spearmen with shields in the back, a life wizard with dwellers below, and of course the Prince and Emperor. Very, very exciting stuff. Now, for the forces of the elves, it's going to be the classic meta. Silver and Guard and or Spearmen, backed up by Lothar and Sea Guard. Pretty much a bunch of pointy sticks. But you know what would actually do pretty well against this build? To be a Sunmaker. Like if you have a Sunmaker in the back, if you could potentially screen out the Archmage, you notice how the Archmage brings the Armor of the Stars? It makes it invisible so it can fly and use the Dwellers on your Sunmaker. That's like the very, very meta thing. Yeah, Gunhound knows the words of the song. Oh, so good. So good. I loved Walker, Texas Ranger as a kid. It was so amazing. Amazing stuff. All right, guys. Looking at the stats, Swordsman got 41 combat stats. We do see the silver bullets here. Empire Knights hiding in the bushes. And the Prince and Emperor is going to be scooting up. I wonder how well the Swordsman, the Gold Chevron Swordsman, I mean, their leadership is 77. So Gold Chevron Swordsman, they cost 400 base. I wonder how much they cost. Probably like 600 or something like that. It'd be really interesting. I mean, they're basically kind of like mini Sigmar Suns now. Like, they're not unbreakable, but their stat line is very similar to the Sigmar Suns. So that's a really interesting tech here by ODM Tretch. Ideally, turning his entire State Trooper front line into Sigmar Suns that aren't unbreakable. So it's not quite as good, but it's a really, really neat tech. Now, anybody going to be going for the high ground objective? It looks like it's going to be Free Company and Spearman heading up to the high ground. And he's going to need to contest that middle objective. Itza is a classic favorite for like elves and dwarves that like to do bow and gun line, and even Kislev, because you can basically have one gun line position hold two objectives. And it's going to be formation, it's going to be very strong, and I think it's quite cool indeed. So Archmage of Life going to be hustling about looking for dwellers, but he's probably like, what the hell is this army? There's literally nothing for me to dwellers. Silver bullets are just waiting in the shadows to pop out and get the Archmage of Life. One of the techs that I've used against the High Elves with Empire is a netcaster and like a bunch of hidden shooting. And then when they pop up to dwellers below you, you can then net them and shoot them down. It's really hard to do though, because they basically are unspottable for that period of time, right? So we will have to see. The State Trooper is going to be falling back as the archers do get in range. We do see the Fireborn coming out. So the elite Dragon Princes, those are going to be nasty. Demogryph Knights, handgunner shooting, cannons, all those things can do reasonably well against these. That is the case. And it looks like the Sons of Sigmar are going to take this fight, which I don't think is going to go terribly well for them. And they have their Empire Knights kind of chilling at the back. Franz is on vacation here. He needs to go up and help the boys out, because this is going to be ugly, especially with those princes coming in. Like a prince charge right here would be absolutely devastating. That would be really, really nasty for sure. Here they come. Fireborn, get ready. Couch the lances. Lance the couches. Here it comes. Big one. As they just run through those Sigmar Suns. Oh my god, that was a devastating charge. See, that's how cavalry charges should be in this game. So now in the backfield, oh, the Sunmaker is back though. Sigmar's vengeance is upon us. And we see the Archmage of Life trying to get in position to get a Dwellers off. Oh boy, that's going to be painful, but not before the Hellstorm Rocket Battery does a lot of damage, but I think the Dwellers blow is going to go off. And the Sunmaker crew is running, but I'm pretty sure it will destroy the actual models. I'm not sure. We'll have to kind of keep tabs on that. But the Sunmaker crew partially gets away. Value trading is relatively even, with a little bit of an edge for Samurai style, as those Dragon Princes are just going bananas. They are causing a ton of havoc. It looks like there's going to be a Dweller's Blow popping up, maybe from the Empire. And it is a partial hit on those Dragon Princes there. We do get some Empire Knights charging into the spears in the front, which is a very, very Bronzodia play. I definitely don't agree with that. Just basically sending one of your units that could potentially be shutting down archers or, maneuvering on the side into spears feels really, really rough for sure. So big play though for the Empire. The Sunmaker is back online. It did survive the Dwellers, so now this is where the Empire can potentially get the game back. Franz also needs to get active. Silver Bullets should be shooting against the Archmage of Life up in the sky to be putting constant pressure on it. And it looks like the Prince and Emperor is going to be engaging against the Fireborn, which is a good call. It looks like on the landing he actually kills two of those units. And now the Sunmaker is going to be thumping. Big damage right there. Huge damage, actually. Sunmaker is like your winning condition in this matchup, in my experience. Without the Sunmaker, it's very tough to win. All right, shooting coming in from the Silver Bullets. Are they going to rip those shots? They do get a big volley fire. Archmage of Life takes quite a bit of damage, but not before another Dwellers goes off, so looks like the Dwellers will finish off the Sunmaker. And that's okay for the Empire. I mean, it's not okay, but at least it got some damage off, and it took 2 Dwellers to kill it instead of just 1. So, something to consider. Zintler's Reichsguard going to be surging through. Obviously, these are spear units, but the Reichsguard Knights should be able to do some decent damage, but they were braced for that. So the charge bonus of the Reichsguard Knights is going to be mitigated. It's more so just their basic combat stats now. Fireborn on their way back in, and looking on the sides, we do see the State Troopers struggling to get through the Silvern Guard and their armor. So really pretty close in terms of value trading. Both sides do have a little bit of healing, Spearmen being unsummoned, and more Empire Knights going to be surging forth. But those Zintler's Reichsguard Knights getting punished. Will the Prince and Emperor be able to carry the game, and will the forces of Sigmar be able to resummon some sort of artillery to try and deal with this Elvish bowline? We'll have to see. Looks like Silver Bullets are putting firepower into the Dragon Princes as well, which has got to feel pretty good. Silver Helms, Dragon Princes coming out. Outriders with grenade launchers are an okay choice against Elves. In my experience, are a little bit precarious because of the bows. But yeah, there's not really too many safe spots for them. We do have Silver Helms and Reavers coming around from all sides. A nice Dwellers again, going down on the Silver Guard there, so that's going to be dragging down a lot of those Elven units, which is basically keeping the Empire in the game here. On the far side, Archmage of Life being hammered by those guns, but really need to shut down these Silver Bullets here. This is where the Empire Knights would be useful, right? Because they could actually screen out and stop these guys, but instead they're basically just having to scatter and run. With a couple Spearmen of Tretch maneuvering over, so good maneuvering. He does at least get the spears heading the right direction, but those Silver Helms are going to be eating a full shot cab charge in the back, which is certainly not going to be fun. Empire Knights need to rush in, protect the grenade launchers. Grenade launchers come around the side, start kind of pushing down these units here. And the Elven army is actually looking a little bit beat up as well. Value trading is very even here in this game. Although the Prince and Emperor is getting a little bit smashed, he did do enough to potentially finish off the Fireborn. They're wavering with 2 models. Crazy elite unit. Uh-oh. Sigmar coming in with the Steel Hammer, maybe. You better watch out. The Archmage of Life is going to flee through the scene. Does Franz get the hit? He's getting in there. Does he have Galmaraz active? He does not, but Foeseeker is active. He's on the hunt, trying to chase down that Archmage, but the Archmage on the Eagle is a little bit faster than him, so it's going to be a tough fight, or a tough hunt, I should say. And it looks like with good maneuvering, the Eagle has been able to get away. Earthblood is down. Franz might be able to get some damage. We'll have to see how it all unfolds. So Samurai style pulling a little bit ahead in value. Reaver's dying to spears back here, certainly very cost effective for the Empire. And Franz not quite able to get the engagement. The Archmage was able to get away on the faster Eagle there. So there you go. And Outrider grenade launchers still just doing okay damage, but Lothern Seaguard should be able to counter them. Franz really needs some heals. He needs some milk for sure. Jade Wizard in the back does have Earthbloods, but Franz's best friend is Regrowth. That's where he really shines. Maybe if Empire could resummon the Sunmaker. I mean, the Elvish army is very beat up, but Franz is actually broken now. He was taking too many shots from all these bows. Basically, the Elf player just has all of his Lothern Seaguard in guard mode, and he's just focus firing Franz. Franz looks like he's going to be going down here. He's on the run. And in my experience, I'm somebody who mains Empire. This is a very Elf-favored matchup. Once the Elf players learned about Dwellers Below stealth, it totally changed the paradigm of this matchup. Now, it's not unwinnable for the Empire, but it's certainly Elf-favored, 100%. Earthblood going down. Franz may come back. The Earthblood will maybe salvage that situation, but even still, the Elves still have a lot of units here, and the State Trooper builds, like, it was a really cool idea in principle, but it didn't seem to quite get the job done. You see some Free Company militia shooting here. Like, the Swordsmen, I don't know if they really did much. Like, I feel like you could have just gone with basic Swordsmen, and they wouldn't have performed that much worse. And, because, like, there's so much armor on the Heil Froster, too, right? So, grenade launchers setting up on the hill. And they are going to be putting some serious firepower into the Rangers. And honestly, the Elves could have used a build just like this before their buff, and it would have worked pretty much the exact same. Like, a little bit more expensive, like 1 or 2 units worth maybe. But yeah, Lothern Seaguard spam with Silverins and Spears has always been pretty good against the Empire. The counter the Empire has is artillery. Outside of artillery, the Empire can't really trade with the Elves terribly effectively in most units. That's been my experience. War Wagons are awful here. War Wagons get shot by the Lotherans, by bolt throwers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can't really afford to bring those. It's not a good call. So maybe we see like a 4th quarter Dwellers Below summon. Is that going to be the tech that the Empire tries to bring out? How would a quad mortar build do? It would actually work pretty well. Like if there was 3 or 4 mortars against like these Lothern, and you just have like a defensive position and you hold one objective, I think you might be able to do well. It could work, because the thing is, the Lothern Seaguard only have 40 armor, so mortars would actually do considerable damage against them. And now we have the Sunmaker back. Could we potentially see a Sigmarite come back? Not going to be easy. They don't really have a lot to defend their back line. They are surging from the high ground. We do have some grenade launchers coming in, as well as these Free Company militia. Looks like some spearmen going to go back and deal with those reavers on the point. But let's go ahead and see what the Sunmaker can do. It looks like it hasn't been able to shoot yet. It's trying to line up, but there are going to be some cavalry coming in, some silver helms, and we see spearmen. But I'm pretty sure the elves will be able to shut this down. Empire Knights are trying their best to protect everything, but they just can't be everywhere at once. Good screen there. Spearmen on top with Empire Knights maybe can hold back those silvermen. Maybe the spearmen will for a while. As far as this trading goes here, Free Company militia battling against the silver helms and getting rear charged by reavers. Going to be pretty unfortunate for them. The reavers obviously doing very, very good. And I think that's probably going to be game over. Yeah, Dwellers Below once again being overpowered here in the backfield. Going to be hammering into the Sunmaker. Both sides do have it though, so it's not like it's like a one-side thing. They both have Dwellers. But I think that's the end of the Empire. Really, really nice attempt there by Tretch, but it looks like that's going to be a victory for our boy Samurai Style here. Going to be RTK victory, as he will be most likely advancing to the Grand Finals based on what I'm seeing here to play the winner of our top side, which we'll be doing next. So once again, thank you guys all for joining today. It's been quite a bit of fun. Looks like we're going to be going to the next round here in just a minute. So spearmen pushing into the back. They're all running. Empire basically has nothing left. GG, well played. GG, well played. Yeah, I think mortar spam could be an option for sure. I think it could. Archmage to Sunmaker, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? So the secret tech, Franz isn't that good against Isles, okay? You need to go with like double nets and catch the Archmage up in the sky and kill it before it can Dweller spam your backfield. That's like the only way I've had success against elves lately, but it's still very favored for the elves. So Samurai Style with a 2-0. And now let's go ahead and jump to the next lobby, see if we have it up. That's what she said. And game time. All right. Game time. So just told those players that we're coming to the other lobby here on the top side. And here we go. So this is going to be Chumos versus someone named Empty Empires, which I don't know their history. Playing under a bit of a different name here, or Ash. It looks like a Witch Hunter as the avatar. Pretty cool. So this is our next topside matchup. The winner of this will be going to the Grand Finals to face Samurai Style. So Tomos versus Ash. Here we go. Best of 3. Celestial Lake is the map. And we are all set. Yumi's could have won with the Boar Boys. No, Empire like just can't trade infantry against you. Like if you bring great swords, they just get wrecked by shooting. Like even with armor, they just get karate chopped. So I think you could do like a weird build of like five great swords and 4 mortars. That could be a really interesting build. You just like sit back and soften up the shooting and then charge them with great swords. Maybe. I don't see it being super strong. I don't see it being super strong. That is for sure. All right, taking a look. Let's look at the brackets, see if the scores have been reported, which they should have been. We're pretty darn close to the Grand Finals today. Nice, sweet tournament. Going to be about 4 or 5 hours. That's the sweet spot, I think, for these events, where it's not a brutal grind for everyone. So taking a look here, it is going to be Samurai Style reporting a score in the Grand Finals. He'll do it in a second. And we're on the top side of the bracket today. So some very strong players played today. Many champions have fallen. But let us see how this unfolds. There we are. Looking good. Tomb Kings versus Norska? Oh my god, is that actually going to happen? It could. I would actually be interested in seeing a Tomb Kings game. I know they're OP, but it's kind of like you don't see them often, so it'd be kind of cool. Yeah, great swords are pretty janky. They're much better in tabletop. Can't you snipe it with a Luminarch? Yeah, you could go Luminarch, but the bolt throwers will counter Luminarch. If they have even one bolt thrower, your Luminarch's basically dead in the water. And that's a 700 gold investment to kill something that's almost 2,000 gold. We need a 3-hour FFA. Don't put that evil on us. Why would you? A 3-hour FFA in Total War would be such misery. It would be such misery. Yeah, Croxagore. I think the appropriate nerf for Dwellers Below would be nerfing its single target damage, so that it doesn't kill like lords and like SEMs and things like that. Well, Dwellers not only does a ton of damage to multi-model units, but it also kills single entity models. It's literally good at everything. It's so much better than any other AoE spell. Yeah, so It is Norska versus Tomb Kings, by the way. So Tomb Kings made it through the pick and ban phase somehow. And we got Tomb Kings versus Norska. Norska is a top tier faction, but Tomb Kings are next level. So I'm really curious to see how this goes. Norska has a 33% win rate versus Tomb Kings. Oh, man. That's not great. That's not great. That's going to be a rough one. Well, we'll see if he's got some secret tech. Tomos is a very strong player. We saw Tomos with a very convincing victory in the last series. So perhaps Ash here will face the wrath of Norska. Who knows? Who knows indeed? Yeah, just looks that. Yeah, there's a lot of there's usually like people will jump around and just find the broken spells pretty quick, but I mean, there's not too many spells left that are just egregiously broken. Like Flensing Ruin and Dwellers Below are like the two spells that are big problem children right now. Blue Fire is like borderline, but it's not like as oppressive. Yeah, like I think those are the ones that need some loving. I liked your FFA campaign though with Franz. Yeah, that was fun. The Bellacore head-to-head was really fun with Franz. We had that like glorious opponent and I had that really fun final battle. Hadri says 33%, surprised it's that high. Yeah, I don't see what Norska do here. Like, Tomb Kings can just spam Nakar Warriors, like Ushaptis, Sepulchral Stalkers, like... I feel like there's so many ways that the Tomb Kings can beat Norska, and Norska's like... I don't know, like, what the hell are Berserkers gonna do? Skeleton Archers will just tear you apart, too. I wish 2v2 had... Yeah... Man, I wish we could just get dedicated servers like what, other RTS companies have. For both campaign as well as PvP, but PvP and Total War isn't like super popular. We're definitely like a niche community here, but we have a very passionate player base and community, and it's really fun to watch. Like I'm sure there's a ton of people who don't play multiplayer who like to watch it. I think myself, and like I feel like I would be in that situation for sure. If I was just a campaign person, it's really fun. Yeah, Blue Fire is definitely better with caster characters. Yeah, 100%. You just want to see a mammoth fight a sphinx. Yeah, no, for sure. Kaiju fights are really fun. Not if it's like a vampire count mirror kaiju fight, but like if we're watching like, two factions that happen to have big monsters and they just both bring one, it's very fun to watch them just go fisticuffs. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. That's right, Gunhound. That's right. So Celestial Lake, once again, we have the same maps as we had earlier. So Celestial Lake, Itza, and I think Gates of Ekrund is the last one. If I'm not sure. Team my opponent is away. Let me check. Okay, so what is his name? Empire something. Empty Empires. Okay. Okay. Looks like his opponent might be AFK. We'll give him a little bit of time since he might have not known, but we'll set up a timer. So all right, so we'll give him 15 minutes. If he doesn't show up in 15 minutes, we would just advance Tomos to the finals. So if he might have just disappeared or So let me set a timer. So okay, 1:25. Okay. Let me see if he has his army picked. Maybe he's picking his army as well. I'm going to check that real quick. It looks like he has a full army. So his army's already built. So 15 minutes should be enough of a cushion because that would be a reasonable amount of time. Plus he could also keep tabs on the stream to see where we are. Yeah. No, it's fun for sure. I used to watch Grubby a lot. That was like my go-to for like RTS action. But only as Warcraft 3. When Age of Empires came out, I was mainly looks like he's ready. Okay. He's like chain readying up and then like unreadying. Okay, it looks like he's good. Okay. No drama, we're all set. We are all set. So yeah, Grubby was my go-to. I used to watch Grubby a lot. For Warcraft 3, that was my favorite. Because I wasn't playing that much, but I still enjoyed watching it, so that was really fun. Hey Turin, wanted to let you know you got me into tabletop. Hell yeah, I'm wanting to start painting and I bought my first mini a couple days ago. A Bretonnian Grail Knight. Oh man. Okay, so just be aware that Bretonnia, the models are really old. It's a little bit more expensive to get those armies together. And the Bretonnia probably is going to get a new model range, I would wager, for Old World. So you might want to wait on going like all in on Bretonnia, unless it's like a huge passion project for you, and then whatever, you know, go for it. But just a fair warning with them. And they also don't have any rules for Age of Sigmar, so it's not like you could play them. I mean, I think they have like an index or something. It's like terrible. Yeah. Yeah. But it's time, man. It is time. Oh no, what happened? We had a draw? Some weird stuff. Okay, let me screenshot the builds. Some shenanigans going on with this game. Okay, got screenshots of the builds. Okay. Back and same armies. Okay, so he's coming. If he crashes again, that would be a win for his opponent. He crashed. Same armies. Okay, have fun. All right, so he'll rejoin in a second. He crashed. Hopefully we'll get him back in a second. Yeah, Grubby's playing Dota now, which is pretty wild. It's definitely, that's like a smart, you know, it's a smart idea from a business perspective. You know, obviously Dota is probably going to get way more traffic than Warcraft 3. So for him, it makes a lot of sense. I just, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Dota would tickle my pickle. I just love RTS games. There's a couple like non-RTS games I would cover on the channel. Like heavily. Maybe Diablo. Like the new one. I'm just like, I have like literally like almost zero faith in Blizzard these days, but like I love the Diablo franchise so much, like Diablo 2 and stuff. I love how I say Diablo and Diablo like different every single time. But I don't know, my brain's always done that. I would cover that if it like I would give it another chance, whatever. Like, and just try that. But yeah. I'm definitely gonna start a tabletop channel at some point. Definitely gonna start a tabletop channel. I think the rule for tabletop is the older your models are, the more Chad you become. Yeah, there's certainly that element. Are there any classic tournaments, or are you sticking to domination for that? Mostly domination, because domination, in my opinion, is much better for competitive. But I might do some like land battle flash tournaments where I grab like just a couple of my friends and do like a small showcase tournament type stuff. Dota 2 is a good game with a rough community, you said? Will I play Darktide? Oh yeah, I'll do a stream when it comes out with my wife. Yeah. Oh, you did? That's pretty cool place. What were your thoughts on it? Let me know. Dude, I can't wait for battle reports also. Just evil cackling. That's my favorite part of tabletop games. Yeah. Just evil cackling as you unleash your schemes. All right, so Norska, Tomb Kings. If there's another crash, which maybe would explain why the top side took so long. You crash again. We will just giving them a warning that if they crash again, we'll have to advance the opponent, because we can't just have chain crashes over and over. As much as I would like to see Tomb Kings. If you do land battles, just never put a price on it. That's true. Yeah, that's true. How about Blood Bowl 3? I'll cover that for sure. I'll probably join a Blood Bowl league of some sort. We'll have one in our Discord, and yeah, I'll play in that. Like there will be at least one Blood Bowl stream a week, because I love Blood Bowl. It's a really fun game. It's really, really fun. It's always a good time. Even your mom played Diablo 2. Hey, there you go. There you go. No, the interesting thing about my old man hands is they can go like full throttle for like 3 hours, but then like I usually need to chill the rest of the day and like not go too crazy. They've gotten a lot better. The surgeries to relieve the impinged nerves have helped me a ton. Like I can do so much more. Are you going to do solely fantasy? So I'm going to do Warhammer Old World. I will do Warhammer 40k also. Probably starting mostly with Old World. Like I would say for every 4 battle reports we have for Old World, we'll do 40k as well. Like one 40k. And if enough people ask for it, I would also be willing to do some Age of Sigmar stuff. But Old World is going to be the main focus, because I think you guys would probably enjoy that the most. But I will do 40k, because I do like 40k. It's fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. It is going to be the forces of Tomos and the dreaded Norscan hordes. He's going to be coming in with the battle line of Berserkers and Spears, and Marauder Great Weapons. And Norska Firecaster, classic anti-Tomb Kings, just burning head their infantry, which isn't as good as it used to be, but it's still good. And Marauder Champions are an excellent unit too. They're really good against Tomb Kings because none of the Tomb Kings infantry can go fisticuffs with them. And a little bit vulnerable to being focus fired, but overall they can do some good work. So that is pretty much it. Now, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Ash with a dreaded legion of just mass Nehekar warriors. Spearmen, archers, and chosen of the gods Ushabti there in the back. That's it, man. Classic Tomb Kings horde. Using a dreaded skeleton spearman as his lord, abusing the unsummoned mechanic to try and avoid the lord sniping penalty. It's a classic tactic, which is hopefully something CA fixes. I don't think it's like enough of an issue to warrant like being banned in tournaments, but I really just hope CA fixes it because I think it's like, yeah, just kind of lame. So you guys finally get to see why Tomb Kings are really strong, and this is one of the main reasons. Every single time they cast a spell, it's crazy. Your whole army gets healed for just 0.20 HP per second for 7 seconds every single time you cast. So every Tomb Kings unit has effectively like 2,000 to 3,000, 4,000 more HP, which is just nuts. Absolutely nuts. But Marauder Champions could carry for sure if they could just kind of sit on this back objective with some Spearmen and chill out a little bit. I like that with another Marauder maybe. And then they can win here potentially on Objective 2. And what's nice about Objective 2 for them here on the Celestial Lake is direct fire shooting is still decent. Like the Ushabti Great Bows can shoot here, but there's some line of sight blocking like this rock here. The tree line provides some cover as well. So there's other things like that. So Wolfric the Wanderer, just hanging out in the trees. He's the way to go for sure. Sword of Torgold is okay. It's good for, taking out characters and things like that. But the Sea Fang is why you bring him. He has 3 charges of it, and each of these could potentially kill like a Tomb Guard unit or something pretty powerful indeed. I'm surprised to see Tomb Kings not be banned, but I'm kind of happy we get to see them too. Because it's a win-win. We get to see them potentially dominate and get to see why they're strong, or we get to see them, get upset, which is always fun. It's all fun and games until the longship performs it. Yeah, gets the drive-by longship, I know. Thank you so much, Templar. Really appreciate that. Wolfric's going to be bro charging in here, dude. He's just getting in there. He's maybe going to be able to kill one of the Chosen of the Gods. I don't know what this Lich Priest is thinking he's going to do. Like, Wolfric could just turn and give him the dirty, but that's a strong play. Wolfric just chasing down the Chosen of the Gods here is quite good. Sword of Torgold, is it active? It looks like it is not. He's going to be retreating back now. So Wolfric did get charged a little bit, but he's wearing heavy plate, so he's going to be A-okay. And initially, Norska looks like they're going to be holding on to the objective. That is the case. But Tomb Kings might also do a bit of a split push here. Burning Head going down. What kind of damage are we going to see? Really good micro here from Ash. Ash able to get back as the Burning Head does go into the Skeleton Spearman right there. Doing a little bit of damage, but maybe a little bit preemptive. Oh man, Wolfric, the Hunter of Champions. It's active. Lich Priest got really beat up, down to half health. And it looks like he's going to keep going for the kill. He's just pushing through those spears, dude. He didn't give a shit. So Wolfric gets a pretty fortunate attack animation. Probably going to keep hunting down this Lich Priest, although you better be careful. Whoa, Lich Priest came back in for an attack. That was ballsy. Sepulchral Stalker is coming in to try and deal with your boy Wolfric. Wolfric seems to be doing good. Oh my god, the Sea Fang! The Sea Fang of the gods! Oh my god, that KO'd that archer, no scoped. And the Blessed Legion also down to half health. Dude, great opening from Tomo so far against just really, really strong stuff. But that's what you get for having your stuff in a line like that. Look at that, the good boys are here. The Norscan Ice Wolves are going to be swarming from both sides. So one moving into the Blessed Legion, the other Norscan Ice Wolves going to be swarming from the other side, shutting down the archers. And man, oh man, I have to say, this is looking to be a really good opening for Norska. Like really, really good. I mean, it doesn't get too much better than that. That is for sure. Now, Marauder Champions will dominate this objective, so when they get into combat, they're easily going to be beating down these Nehekar Warriors, which are a very good unit, mind you, but the good boys do get in, but a little bit of a risky play as they do get compromised and taken out. Granted, they did finish off the Blessed Legion, or at least led it to crumbling, which isn't that much damage, but it does add up over time, so the Blessed Legion will start losing HP. And the other good boys are going to be getting pushed back here. Now, Wolfric a little bit trapped in spears. This is like a nightmare scenario for him, but he does have some Berserkers coming over. He's trying to get through. You can see Wolfric's trying to push. Probably going to need some sort of a Burning Head or a Sea Fang or something to kind of clear that. Granted, I would save the Sea Fang most likely for, the Archer position or Nehekar Warriors, things like that. Now, as far as this point goes, some random-ass Berserkers made their way across the map, and they are on the back point, taking down Skeleton Spearmen, but good play here from Ash. Ash going to be using the Chariots to run down those Berserkers. Value trading is pretty much dead even, so what little value we did see the Norskins accrue in the beginning is now kind of diminished. Probably the best bet for Norska against Tomb Kings is going to be holding on until you can effectively just win on a single cap and like Helm's Deeping in the back. which I think is going to be potentially possible. Marauder champions are going to take like 100 years to get off this objective. The Archer is still online, and they're doing quite a bit of work. Berserkers, obviously, with no armor and no missile resistance of any sort, really not going to enjoy that. And I can't believe Wulfric hasn't been able to escape. He's literally been trying to push out of the skeleton blob for like a minute. Has not been able to do it, which is really, really painful. Berserker is still fighting, though. Good leadership on those guys. As far as the push here from the Tomb Kings, the Nehekar Warriors will lose to these Berserkers. And now we see Norscan Ice Trolls as well as Norscan Ice Wolves coming out as well, which is going to be wild. Big burning head going down. Very, very clean. Oh, man, a bit of a bad angle, though. Oh, and it bounces off the rock face. If it had gone more like this, maybe it could have gotten a 2-for-1, but even still, Marauder Champions will defeat pretty much all these units here. And it looks like the Tomb Kings are starting to take a little bit of momentum back. And remember, Tomb Kings have passive healing on their whole army nonstop. So basically, the Tomb Kings are just actually ahead right now, which is crazy because it seems like the Norscans have been outplaying them pretty heavily, but, you know, it is what it is. So Marauders are up. Marauder Champions continuing to fight here. We got some more good boys in the backfield. So Norscan Ice Wolves going to be desperately trying to shut down the Blessed Legion, which I don't know if it's worth the dive. I mean, because the Nehekar Horsemen are just going to kind of clean them up here. We do see very good incantation and protection going down, which will mitigate 40% of the damage from the Norscan Ice Wolves. Probably still going to kill them. It's hard to say. Nehekar Horsemen are right on top of them, so that's going to be a pretty good counter as well. And in the backfield, Berserkers fighting. It looks like the Ushabti Summon was used, so the Ushabti Summon will be going for a little bit of time, but yeah, big Tomb Kings pressure all over the backfield. Norska's going to have to summon some troops in. They got Javelins on their way to hold the point. Marauder Champions, though, are pretty Chad over here. These guys are just holding all day, beating down these Nehekar Warriors. And the Troll Toll is being paid. These are the Kepra Guard. Kepra Guard are absolute monsters. Really good units, but if they're being just fully circle beaten by all these units, eating Javelins to the face and throwing axes, they're going to go down. And now for the forces of Norska, it's going to be of the utmost importance to hold their home objectives. Because clearly the Tomb Kings, I think, have kind of felt as if they can't get objective number 2. So they're just going to bull rush objective, the home objective of Norska, which is a harder one to do because of the reinforcement angle. And Wulfric is very happy here. He's just kind of helping these guys fight. The Ushabti Summon will be disappearing in a second, 100%. Yeah, it looks like 2 seconds until that's gone. Javelins are online, but maybe you're going to need some Skin Wolves here, because without Skin Wolves or any sort of mass, the Chariots are going to be very problematic. And Tomb Kings are coming in with a lot of capture weight, ladies and gentlemen. Granted, Norska is close enough that they should be able to maybe maintain it. We'll have to see. As far as the backfield goes, Tomb Kings with more infantry coming in, as well as archers and Nehekar Horsemen. The Hounds fully cleaned up, but not before the Blessed Legion was demonetized there. And will they be able to hold on here? Marauder Champions on the point, throwing axes, sitting standby. Eyes of the Desert are here. Definitely want to countercharge those with the Marauders. Throwing axes actually going into them isn't a bad idea, but yeah, you can see the Sepulchral Stalkers are just a very, very nasty unit. Very, very nasty unit. Here they come, Champions engaging. Maybe if you can tie them up in melee, the throwing axes can do some work. Beautiful burning head in the backfield, guys. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely hammers those skeletons down. Very, very clean. Now, Norska managing to hold on to its home objective, getting a decent value lead, or point lead, I should say. And Norska is now behind in value. So Norska is pretty much behind in every facet of the game now. And again, that's just Tomb Kings. Their units are super effective, and their healing is insane. It's really, really tough to match all that. And I don't see too many Norscan reinforcements coming in. We get some Trolls, Marauder Great Weapons, some basic Marauders. Berserkers are here, but these Archers have been able to shoot over the tree line all day and are really, really doing quite a bit of damage. So here comes Nehekar Warriors, more Archers. It looks like Norska might be able to hold on to its home objective. What they're going to have to do is immediately... Okay, I actually see an opportunity here. Norska could maybe push up and steal the Tomb King's home objective, which is being very lightly defended. Tomb Kings aren't like the fastest faction in the world in terms of infantry, so you can see they're moving everything over here. So if Norska kind of pulled a quick one here and moved up to objective 1, maybe they would be able to do some stuff. And they have a lot of stuff, guys. That might be the play. Just like hold for as long as you can here and pressure the Tomb King's objective here. Maybe even use a Sea Fang to clear out those skeletons. I think that could be good. Another really nice burning head coming in from Tomos. His burning heads have just been so on point this game. And you can see the durability of Marauder Champions really shining, as they're just a huge sticky unit in the backfield. Pretty good leadership as well, just chasing down these Eyes of the Desert. Sure, they won't kill them, but they're going to be a problem. Now, it looks like Norska is going to be moving for their opponent's home objective, while Wulfric the Wanderer gets in melee, continues wandering, and is hunting the Chosen of the Gods. Really, really good play there from the Lich Priest. Wulfric actually could detach right now and maybe bounce over and kill that Lich Priest. And it looks like he's going to be trying to do it. Lich Priest in trouble, guys. Hunter of Champions active, and Wulfric gets in and gets a huge blow. This would be a colossal win for Norska, because with the Lich Priest gone, there's no overpowered Tomb King's magic anymore. So there's not going to be faction-wide healing outside of the Realm of Souls, which isn't like as absurd as just like spamming those cheap spells, right? Okay, that was really, really big. So now the Norscan army is going to be heading in here. You can see the Marauder champions heading towards the Skeleton Spearmen. Javelins coming as well. Chariots rushing to intercept. Ice Troll's going to be pushing into the chariots with Frostbite and Mass. Should be pretty good, but Norska probably is going to get this objective. I mean, Tomb Kings do have some Nekar warriors coming over as well as more. Okay, more of them. Maybe they won't. They need to get all these units on the objective like stat. Like, they need to just get there because the Tomb Kings are going to take this objective in just a second. You can see the capture weight is Tomb King's favored, but it belongs to Norska. But Norska has been routed off that objective. So this is kind of Norska's like all in here. They really need to get this. Marauder champions moving. Not sure where the Javelins are going. Looks like they're going to be throwing into the Horsemen here, as these are just basic Marauders. Do we have more Berserkers coming? It does not look like it. Back objective fully undefended. More Berserkers will start hustling from across the map. And will Norska be able to get this objective back? Norscan Ice Trolls, of course, do have some regeneration. The gap has been closed in terms of value. You can see these Horsemen being taken apart. So too are these Skeleton Spearmen. And the two Javelins need to park on the objective. So they need to be like right here and right here. Because if they had done that earlier, this objective may actually be close to being captured. Ushapti being set in a melee. Those are chosen of the gods. So they're not terrible in melee. We do have some Condom Wolves on the other side, battling against Nekar warriors. Not an amazing fight, but with their regeneration, maybe they can actually win it. And look at this. Now this objective's open, right? So Tomb Kings are obviously having a pretty heavy panic response. They're rushing everything over here, which does leave Norscan Mobility the option to maybe overload this objective. So Norska could save up for a couple Ice Wolves, which might be a really good play to have them come in and just, storm this objective. I actually really like that idea. Now, Javelins on the point. Capture weight belonging to Norska. Those Javelins are doing some serious damage, man. Sepulchral Stalkers, though, they're going to be nasty. Maybe the Trolls at this point, since they're so beat up, you loop them around to the middle, give them a little bit of time to regenerate, and go for it here. Or you move them back on the point and try and get the capture weight. It's tough. Tomb Kings are probably going to be able to push you off with their Horsemen and their infantry defeating the Norscan infantry very slowly. You can see the Sepulchral Stalker is a big problem here for sure. So Norska is going to have to get this side objective somehow. And as it currently stands, they do have the capture weight. We get Marauder Great Weapons on here. It's very, very tight, though. Trolls also need to be rallied over there, so we do see the Troll Soul. Those guys are going to be moving in here. And once again, very, very back and forth. Very, very back and forth this game, which is super impressive because this is an extremely Tomb Kings favored matchup. Extremely Tomb Kings favored. Ice Troll is not doing bad work. Their support, unfortunately for them, is running, so the Javelin's going to be fleeing the scene. Marauder Champion's absolute chads, up to, 153 kills. Now, mostly against skeletons, but the fact that they're still holding on is insane. 53 melee defense, high armor, basically like Zargard, very similar in functionality, but of course they don't have shields, and they do have the enrage mechanic. So Norska is going to be stealing the side objective, guys. They're going to be getting it. Tomos is able to clean that off. Absolutely crazy. So Marauder's coming, and now for Tomos, what the next play is just defending your home objective. So getting over here, getting these guys on the objective, and just making sure the counter push from the Tomb Kings isn't enough to get you. Because this game, they're slowly running out of time. They're slowly running out of time. So Tomb Kings coming across with Nekar warriors, as well as Kepragard moving to the objective. Not going to do a whole lot. Burning Head and Wolfric here, they should be able to deal with those infantry. And it looks like Tomb Kings are going to go all in on the Norscan home objective, which is not a bad idea, but you have to watch out too, because Norska could maybe go for your home objective. A lot of cool tactical decisions here for sure. Some Marauder Hunter Javelins being chased back. Norska does get 2 infantry units up. And Norscan Marauders actually are pretty stalwart. They do, of course, have a scaling physical resist and leadership buff the longer that they're in combat, which is unique to their faction. It's the rage mechanic, kind of the Berserker thing, which is very cool. And it looks like Norska should be okay, but they really don't want to abandon the side objective too much. You got to be careful not to send too much over here, right? Because it looks like they have good control. And the Tomb Kings in the back have some warriors that are hidden. It looks like they chased something off the map. But really, it seems like Norska probably is going to get this game. It's hard to say. Still some blunders could be on the table. But Tomos has been playing such clean play all day. Like in the first best of 3 we saw from Tomos earlier, very, very clean. Same in this match as well. Good decision making. Really, really good magic usage. And now we get to see the Kepragard versus Norscan Berserkers. Kepragard would win this in a vacuum simply because they're so elite and they regenerate and have anti-infantry. But Berserkers will put some serious hurt on them. And if the Trolls are coming in, not going to let their little buddies get smashed. The Trolls are going to start dropping the hammer down. And this would be a pretty decisive win for these 2 units. Unless, of course, more reinforcements come from the Tomb Kings, which could be the case. Because the Trolls' leadership is very, very fickle right now. Another good Burning Head, man. Oh, the Burning Heads have been so good. It's taken me back to Warhammer 2 when Tomb Kings were one of the weaker factions because of Burning Head. Burning Head has been nerfed, though, pretty heavily, but still 1900 value. It's not like Flensing Rune OP, but yeah, actually doing some really, really good work. And now Norska is going to be pressuring the Tomb Kings objective. Actually, it looks like Norska is pressuring everything. Every objective. They're just going pedal to the metal now. I guess feeling as if they have a substantial enough lead. Granted, with Tomb King's healing, the value on the battlefield is actually probably pretty even. But Tomb Kings have not had a magic wizard for a long time. I think that was the decisive play, was essentially when the Tomb King's caster got killed. Because at that point, they're not able to spam Realm of Souls and all these abilities that just make them incredibly tough to kill. And Norska was actually able to start getting some progress on taking down their units. So Condom Wolves up in combat here. Norska could Helm's Deep now. They are about 200 points away from winning, so 200 seconds, so a little over 3 minutes. So if Norska just starts flooding Objective 3 with units, I think the Tomb Kings will have absolutely no chance of winning, but it's not like they're even in that situation yet, right? The Marauder Horsemen throwing their javelins here into the Nakar Horsemen here. Berserkers and Trolls still fighting pretty good, but man, oh man, Keplerguard are a good unit. They are really crazy, and they were even crazier when they had 100% armor piercing, but now they don't, so they're not quite as oppressive. And that is going to be a victory for Norska against the Tomb Kings, ladies and gentlemen. What a great match. Masterclass there by Tomos, defeating a very competitive, sweaty Tomb Kings build with a faction that is often countered by them. But it also goes to show why Norska is considered to be a top-tier faction. So, taking a look at the breakdown of the builds, Marauder Champions, a solid anchor piece. Wulfric carried that game. 3,000 value, beautiful Sea Fangs, good assassination on the Lord. The Good Boys might have been one of the weaker links, but overall, you know, Wulfric and those champions I think were really solid. And the Tomb Kings build was good too. Just losing the caster I think was the deciding factor. And did we even see Kotep come out? We did not see Kotep. Interesting. GG, well played. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. So, now we will move on to the next game. That is going to be 1-0 there. This best of 3. And now the next map is the Battle for Itza. The players will do their picks and bans, and we'll get going from there. Okay. Looks good. And it is almost showtime. That was a great one, wasn't it? Their mighty leader, the Skeleton Spearman, I know. Well, yeah. The Lich Priest was basically the leader of the army, but he got taken out. He got absolutely taken out. Okay. With so many factions making monstrous infantry work so well, do you think Lizardman players... I don't know about Croc scores. Yeah, they're... Maybe. Yeah, Croc scores maybe could be something. I've seen them used a bit in competitive. It's not like they're not used. Like, Croc scores are often a relatively popular pick. The Good Boys finish off the Blessed Legion. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They weren't useless. That's for sure. They weren't useless. Okay. So let's take a look here. Looking solid. And where are we at? So it says the next one. Players doing their picks and bans now. Okay. So the map is all correctly set. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to refill my water mug, and I'll see you guys in just a second.
More, Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, guys, I'm back. Hopefully you enjoyed that one. Always fun. And what is a Blue Olgor? Blue Olgor is the Tzeentch Demon Prince. Yeah, that's we jokingly call him that because Red Olgor was like the original meme on the channel, and then he became the meme. Yeah. Yeah, Zarevic. Yeah, that's it. That trailer I usually just use it for streams, but I could upload it separately as well. Yeah. Yes. Hey, how's it going, Pone? Hope you're doing well, man. How come you're not winning this tournament today? Every time I get a mage into the Tomb King's army, the game makes... Well, that must be some weird bug. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. I want a more dedicated DLC. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Empire has a lot of cool stuff you could add, like with the Knightly Orders. They're missing their Engineer. They're missing a Celestial Hurricanum. Empire's missing a fair amount of units. They have like Foot Reichsguard Knights, I think they had in tabletop in like 6th edition. So there's stuff missing. Mark of Chaos. Oh, man. Oh, odds that we see Ogre Kingdoms today? I would say the odds are slim, but like maybe like 20% chance. Yeah. Blue Olgar is our favorite. Everybody loves Blue Olgar. I think Red Olgar is he's the favorite. I don't know. Blue Olgar is giving him a run for his money lately. Because Blue Olgar actually sees play, but yeah. Skaven for Tomos. And what is it going to be for Ash? Find out here. Yeah, Croc scores don't have the best stats, do they? I think their base stats are pretty low. Whereas, like, Trolls have higher base stats, so they can fight better against things that aren't infantry. Maybe that's one of the issues with Croc scores. I hadn't really thought of it. How cool would the Imperial Dragon be? Oh, that'd be rad. Well, they could just add Elspeth von Draken. Yeah, that'd be really neat. The trailer for Mark of Chaos is amazing. Probably one of the best game trailers ever. It's so epic. The Warrior Priest is just so cool. Have the Wookiee Claw. Oh, yeah, the Wookiee Claw model is going to be awesome when Anna gets around to painting that. Skaven versus Tzeentch. Interesting. Curious about the Tzeentch tech versus Globes, because I feel like Tzeentch doesn't have too many good answers for Globes outside of Spawn Rush. I'm just trying to break through quick and get to them, but most Skaven players are very good at layering that and making it hard. Soul Grinders of Tzeentch, maybe? No, I don't think so. Furies, I guess? Yeah, like Furies diving. Supported by maybe like a Lord of Change or something like that. I don't really know. You could do the ultimate big brain play and use cast glittering robes on Furies to make them have 100 armor and just dive them on things. Why not running dual streaming YouTube and Twitch? I don't know. I like doing YouTube, so never been a huge fan of Twitch myself. How would you fix Grail Guardians? Yeah, I don't know. It's not that the unit itself is bad. It's more that like big expensive centerpiece units often get destroyed by like cheaper spells. That kind of is like what tabletop's like too. You want to bring like your Mortarion to your Death Guard army, but he just gets like shot off the table and you're like, oh, you know. Like Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant are just such good cheap units, like so effective at what they do that like it's hard to justify bringing anything else. Yeah, so we'll see, guys. It is Tzeentch. Tzeentch has been getting absolutely hammered this season. They've been having a bad old time. I gotta say it has not been a good time for the Rats. So for the grand finals, we're going to be doing some fun maps. We're going to have Black Ark as our opening map, and then we're going to do the Lost Temple of Sotek as well. So that will be very, very cool. And we'll get it rolling, man. We'll get it rolling. Do Needle Mist Isle as well. Although, Medley, does Needle Mist Isle have any Vanguard capture points and things like that? Not that I'm against it, but I would just like the players to have a chance to try it first before we put it in. All right, we're loading in, guys. The battle is on. It's going to be the Skaven with the dreaded Skaven Slave Lord versus the Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch. It's going to be a Spawn Marauder rush. Very old school. This is how Tzeentch used to bully Skaven. Or people used to bully Skaven before the Globadier trend picked up. So yeah, that's a lot of stopping power. Those guys will do some serious work. They will do some serious work. The Lost Temple of Sotek is a great map. It's really, really good. Yeah. It's very small, very brawler, but also has some good line of sight blocking. Allows for some different tactics, which I think is fun. Supposedly, somebody in chat saying, supposedly it's really hard to start out on Twitch. It is. Yeah, Twitch is pretty god-awful for discoverability. Like, if you're just getting started, it's really bad. I've had friends and I've known a lot of people who try to start on Twitch from scratch, and it's just brutal. Whereas YouTube is much better for promoting, like, people who are getting started and, you know, all that stuff, so... 100% agree with that sentiment. 100%. All right, guys. Here it is. Ash with the Exalted Lord of Change, blue fire. No, pink fire only to clear rats. Okay. So he's going for like a bunker busting build. Basically going to be using blue fire to clear out the Skaven slaves and the clan rats and then try and push into the back of the Skaven army. Marauder Spawn Rush. Don't need to get too tactical about that. It's basically monstrous infantry stacked on infantry, just getting a lot of work in. Now on the other side, it is going to be ye old rats. Night Runners are a really good choice because they can buffer against the charge and also have decent DPS against like Spawn of Tzeentch and all those different units like that. So On the other side, Clan Rats, Clan Rats, Clan Rats. One Globadier only, but I would wager one of the first summons is going to be a second Globadier. And a Plague Claw Catapult. Looking to drop some hot steaming Skaven bombards on this this enemy Tzeentchian army. So very cool. Let us know. Who do you guys think is going to win? What are your predictions? We'll put it to a poll, although I guess they're going to start in a second, so you guys would have information. We'll do a poll for the next game. We'll do it in the finals, so you guys we can see where everyone stands in terms of their predictions. I do think this is probably Skaven favored, though. In my experience, like Tzeentch, what kind of shooting can you bring to the table? I guess you have Soul Grinders. Magic is your shooting. But, a lot of times, Hadri's articulated this pretty well the other day. That Tzeentch often is very strong in the beginning, and then when they run out of magic, it becomes very grim for them, obviously, which is very lore-friendly. Tzeentch would for sure be weaker once magic is off the table, so. Rats, yes, yes. Beautiful shot right there. Plague Claw Catapult, getting some work in. Those Forsaken of Tzeentch didn't lose any models, so you could run them back and let their Protoss shields regenerate. But the Zale's going to be putting some serious hurt on them. And for the Rats, you just play objectives, in the middle, right? I wonder if Tzeentch is going to do the dreaded Mordor tactic where they just, sit back and wait and gather, an extra 4,000 resources worth of units. But the problem is, on Itza, doing that, the Skaven can just get a catapult in range, unless you wanted to hide your entire army in the tree line. So it looks like there's going to be somewhat of a push. Forsaken of Tzeentch over on the sides, going to be looking to maybe contest Objective 3. Globadiers are on their way over, though. We do see the Globes kind of chilling, or they're not on their way yet, but they soon will be. They can move over there and pretty much take out any sort of infantry threat. Ah, some delicious water right there. And Tzeentch going to be getting Objective 1, so the Rat's going to be yielding that, which makes sense. For Skaven, the idea is you just control 2 objectives, and then you just be like, come at me, bro. That's basically what you're going to do. There's no sense in splitting up your army super heavily, unless you're really, really confident you could just outplay your opponent, which I wouldn't probably take that risk in kind of a high-stakes game like this. This is determining a qualifying spot for the Grand Finals. Granted, there still are many more qualifiers. And I wouldn't say ironically, but the odds of qualifying for the World Championship get exponentially easier as more qualifiers go on, because many of the Dark Lords have already qualified. So the level of competition goes down very heavily as you get into the later qualifiers, which is pretty funny. So if you want to submarine your way into the group stages, just wait till qualifier 13 and 14. And because every single stream, the top 4 players qualify. Obviously, there's a winner who's going to be getting a better seed in the group, I think, at some point. I know there's some variant in that, but it is something to consider as well. Pretty hilarious, if you ask me. So Skaven got a double cap here. So objectives 3, objective 2. He's playing very greedy. This is very, very greedy Skaven play. There's a chance this entire army here could just get overwhelmed and wouldn't have the support. Granted, I think the Skaven are okay with that, considering they're getting good shooting value. Ikit Claw with the Brass Orb right there. So Brass Orb doing some big, big damage and blocking up those units. And also the spawn, also going to potentially pay the price. Nice little blue fire right there, I guess. Goes down just some Skaven slaves. So really, that was only 60 gold of value, which is pretty unfortunate. But this is a good play as well. Using the Exalted Lord of Change and getting the Portal Glyph out, and then having the Chaos Furies dive on the Globadiers here is going to be incredibly nice. But the Globes are just doing huge, huge damage. Absolutely nasty stuff. Here come the Furies getting into the Skaven battle line. We see Flensing Rune coming down, which is going to hit a couple units. Hits the spawn, hits some of the Marauders there. Big mistake with these Furies, though. These Furies could have potentially just gotten a Globadier kill, but instead they dove onto those Rats there, which is very, very strange. That could potentially lose Tzeentch this engagement. If those Globes are eligible to fire into this big blob of Tzeentchian stuff, it's going to be really, really nasty for sure. Qualifier 14, bottom of the barrel. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's pretty funny. All right, guys, looking like the Rats are just absolutely crushing Tzeentch. I mean, look at this. This is not how you win against Skaven, having half your army in a blob just getting Globadiered. And a little bit of a push on the other side, but, again, Jezzails are just putting huge firepower. Skaven Slave Spears holding back these Forsaken. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty decisive victory for the Skaven. A pretty decisive one. We do see, Tzeentch still kind of causing a little bit of drama here. Maybe they'll be able to pull some value back, but the Rats still have them triple capped. They also have a value lead of about 3,000. I have seen games where the Skaven go up in value, but as their missile pieces are slowly compromised, they can throw the game, but I don't think that is going to work out for them. The Skaven are just going to get so many reinforcements. Their catapults are still shooting, their Zales are shooting, and the fact that most of the Tzeentch army up here still hasn't even defeated the Skaven Vanguard position means that it's going pretty grim. Pretty grim. Skaven Slave Spears moving up, going to be very solid against Spawn of Tzeentch. Rat Ogre supporting as well. You see some Night Runners moving in, and Night Runners are a hard counter against Spawn. Basically, they just kind of Ninja Star them down, and it looks like the Spawn are like clubbing some of their own units there, which is pretty classic. I'd probably do that. So, middle objective, firmly held by the Skaven. Side objective, I don't think anybody wants to mess with that in terms of the split of resources Tzeentch has. Tzeentch basically has like a couple beat Spawn, and yeah, it's looking rough. I mean, Skaven are very good against rush. If you rush Skaven, you're probably going to lose, in my experience. However, if you have your own shooting and can compromise Skaven positions, you can definitely trade better with them. Probably what I would recommend from a Tzeentch perspective against Skaven would be a Globadier. Not Globadier. Well, yeah, obviously bring your own globes. Would be the Pink Fire and Blue Fire. I'd probably go mass blues and mass pinks, and you can put them in guard mode and focus fire down Globadiers as they get in range, and then you can bring in your spawn and different things like that. So I think just the army comp for Tzeentch, like, it was basically playing into Skaven hands. It's just all things that are not going to fare well against Globadiers. And yeah, we saw that happen. GG, well played. This is the semifinal. So we have the grand finals after this. Yeah, that's a 2-0 victory for Tomos. Clearly he played very, meta in that game, and very comfortable in that matchup. Very, very meta stuff for Skaven. Very clean play. Very clean play. And yeah, the Tzeentch rush it's an idea. Like this, yeah, it looks decent on paper, but it's not going to work. I think you got to go blues and pinks. Granted, because Skaven players don't bring mortars anymore, so you can get away with using more Tzeentchian shooting. Granted, I still think it's very, very Skaven favored. All right. I will go ahead and host the grand finals. Let's do this. Turin finals. All right. Thank you all for joining. We've had some crazy good games today. I think my highlight of the day was the Vampire Count Mirror match. I'm just joking. It was the Norska versus Tomb Kings upset. That was a crazy, crazy good game. So let's get you. And let's go ahead and get Samurai style. And looking good. So the first map is going to be Black Ark. So we're going to go to an old school map. I think it's good to warm the players up with a map that they're familiar with and then kind of introduce the new stuff a little bit. Granted, most people who play tournaments have played the new maps by now, so I don't think it's too much of an issue. It's Qualifier 21. My mom could win this. Yeah, I love it. So shout out to Samurai Warrior and Moors for organizing the World Championship. They've been doing the lion's share of the work, so shout out to you guys. It's really cool that you do this. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, so let's update the scorecards here. And we have Tomos versus the Samurai style. RTK versus, I don't know what clan Tomos is in. I don't think he's in one, but he's a very strong player. Let me give him the maps. Because you need to know the maps beforehand with picks and bans. Black Ark. Lost Temple of Sotek. And then we are going to be on the Proving Grounds. All right, outstanding. You can do them with Hadries. Okay, so they are doing that. I gave the maps to both these champions so they can plan their picks and ban system around that, which is going to be good. Is Falcon done? I think he plays casually now. It's very rare that you have people who play like hyper competitive over multiple titles. Like, yeah, like I have played somewhat competitive over all 3 games, but that's because of what I do. But like in terms of people who like, I'm trying to think. Like, let's go to the leaderboard real quick while they do their picks and bans. So, so who was like a really top scary player in Warhammer 2? I don't think Platypus played too much in Warhammer 2. Voidlaws was a top tier player at the end of Warhammer 2, not in Warhammer 1. Subutai, mostly Warhammer 2 ladder player, became very proficient in tournaments towards the end, started playing competitively, I would say hardcore in Warhammer 3. Hadries is an OG for sure. Hadries was very good through all of Warhammer 2 and 3. So Hadries is definitely an example of someone who's like been good for multiple Warhammer entries, like 1 and 2. Moffat is a Warhammer 3 guy. Just the True Bretonian, I have no idea. Ulrich has been very good in Warhammer 2 as well. I think most of these guys are mostly Warhammer 3 enjoyers. Let's see here. Medley, I think mostly Warhammer 3. Yeah, so a lot of the people are just, there's a couple people here. Maybe like in the top 16 of the world, which we have here. Like 5 or 6 people. Maybe like we're really good Warhammer 2 enjoyers. Anticity as well. But he's not competing that much in Season 3. Anticity was rank 5 last season. Yeah, and in Season 1, he was rank 2. Anticity's had a really good run. Yeah, he for sure qualifies. But I was just looking at the top there of the season. Yeah, Anticity was really... So I remember he became competitive towards the third quarter of Warhammer 2. He was playing in the beginners tournaments. He quickly outscaled all of them. He started competing with Vampire Coast and was winning, faction wars, which aren't necessarily the most, it's kind of more of a fun tournament, but still very high stakes, playing players like Falcon. Let's see here. And where else are we? Yeah, so like Xiphos is probably an example of like legit. I think Xiphos hasn't played that much, but Xiphos is probably one of the only people who has been consistently top tier for all 3 games that still is active. You're an OG. Yeah, I know. But I'm not gonna. I don't need to discuss myself, but like Xiphos hasn't played that much this season. He did win a tournament, which was very impressive. But aside from Xiphos, there's not too many people who were like Dark Wizards in all the games. Like if we go to the Warhammer 1 Hall of Fame, like these are like some of the top players in the world in Warhammer 1. None of these players are active anymore, except Xiphos. As far as the Warhammer 2 Hall of Fame goes, Xiphos was a ECL champion, which was pretty much one of our biggest leagues at the time. Flying Taco is still casually active, but he mainly just memes around with ogres. Arrow none of these guys play anymore. Vicious Satsuma still going strong. I don't think Vicious Satsuma was a really, really strong Warhammer 2 player as well. Yeah, so you can see you can kind of look at the history of Warhammer competitive through the lens of that. So very fun. Very fun. Trying to win back my prize money, yes, of course. You're saying it's kind of depressing. I know, the days of old, right? But yeah, Xiphos is the most OG that still is highly competitive. Like you could put Xiphos in a Warhammer 3 tournament and he would be like a top competitor still. A real impressive feat. All 3 games, dude, because they're different games. Yeah, those are different games. Oh, why did they stop? I mean, dude, it's like the game's been out since 2016, It's like people lose interest, they burn out. Things change they don't like with factions, whatever, Yeah, a lot of people have retired, but it's like that with any sort of an esport, right? Or competitive niche community as we are. But yeah, like people just move on. Life happens. Yeah, it is sad though. It is sad. It's like a walk down memory lane. Are you still in the tournament? I'm not playing in the tournament, Zach. I'm helping organize it, so I'm not playing in it. Yeah. Is he playing Demons of Chaos? No, he's not. No, they just finished their picks and bans. It's gonna be Bretonia versus Greenskins. For the lady! Yes! This is going to be hype. Sign me up for this. Oh god, the Slanesh bots. Dude, look how quick. Oh my god. Melody and Hadri's just took that bot out in like 2... I saw both of them ban it, and it gave them both credit. That was super fast. As long as you don't burn out? No, I have a very strange personality where I can play the same thing over and over for a long time. Although to be fair, I think what keeps me interested, obviously, this is my full-time job, so that's a huge variable. But the other variable is the community aspect, like the fact that it's kind of a social element thing for me too, to get on, chat with you guys, have these streams, and so that's pretty fun. Yeah, but I just love Warhammer as a setting. It's so cool. So, yeah, I don't really burn out easily. Like you see a lot of people, move to different games and stuff, but it takes a lot for me to do that. Yeah, it takes a lot. Yeah, it's good times. Yeah, the Slanesh bots are here. You guys took them down though. people in War. The Warhammer 1 competitive meta was so haggard. Oh my god. I remember having to hide my Lord in trees from Spirit Leech. And like, do you guys remember healing potions? Holy shit. And no healing cap and infinite summons. Oh, you guys thought vampire counts were annoying now. Let's go back to Warhammer 1 and see the infinite zombie summons that just literally stay the entire battle. Oh, dear god. Yeah, I'm going to start up Winter Stays On again. I will. I took a bit of a break from it. Because there was like a couple patches that kind of broke the momentum I had with it, so I need to get back to that. But Warhammer 1's meta was super haggard. But Greatswords and Demogryph Knights were actually very good back then. Yeah. There wasn't that much in the game, so. Do you think Chaos Dwarves are actually on their way? Yeah, I do. I legit think Chaos Dwarves are going to be the next thing we get. Yeah, that's my guess. Yeah. Oh my god. Fate of Buna was like the most broken bullshit in Warhammer 1. Fate of Buna cost like 9 or 11 winds of magic instead of like 20. And it literally did more damage. It like one-shotted your units. How interested would you guys feel to like see a Warhammer 1 tournament? Where we like go and reinstall Warhammer 1 and have like a tournament for a day. Just, oh my god. We could go grab some of the old champions too, like some of the old boomers, the Warhammer 1 boomers, and get like a Warhammer 1 flashback tournament. Yeah, Greatswords were good back in Warhammer 1. Oh my god, that would be crazy. You guys want it? Remember 4 Mortis engines? Oh yeah, dude. Warhammer 1's balance was terrible. Yeah, it was really bad. You guys want the Warhammer 1 flashback tournament? I think that would be more interesting than Warhammer 2 because it's like so different. The balance was all over the place. You guys want it? Okay, we'll do it. I'll see if I can get some of the old legends back for a Warhammer 1 tournament. So, okay, let me go to Total Tavern and see. So who is top players in Warhammer 1? I could probably get Zyphos back. I could probably get Tlaxla and Soothsayer to do it. And Onyage as well. I think I could talk them into it. And then, yeah, okay. I think we could make it happen. An All-Star Classic Warhammer 1 tournament? Yeah. Okay. Well, Felcon didn't play Warhammer 1. I don't think he didn't compete in tournaments, at least, in Warhammer 1. Like, I never saw Felcon playing Warhammer 1 in any of my stuff, so. Oh, it's actually Skaven versus Greenskins. Yeah, Chomos is going for the win. You can't blame him. Going for his best faction. So Skaven versus Greenskins. Sorry, guys, it's not Bretonnia. Bring back the worst Gorst. It would be like trying to read Old English. Yeah, it'd be fun. Once Blood Bowl 3 comes out, yeah, I'll play it. 100%. 100%, Galen. Yeah, I'll be playing it. Evenstar wasn't a Warhammer 1 champ. Yeah, no, dude, Warhammer 1 was a whole different pool of people. A fun tournament of pure suffering for everyone. Yeah, but there wouldn't be a prize. It would just be like a showcase. And so hopefully people would just not play like, you know, we would have to use some sort of rules, I guess. I don't really know because Warhammer 1, like, oh my God. Yeah. I'm already like the difficulty of running a Warhammer 1 tournament. Like, I don't think there's any rules anymore for it, for like land battle stuff there. So it would just be anarchy. Yeah. You guys will see the difference in graphics too. It's pretty stark. Yeah, it's pretty stark. All right, guys. So the WA is here. And like we've seen, the Greenskins are one of the few factions that can go fisticuffs with Skaven. Orc Boys, Boar Boys, Chariots. We saw Tomos use, or not Tomos, we saw him use this build to defeat Skaven earlier as well. So lots of squigs, lots of Chariots, Orc Boys. You guys know the idea. I do actually think that like Goblin Rock Lobbers can be pretty good in this matchup. For the Skaven army, it's going to be a Plague Claw Catapult, a bunch of Clan Rats, obviously. And down on the low ground, it's going to be Globadiers. Only a single globe? No, double globe. And the dreaded Skaven Slave Power Chieftain Lord. Looks like that's going to be it. So very, very meta stuff. Very meta for both players, which makes sense. This is the World Championship qualifier. So players are going to be playing meta. Well, we did see Norska versus Tomb Kings earlier, which was pretty wild. So I believe this is best of 3 as well. Let me go ahead and check. Hey, Dries, is this a best of 3 tournament? Do let me know. Okay. All right, looking solid. Yeah, the strategy is basically just WA, yes. There's not much more to it than that. They just get in there, they yell very angrily, and they hope everything dies in front of them. That's the Greenskin strategy 101. Slaanesh would be a good counter against Skaven, most likely, yes, but Slaanesh are essentially banned like every single series because they're so strong. Got to see a couple games of draw kiting to relive the olden days. Yeah, we can do that too. I'll tell the players to be degenerate, to draw kite, to abuse magic, just so we can see how good we have it now. You know, that's always the way. So Skaven going to be pushing both objectives actually, a little bit of a dual pronged push, but both armies are as well, right? Look here, we see a big Skaven army. Over here, you know, greenskins, they have a force up here, and like everybody's pretty much kind of doing dual-pronged pushes. So we'll see who has been able to balance their armies a little bit better. Obviously, this position for the Skaven is looking to, you know, maneuver either way. So they could go this way, they go this way, just depending on how the greenskins start to maneuver. All rounds are best of 3, thank you. Warhammer 3 was the same as Warhammer 1 because they both had broken dwellers. Yeah. That was pretty fun. Catapult going down. Able to reach the goblins, but they can't see them. These are night goblins. These are the sneakiest of lads. So they're going to be hanging out in the brush there. As the Wa is basically just chilling. They're just like, all right, let's just take a second. You know, praise Gork and Mork a little bit. Do some dances. Get hyped up. I always imagine it being like that scene. You guys remember the scene in The Northman that just came out where like the berserkers are getting all fired up by like the campfire? I always feel like it would be like that with the greenskins before battle. Although a little bit more jovial, I suppose. A little bit more jovial. So Orc Boys and Squig Herds and Orc Boar Boys on the standby, looking to push this position. But, ladies and gentlemen, the question, will you be able to deal with the not Warplock Jazales, the Globadiers? Are you going to be able to shut those down, or are they going to butter your bread? Skaven aren't really super good at maneuvering up, like pushing here, so what Skaven want to do is defend their, you know, back objectives here and the neutral objective. So maybe the Greenskins go for a big Alpha Strike here. It's looking actually pretty tough. Like, none of these fights look super easy. Get more Boar Boys coming out. I think the Wa is just going to be pushing all angles. They're just going to be going from all directions, dude. Just getting in there. More Poison Wing Globes in the back, going to be hustling in. Their cousin, the Deathwind Globadier, sitting sad in Skaven Blight. They've never been picked. They've literally never been picked. I've never seen anyone use Death Globes in a tournament in Warhammer 3. Not once have I seen anybody use them. Because literally they're just exponentially worse than Poison Winds, and they cost like 400 gold more, or 300 gold. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, it looks like the Wa is going to go for like a big push. Just waiting for the objective to capture, and I think they're going to be sounding the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more. They'll probably move up soon. And you can see the artillery shooting into Squig Herds, but you know, they're not like a great target for such things, but you might as well shoot, because this artillery piece probably will be compromised somewhat quickly here. So yep, Globes are coming up. Skaven do have Vanguard here, so you can summon in Wolf Rats and Night Runner type units, but not like as good a Vanguard as the Greenskins. Greenskins have crazy good Vanguard options. So juking and wasting ammo, pulling the dreaded campaign tactics, and it looks like this army's moving in as well. Globadier Fire doing some nasty work. Oh man, those Orc Boys got hammered. They got absolutely hammered. And Jazale Fire going to be turning about face and ripping into the Chariots. Chariots obviously want to get in there into the Clan Rat Shields. That would be the ideal push for them. Night Goblin's going to be swarming on the side, and the Wa will soon be going down. Well, not the actual Wa. They have to build that up a little bit, but I remember the days when the Greenskins just had the Wa like at the start of the army. That was pretty crazy, but yeah, looking to get us around here. We have Orc Boar Chariots and the Moon Howlers, a pretty good unit. They do cause fear, so Skaven are going to be taking a little bit of a penalty there. And here comes the old rats, Squig Herds. Oh, good. They're going to be able to get through. That would be very good. It looks like the Squig Herd's going to be trying to push through onto the Globadiers. That would be a really, really good start. Glowfire going down, nasty damage as usual. Immediately, Tomos gets a huge value lead, and look at that. Just instantly stuffed. Squig's not quite able to get in. Wurzag with a nice brain buster. And the pigs are partially on top of the Globadiers in this position, but he did not push the Squigs through to get on top of the Globes. And now this is going to be classic Skaven stuff where the Orc Boar Boys just get absolutely wrecked by those Globes. On the other side, we do see the Orcs pushing in, but it looks like they're suffering a somewhat similar fate here, as they are getting absolutely annihilated by the Skaven Globadier Fire. More Durkid Squigs, going to be intercepted by Rat Ogres. Extremely cost-effective here for Tomos. And yeah, it looks like the Greenskin charge has quite literally been blunted on every single front. However, Greenskins have mobility in the backfield. One catapult here is going to be getting taken out and or unsummoned. These Jazales going to be getting taken out, so we see the dreaded unsummons here. And oh, did he not get the unsummon off on the Jazales? Looks like they're going to go down. So it still is a net positive for the Greenskins. Getting rid of something, it's only a partial refund, and it looks like the Jazales are straight up going to be killed outright. So that's like a 1,000 gold investment that the Greenskins are going to get. Now up on the high ground, things getting a little bit messier as we do get pump wagons into the line, and obviously Skaven are going to pull ahead in value early, but Wolf Howlers get around the back, the Moon Howlers, excuse me, onto the Globes, onto the Plague Claw Catapult. Wurzag here, though, being beaten up by Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw's on his Doom Flare. And he is causing quite a bit of havoc here as he does his little circular drift animations. Pigs are on the run, so the boar's going to be fleeing, abandoning Wurzag. Wurzag probably could put some hurt on Ikit, but with the Chieftain nearby, I think that's going to be a little bit precarious for sure. So the Waz pulling back the value a little bit. This bottom side push has been kind of ugly. Looks like for the most part, though, this engagement was quite good. We see the Orc Boar Boys and the Broken Tusk Mob. This is Value City. Like this whole situation here, Jezzail's going down, forcing a Catapult unsummon. Farming the Skaven reinforcements with these anti-large cavalry is just a masterclass. So now there's an opportunity that the Greenskins might be able to get the momentum up here. It looks like they do have a lot on the objective, and the Warplock Jezzails have been taken offline. So despite the circumstances here of a very rough start for the Greenskins, we're seeing Tomos kind of scrap his way back into the game, which is quite cool. I like to see back and forth games. You don't want to see a one-sided stomp, right? You don't want to see it. Orc Boar Chariots and Squigs, feasting. Now that Globadiers aren't here, the Skaven become a much more reasonable opponent. Night Goblin RORs versus Rat Ogres as well as Clan Rats. A bit of a wash there. But really, super heavy aggression here. But Flensing Rune, just super powerful. Wurzag might actually die from this. Flensing Rune has like a 45-minute duration. So yeah, it might kill Wurzag. Which, if the Greenskins actually lost their Lord, that would be pretty catastrophic. Oh man, it looks like he's going to go down. Flensing Rune got him. Wurzag is down. Ikit Claw with the steel chair. Able to finish him off. Well, that was actually the Chieftain. But now Greenskins are really going to be on the back foot because they get a big leadership penalty, and Greenskins already have a very subpar leadership. But the Skaven are getting stuffed pretty hard, and the Greenskins do get a cap there. This objective also could potentially flip to the Greenskins. I mean, look at this. It's farming season here, guys. The Orc Boar Boys are quite literally farming back here. Just absolute anarchy. Look at that. Yeah, just no mercy on these guys. And how are the Skaven holding here? We do see Night Goblins coming in. The Waz active. We do see some breaking Skaven, but for the most part, they're holding on pretty well. Another unit of Orc Biggins coming in. Orc Biggins will be incredible because they'll kill Clan Rats, they'll kill Rat Ogres, and potentially secure the objective. And the big Greenskin Mobile Goon Squad that was farming the Skaven reinforcements is now moving up to this point. And we do see a double cap here for the Greenskins. They're behind because Skaven did have a double cap for quite some time. But, yeah, it looks like the Wa might be on its way back in, ladies and gentlemen. They might just do it. Greenskins have been kind of perceived as one of the factions that can defeat Skaven Globadier player with their persistence and their swarming, which appears to be the case. I mean, they went down by about 2,000 value, but they eventually were able to push through and, yeah, do some work for sure. Squig Hoppers chasing down Wolf Rats with an Orc Boar Chariot in the back should be able to farm that. And now the Wild Hogs are here, ladies and gentlemen. Big effective push coming in. Biggins cutting through Clan Rats. So if you zoom in, give you guys a nice cinematic shot. These guys are literally 3 times the height of these Clan Rats, or maybe twice. Definitely bulkier. And yeah, these rats are going to be getting absolutely mastered. A little sip of coffee right there. And the Wolf Rats are going to be, the Rat Ogres are going to be next. They are going to get buzzsawed by these guys. And honestly, this objective is probably going to flip to the Greenskins. And if they can keep the pressure up and hold this objective against Skaven, they could totally get a cap. And look at the value! The Greenskins have taken over this game, ladies and gentlemen. 9.8 to 7.7. The dreaded Wa showing no mercy today. So Greenskins are back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Last season, they really weren't being played a lot. People weren't giving them a chance. But it seems this season, the Greenskins are showing they got some teeth, as they would say. So Orc Biggins and Night Goblins moving up to the point. Roaring with, I wouldn't say rage. They're more of like excited. It's like an excitement thing. Like Greenskins aren't like pissed off when they're fighting. I think it's more like they're hyped. Yeah, I drink decaf coffee mostly. Yeah, so, yeah. This hype is all natural. I haven't had any caffeine really today. It's all decaf stuff, so. Oh yeah, man. All business. So Skaven are trying to come out, but look how like tattered these rats are. And yeah, we see a Globadier popping out here for Tomos, but like they're just gonna get swarmed right away. They don't really have the tools to kind of take those guys down. And the Chad Biggins have made it to this point. We have some random goblins here just kind of intercepting any reinforcements. Tomos is basically desperate, just trying to get to the points, but like, what are these Clan Rat Spheres going to do? There's like a Chariot, there's a full health unit of Orc Biggins, there's Orc Boys here who could probably trade very evenly against them. And now it is going to be a triple cap as the Skaven are going to be losing their last objective. And big thinking is upon us, I know. I love seeing the Greenskins do well. And honestly, even though I am a big fan of Skaven in general, I like seeing Skaven lose when they are using that Lord mechanic where they cheese the Lord thing. It brings me joy. Because I just feel like it's such a lame thing that when it loses, I'm like, yes, you deserve it. But I understand why they do it. You know, if you're trying to win big tournaments, I get it. On the other side, Greenskins here, holding on to the point, not taking any of the business the Skaven are offering. Orc Boar Boys going to charge into the back of these Clan Rats here. Definitely need to finish those off to maintain that point. We do see some Globadiers able to maintain and stabilize here with some Clan Rat support, but Really, Tomos doesn't have like a supply bank, and the greenskins have so much on the battlefield, guys. So much. And here on the other side, just Orc Boar Boys coming from across the map, just going to be swarming so heavily. And they get those reinforcements here so quickly. A little bit of a mistake from the greenskins, though, fighting right here instead of fighting on the point. Granted, the Skaven are also not fighting on the point, so I guess it's a bit of a wash. Looks like the greenskins are able to get the objective back here, and here they come. All right, so the charge is on. All business. The wild hogs are here. The greenskins are such a ridiculous faction, but pigs are one of my favorite animals. I would say like dogs, bears, and pigs are my 3 favorite creatures. They're just so awesome. Like I want to own the most disgusting. I want to own the most disgusting fat pig I can someday. Just like, oh man, one of our neighbors has like a pair of pigs, and we're always envious when we see them, just like roaming in their backyard. They're so cool. So Orc Boar Boys going to be surging in after the Poison Wind Globadiers. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Big hammering charge. Going to be shutting down the Skaven's one tool to get back in the game. The value differential about staying more or less the same. 11,000 to 9.1 here at this point. And the Orc Boar Boys are just absolutely swarming the back line. And that's going to be a great victory. GG, well played. What a match. It looks so bad for the Greenskins. I even saw people in chat saying that it was over and just concede, but no. Samurai Style proving that he is a true war boss as he takes down a very meta, very strong Skaven build. GG, well played. All right, so let's go ahead and update the scorecard here. Where are we at? So if Samurai Style wins this next one, he'll be qualifying for the World Championships. What got really good value for him? It was kind of just a swarming effort. The Chariots actually did pretty good in Squigs. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. I certainly did. GG's. Okay, so the next map is going to be, let me go ahead and check what I sent them. My old man brain can't remember. It is going to be the Lost Temple of Sotek. This map is awesome. Really, really cool one. It's a new one. It wasn't in the first batch of new maps, but it was in a recent batch here. That's the proper way to scrap it is. Greenskins look like a lot of fun, but I'll never understand the logic of when to use what unit. Yeah, though, it takes some practice. You gotta get those reps in there. Zach, I'll take a look at the message after the channel. Or after the stream. Man, brain. Focus. But nonetheless, I offer my dark gifts of service. Yeah, man, I'll take a look. 100%. Be wary of any man who keeps a pig farm. Well, so these neighbors of ours, they live like maybe like a 5-minute walk away. So they're not like true neighbors, but they have 2 giant pot-bellied pigs with like black fur. There's these giant hogs in their backyard, and they have like a little pig pen, and they basically are treated like dogs. And they have a giant mastiff dog, which is like just this colossal beast, and then like they have 2 English bulldogs. So they just have a menagerie of like ridiculous animals in their backyard. Whenever we walk by, we like say hi, and there's like just these 2 giant pigs. There's like these 2 giant English bulldogs, and then like an English mastiff. It's just this huge thing. And it's just, I'm like, oh man, that would be crazy to have all those animals. Hey, Hop, thank you for the donation. Thank you for the tenor. And Snake as well. Thanks for the constant stream and entertainment. Thank you guys so much for your donations. Really appreciate that. Their backyard's pretty big. Yeah, we live in a really small town. It's only 5,000 people here. And they have a bit of property. It's definitely enough for all the animals. Yeah. Weekday says, greetings from Denmark. How you doing, man? How you doing? What is my favorite model outside of Karl Franz? So Weekday, are we talking about my favorite model in Total War Warhammer or in tabletop? If you clarify that, just tag me again and I'll answer your question. Oh yeah, I've seen that movie, Chad Stag. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yes, yeah. I knew a woman with a barn of 30 cats. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I was going to suggest an English Bulldog as a pig alternative. English Bulldogs are pretty awesome. I know they have a lot of health issues. Yeah, all the dogs we've had, Wookie and our other dog, Lola, we rescued all those beasts. Our other Chihuahua dog is pretty ridiculous. She's like a Chihuahua Terrier mix who's just the most ridiculous looking creature ever. She has like a huge underbite. Oh, just adorable. Yeah, a barn full of cats. That would be something. I'm allergic to cats, so we can't really have those. All right, guys, gonna go get some water. I'm just like going through it super quick. My voice is getting a little scratchy. I will be right back.
More Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, back in business. Where were we? Let's see what they're going to pick. Looks like the players haven't decided on their factions yet, so no problem. Let's hang out and chat and live our best life. Maybe we'll live our best life. Yeah, English Bulldogs are pretty... yeah, it's really... The health issues are really sad. I feel so bad. Like, pugs are one of my favorite dogs, but it's kind of the same thing where you look at them and you're like, man, that poor thing's probably suffering with its breathing issues and all that. Yeah, this is the finals, Loopy. Yeah, this is the grand finals. Correct. Correct. Best of 3. If Samurai Style wins the next game, he will be our champion for today. Yes, yes. We've had some really good games. Like outside of the Vampire Count Mirror match, we've had a ton of really cool matches today. I mean, this stream really has been the WA. Like the Greenskin WA has been just cackling all day. Can I send you Skaven vs. Greenskin replay? You can send it. Yeah, I'll check it out. Although I think we've had enough of that matchup for a while, but I'll take a look at it, 100%. Yes. I love pug dogs, though. Pugs have always been one of my favorites. Like little gremlins. Yeah, they're just hilarious. Pugs have really funny personalities, too. Does anybody here in chat own a pug? I bet you there's at least a couple people. Yeah, it's been a fun stream. It's been good today. Yeah, it's been good. I think the Norska Chim Kings matchup still takes the cake for me. Because that was such an upset in terms of the matchups. Granted, I think Samurai Style just outplayed like quite a bit in terms of like micro and decision making, but you know that's what it takes to win a bad matchup. Ever seen one of those yeah, I have seen those Lost Partridge. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. Yeah, I would agree. There's like this ridiculous meme that somebody showed me once, and it was like it showed like a wolf in like ancient times. So there's a bunch of like early humans around a campfire. And it shows like a wolf and his friend. The wolf's like, hey, let's go see what they're up to, or let's go check out this camp. And then it flashes forward to like modern day, and it just shows this like super gnarly like pug dog like what have we become? You know, it was just really stupid, but yeah, it's pretty funny. I need to love random questions. I got asked today, what's the largest snail you could think you could beat in a fight? Oh man, snails are scary, dude. That would be like the Blob. I don't even know how to answer that. So somebody asked my favorite tabletop model. Gosh, man. And I can't say Karl Franz because that is my favorite tabletop model. Probably Empire Greatswords. I'm really biased though because they're my favorite faction. But Empire Greatswords from Warhammer Fantasy. I have this one guy who has like an eye patch and a hat and this like partial plate on with like a huge sword. And he's so badass. So probably Greatswords of the Empire. I really like how they look. Yeah, and for Warhammer 3... Ooh, that's a tricky question. There's so many cool models, man. Okay, so would it be something on Nurgle? Probably not. Would it be maybe like the Khorne Chosen are really badass. It wouldn't be any of the undead units. I don't really care for their aesthetic too much. Although, man, the Iroh Titan is really cool. He's for sure a contender. The Demogryph Knight would be one for me too, but the model definitely looks a lot older. Like you could tell it's from Warhammer 1, but Demogryph Knights, the Iroh Titan would be one of my favorites. That thing is so cool. It is so cool. Yeah, Demogryphs are really badass though. I just like the aesthetic of them. Yeah. So is it going to be... Tomos was on Rats last game? Yeah. So it's Greenskins again, man. Today's the day of the WA versus Vampire Coast, though. That's going to be a different matchup. So Greenskins and Vampire Coast were like the eternal nemesis of each other in Warhammer 2. Like basically the grand finals of like every faction war was Vicious Satsuma on Greenskins versus like Even Star on Vampire Coast. It was just, it was the way of things back then. Yeah. When am I going to play my Swiss League game? Maybe after the stream, actually. Yeah, like today or tomorrow. Uncle for Uncle takes the cake for you, says Samurai. Oh my god. The Corn Demon Prince, yeah. Red Olgor is a pretty cool model, for sure. It's a very, very cool model. Yeah, Red Olgor doesn't mess around. He is all business. So Vampire Coast versus the Dread Wa. If only the Iron Titan was also competitive. Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's certainly better than like probably Giants, because it's like way tankier with armor and also has some bound spells which aren't terrible, like Spirit Leech. Yeah, I've seen it used in tournaments before, and it's won games. The Titan was really badass though, man. They're really, really cool. Yeah, Tomb King's like the Tomb King's big monsters are super awesome. Looking up close at the Sphinxes, like they look so good. Whoever did those models did a really, really good job. Like really, really good. Yeah, definitely Greenskins versus Coast here. On the Lost Temple of Sotek, line of sight isn't amazing on this map. There is a fair amount of trees in the middle, so you can run into issues there. That could favor the Wa for sure. But bomber mobs don't really care, so if you're going to be going for like bomber mob approach, I think you're kind of chilling. You'll probably be okay. Have Vampire Coast been popular? Yeah, they have. They get played a lot in tournaments, I would say. They're just a solid faction. You know, they have all the bullshit that Undead have, like crumbling, but they also have shooting and pretty decent mobility with hounds and bats and things like that. So, yeah, they're definitely a good faction. They're definitely good. Let's see here. Question from Garrett. Let's see. What do you think it would be good into globe spam? I'm not sure what you're referring to, like which type of unit. Do let me know. This is, yeah, one of our Total Tavern tournament map pack maps. So not all of these maps are like tournament, like for tournaments, because some of them have like strange experimental features, but which are awesome. But just for tournaments, you probably want to test them out first. But yeah, most of these maps we use in our tournaments. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun indeed. Can you explain to me when you want to use wolf, boar, spider, cav, chair? Yeah, it's pretty complex. That would take like a full video to explain, basically. Because it's really, I mean, it depends on the matchup and the circumstances, and then there's also weird nuances you wouldn't expect. So you have to be ready for that. Pistol mob range going from 90 to... Oh, did the pistol mobs get a range increase? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, if they did. Grimgor is busy winning the tournament. Could we see Grimgor here? I highly doubt it. Warzag is like just so good. Let me look at the armies, actually. I'm really curious. Okay. I dig it. I dig both these armies. I think they're both pretty fun. All right. Awesome, dude. Looks like pretty cool builds from both players. Yeah, Scarbrand's a pretty badass model too, man. I mean, looking at Scarbrand, I'm trying to think. And Kugath also looks really cool. I mean, like, all the greater demons are really crazy detailed. Scarbrand for sure has some of the better animations though. When he does his like FIFA soccer kick, oh my god, that's like one of the best. I wish I had a GIF, like a really haggard edited GIF of like Scarbrand kicking a soccer ball that I could use on stream. That'd be pretty funny. Like scoring a goal at like a on a penalty kick. If somebody makes that, I would use that as a. If it was good quality, I could use that as a GIF for when people join or whatnot. That would be really funny. All right, Greenskins versus Vampire Coast, guys. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Appreciate you all. Yeah, Kairos is cool looking too. I would say that the Korn, Nurgle, the Nurgle big boy, Kugath, and Scarbrand are probably the coolest looking though. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to pay the River Troll toll. It is Wurzag coming in with double River Troll, backed up by a bunch of Orc Boys and Goblins. Now, for the forces of Vampire Coast, it is going to be Depth Guard and Bomber Mobs, and mostly just a very wide army to try and play the horde here. There's a GIF of Scarbrand kicking a pink horse, so you can edit the pink horse into a soccer ball. What I was envisioning though for that was to have Scarbrand edited into like an actual soccer stadium. Like, you'd have to do a bit there and have him like scoring a penalty kick. Right? I think that would be really funny. Yeah, and you could like have the goalie be like, I don't know. There's so much you can do with that. I don't know how to do that kind of editing, though. I'm too much of a potato. No, I don't have a mullet at the moment, no. My hair got really long. It was like straight up like, I looked like I was out of the Old Testament of the Bible. You know, just like, just spreading the good word in 2,000 years ago. So I got rid of it because it was just too much. Too much drama. But the mullet will rise again. The mullet comes in our time of need. So when there's like a big major like event or something, I will go for it. Because it is long enough now to get one, so. They do have the one with Tony Soprano. Yeah, being chased by Scarbrand. See, that would be good. That would be good. I've seen that one. All right, so we know the Greenskin army is going to be the River Troll Toll, which is very fun. And if we take a look here at the forces of Vampire Coast, it's going to be Halberd spam with deckhand mobs, bombers to clear out the Greenskin infantry, and an Admiral. Admiral with a pistol, obviously very good. The reason why you bring this is because of the Black Pariah Pit. This gives you infinite winds of magic. It's not like as good as Vampire Counts, but it gets the job done, for sure. Weekday says, if I want to start a tabletop army, are dwarves any good? Yes. Dwarves are probably a really safe bet. Because dwarves are like a staple of Warhammer Fantasy. They have units that are still being used in Age of Sigmar, so you can buy Ironbreakers, Leadbelchers, Iron Drakes, like all those units are really easy to get. And yeah, dwarves would be a very safe bet, I would say. 100%. 100%. So the battle is on. This is the Lost Temple of Sotek. It's a very cool map. We have this like awesome little star chamber kind of shooting a Dragon Ball Z beam up into the sky. We do have Objective 1, Objective 2, and 3. So very similar layout to many domination maps we've seen. Both players have a home field objective and, of course, one contested objective right there as well. And we see Night Goblins getting extra creepy. I love the Night Goblin play. We've been seeing like sneaky Night Goblin play all day, which I just love. It's so much fun. And what is the application of the River Trolls? I mean, River Trolls will dump on Depth Guard for sure. Not the Halberd variant, but the basic variant. They do also lower combat stats by -6 of nearby units, so that is a variable as well. You would think Stone Trolls would be more common here in this matchup because of the missile resist, but maybe he knows missiles won't be very common because of the map. So he's kind of just going for the debuff in combat to get that blob going, which I think is very, very good. So on the far side, Night Goblin's going to be maneuvering around the side. And that's actually a pretty cheeky play. You get them like right here, and then when the fighting starts, they just jump on one of the bomber mobs and, you know, are able to potentially shut them down. Yeah, it could be an idea. Now here, we do have these. Sorry, somebody in chat made me laugh. He says in my country we call mullets depression. That was a funny comment, man. You actually got me to crack there. That was a good one. Forest Goblin Spider Riders in the bushes. Looks like they're going to be coming around. Maybe trying to get on the bomber mobs. We will see. Brain Buster going down. Nice damage. Not like brutal. It doesn't kill any models, but it does kind of soften them up for later. And the Greenskins do have their own Goblin Archers. Goblin Archers can range the bomber mobs. 55 range against 115. So with their little Haggard Daka, they can get a little bit of work in there and do some stuff. So, contested objective going to be going to the Greenskins. Coast are going to have to push their way out. Do we have Winds of... Uh-oh. Winds of Death, guys. That could just be backbreaking. Like, one really good Winds of Death like this could just end the game if the Greenskins don't react to it. I guarantee you that Winds of Death is coming for that army. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no, you better move! Oh! Oh, no! Not like this! Oh, my God. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, that sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. Oh, my God. All his archers are dead. So now the bomber mobs are just going to run rampant. Will the Greenskins recover from that catastrophic blunder of having everything just lined up for them? So bomber mobs getting huge value in here. So Tomos getting absolutely wrecked by that Winds of Death. And the Wah definitely taking a bit of a hammering now, because that's like the whole rock, paper, scissors, right? Is that the archers kill the bomber mobs and then the Greenskins just win the fight. But with those archers getting wrecked, oh no, dude. That was just so painful. Classic Winds of Death, I know. Tomos has got to be feeling bad about that. That's got to be hurting pretty rough. Now, where'd those little Night Goblins go? It looks like they were routed, yeah. So they actually got shattered and pushed back from the bomber mobs. And I think Vampire Coast probably will get the momentum swing off that, because, like, that is the whole rock, paper, scissors of that. The lazy straight drag archer line, I know. Oh, my God, that was so rough, dude. So more bomber mobs, obviously continuing to generate massive value. Wurzag with a nice Edbutt here, going to be doing some work into this position. But Greenskins are probably going to get pushed on every front, and without the archer line to help them win here, I think Vampire Coast might be able to swing this objective back. We'll have to see. It looks like it does favor the Greenskins a little bit, but now we have Depth Guard polearms coming in. Sirene's also going to be causing terror, and the Greenskins don't have any archers, really. I mean, all their archers, except this one goblin, are just gone. Yeah, no, that's the play. You got to take it. Orc Boys will defeat Deckhand mobs, but with bombers saturating fire in, it's a little bit more precarious. Here we do have pole arms. They need to get and kind of screen out these Savage Orcs because the bomber mobs in melee won't be super good, obviously. But will the bomber mobs clean out these Orc Boys? We're about to find out. Big salvo fire, and oof! Those Orc Boys get wrecked, but so too do some of those zombies. But again, a much better trade. As on this side, Vampire Coast starts to get the momentum. Sirene's coming in. Big wah does resound in the valley. But remember, guys, we've seen the Greenskins be behind many times today. But they have found a way to scrap back in many of those matches. So despite a relatively tough start, if anybody can come back, it is going to be our beloved Greenskins here. So bomber mobs still doing great work. Orc Boys being chased off the objective here as these other Deckhand mobs are losing to the Orc Boys. The River Troll toll is about to be paid. So here they come. River Trolls are seriously one of the most haggard units in the game. Look at these things. These things are the definition of that word. I love how that one just is like running on all fours basically. Oh, I love it. River Trolls are so cool. So they do get into these units here. Zombie Pirate Gunnery Mob Bombers are going to be getting pounded by the River Trolls. We do get some Scurvy Dogs coming in, but Scurvy Dogs won't do much against these Trolls. I mean, I guess they'll do decent damage. They only have 40 armor, so something to consider for sure. But it looks like the Undead push has kind of faltered here a little bit. The Greenskins have been able to kind of stem that tide. And as far as this fight goes, Greenskins still holding on to the point. So as it currently stands, the Greenskins do have a double cap, but many of the objectives are currently in flux here. Back objective is going to be controlled by Vampire Coast, obviously. Scurvy Dog's doing a little bit of cleanup, and we do see the Spider Riders finally being pushed off, while the Vampire Fleet Admiral going to be getting some nasty magic, I would imagine, to the front line. So this objective is going to be taken by Coast. The Depth Guard polearms, absolute raid bosses. Lamprey's Revenge, these are the ROR crabs. They can come onto the point, and without archer fire, like, the Greenskins really are not going to have a good time against Lamprey's Revenge. A couple things could kill them. Orc Boarboy mobs, biggins that can isolate them, or Rusty Errors, or maybe like a Stone Troll or River Troll beating on them could do enough damage, but it's going to be hard to isolate them with all these summons and like undead chaff units everywhere. And now we see on the backside, the undead are pushing up onto the home field objective of the Greenskins, although it looks like the Greenskins should be able to hold on to this one. We'll see. Samurai Style does have the capture weight here with the two bomber mobs. Animated Hulk's also not a bad choice. They're very cheap and honestly are like, Animated Hulks are such a cost-effective unit. You're basically getting a troll unit for like 500 gold, right? And like, whereas these other trolls are like close to 1,000 gold. Now trolls, I believe, hit harder. Let's see. River Trolls do not. Man, Animated Hulks hit harder. I guess Hulks aren't that fast. Man, I'm like trying to find an advantage for the trolls, but the Animated Hulks really have a lot going for them. I guess trolls regenerate naturally. Animated Hulks do not, so that's like the big kind of selling point there. So, blob fight is underway. Greenskins do not have a lot of DACA though. They're pulling out Squig Herds. Squig Herds do have good armor piercing, but this is not what you want to be doing, grinding against all these undead units. But I guess the Biggins being brought in is a really nice tech piece. The Biggins do have the anti-large bonus, so they can cut through Hulks pretty effectively. And maybe, just maybe, the Wah's going to get back, guys. Once again, they are just proving how tenacious they are. As a huge Wah goes down in the valley, big old brain buster going down, and the Deckhand mobs in the back clearing them out. And the Wah is not going to go quietly into the good night. They've been listening to some Twisted Sister. We ain't going to take it. They are moving in. And the Orc Boys also doing a decent job defending their backfield objective. Granted, it looks like the old Scurvy Dogs might be able to get this one. Goblin Archers coming in, which is a good idea. However, the Goblin Archers are probably going to get compromised with good micro by these Hounds. We'll have to see. Vampire Coast still holding the objective. They did weather the storm. The Vampire Fleet Admiral, of course, does have the zombie summons to drop on top of these units to really kind of tank their leadership. Greenskins still do have their Lord, though. The Lord is still in line. And now this is where the paradigm shift could happen. If there is going to be one, which I still think this is very Coast-favored considering the healing that's on the table, but we do have double Goblin Archers, and this is what they needed in the beginning of the game, right? Like getting those 3 Archer units basically killed by 1 Winds of Death. I know they were just cheap Goblins, so it didn't matter as much, but those Goblins were the recipe you needed to take down like the Hulks and like many of these other units, right? So we'll have to see. Orc Biggins, though, probably trading super well. Let's see what kind of value. Wurzag's up to about 1,300, and yeah, Vampire Coast just holding on. Animated Hulks and Crabs doing the work of I guess the Depths, I would suppose, Manon. I don't really know who they would like worship, I guess, and probably no one really. But back objective taken by Coast as well. So we have a triple cap. Greenskins are a little bit desperate. Obviously, the beginning was catastrophic for them, but a valiant effort nonetheless, as the Vampire Fleet Admiral Does get hit with Effigy of the Get. Kind of cute, does a little bit of damage. Nice little snares. We get some squig herds coming in to clear out the bomber mobs, but I think that's going to be GG. And it looks like Samurai Style is going to be the winner of today's Grand Qualifier. I would wager it could be maybe some sort of a miracle comeback by the Greenskins, maybe. I don't want to count them out yet because Tomos is pulling a value lead, but it just feels like it's going to be so tough. Like, Undead are not easy to move off objectives, but I can see actually Samurai Style throwing, if this objective isn't defended, the Greenskins get a double cap there, maybe. And the Archers can generate some good sustained value. More Squig Herds being sent in. Wurzag is surrounded. So if Wurzag gets cut down by all these Depth Guard pole arms and these crabs, that would probably be like an instant GG there, I would say. Who knows? But up in the sky, Salt Lord Scuttlers. These units are sleeper OP. If you guys haven't seen how good the Salt Lord Scuttlers are, they are just absolutely nasty, man. Absolutely nasty. They do a ton of work. Pole arms moving up. Looks like Savage Orcs just kind of chilling in the back, going to be taken down by the Deccan mobs, I'd wager. And it looks like the Greenskins might finally get their home objective back. But the point lead is getting even more substantial. Samurai Style is up to about 800 points here. Archers in the back still maintaining some decent firepower. But they just can't move the Undead off the side objective. So that leaves them with an opportunity to maybe go for the back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. Here it comes. The dreaded push, the Orc Boars and the River Trolls going for that back objective. And will Coast have reacted too slowly to this? It looks like that might be the case. I mean, if they do get to the point, like, yeah, they could easily stop these units and probably secure the victory for Vampire Coast. But giving the Greenskins another objective will slow down the win rate for the Vampire Coast for sure. And that is going to give the Greenskins more time to scrap and take advantage of their value lead, right? Because right now, it's getting a little bit dicey. Probably some Scurvy Dogs are needed. The River Trolls are up on the point, guys. This is actually really, really big. Because at the current rate with a 2 cap for the Vampire Coast, I think the game would probably just end. Like, I don't think the Greenskins would have the time. But if it's only a single cap here, it gives the Greenskins more time to capitalize on their value lead, which they're slowly starting to accrue. Granted, invocations have been coming down. Wurzag needs to get the hell out of here. The fact that he's been trapped this entire time has been such a disaster. If Wurzag manages to live, though, I guess, yeah. Oh, he's on foot. Oh my god, it's Footzag. Look at that. Footzag is on the way. All right, he's fleeing the scene. And Vampire Coast is going to be losing this objective just barely. Wow, guys, look at that. So the wall is not going quietly as they take the objective, but will they be able to hold it? I don't know if that's going to be easy. Halberd mobs are probably the biggest problem. If you could just kill the Halberd mobs real quick, maybe the Greenskins can do it. Probably a head-on charge, and then taking the Boar Boys around the back and flanking would be the way to win this fight. I think it's doable. I definitely think it's doable here. And the Greenskins have been completely routed here, which is very, very problematic. They have been pushed back to their spawn zone and obviously are focusing on the other side, which makes sense. I think the Greenskins have basically abandoned ship here. They're just like, all right, screw this. We'll just let what units we have here just kind of fight to the bitter end, and then we start playing the home objective. So what will they be able to get there in time? It looks like just a head-on charge. The Orc Boar Boy Biggins getting a little bit hog wild as they... That pun was actually not intended, but it did come into play. But yeah, looks like Coast's going to be Vanguard summoning some zombie pirate gunnery mobs. These units are so good. Vanguard deployment, shooting, 5 capture weight. What's not to love? Oh my god. Water went down the wrong pipe there. Anakin, I'm too weak. So, Scurvy Dog's going to be jumping around the side, going after the Goblin Archers. And, yep, once again, Vampire Coast very, very dominant on this engagement. Salt Lord Scuttlers absolutely obliterating units here, having accrued about 500 value, which is pretty decent. They do cost 700, but hey, you can't complain about that. Yeah, point rotation is really quick on this map, which is what makes it a really exciting map. I think it's really, really fun. Double pistol mob, single pistol mob. The WA has run out of steam, ladies and gentlemen. That was kind of their last-ditch effort, but the Vampire Coast is caught up in value, which is really not good considering the healing that the faction has. And the River Trolls and company have fled. Congratulations to the winner of our qualifier. It is going to be Samurai Style. He has done it for RTK as well. He is a new recruit to RTK, but clearly a mighty champion indeed. Glorious stuff. Let's take a look. So, bomber mobs are great, but we all saw what happened. He got campaigned, basically. He had his units in a line and got Winds of Death. And that killed all the archers, which gave the momentum to the Vampire Coast very heavily in the beginning. And, you know, that's what happens. I love that he tried to use River Trolls, though. This guy's a hero. And he played very well today as well. So congratulations to today's champion. It is going to be Samurai Style. Awesome, awesome match. And that is going to be closing it out for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you all for joining once again. Big thank you. Thank you to the admins of today's tournament, all the folks who are putting in the mad effort to host this. looking forward to casting the grand finals. That's when you'll be seeing me again in this tournament. I'll be doing the semis and grand finals and all that. So should be great. And thank you to all of you guys for the donations. Really appreciate it. There was a handful of them today. So guys, thank you so much. And that's it. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. That is going to be it for today. And GG, well played. Samurai Style is going to be the victor. Adios, do widzenia, dobranoc, sayonara, oyasumi nasai. And I don't know. I can say it in a couple other ways, but I guess that's it. Take care, guys. See you next time. Cheers.